My Sunshine by Katherine Anderson. Part 2. Chapter 9. On the following Monday, Laura returned to day shift. Even though the new alarm procedures had been instituted the prior Friday, she still heard some grumbling about the changes. Over the weekend, Trish had lost the piece of paper her user code had been written on, which earned her a chewing out from Isaiah. As a result, he called a staff meeting and insisted everyone in the building show up, even the office personnel. It was the first time Laura had attended a meeting at the clinic. It felt strange to see both vets and all the employees gathered together in one room. Tucker's team huddled together in a group, and Isaiah's people collected in another. Only the kennel people worked essentially for both vets. Because Laura was the only kennel keeper working that shift, she was the only one present. Isaiah opened the dialogue by stressing to everyone, not once but twice, that each person's security code was unique and highly confidential. I strongly advise that all of you memorize your number, he said, and then destroy the paper it's written on. Treat it like a PIN number for your cash card. Guard it with your life. Laura expected that to be the end of it. But Isaiah surprised her. With a thoughtful glance in her direction, he went on to say, "Last Thursday morning, a dog was found almost dead when Susan opened the clinic. The animal nearly bled to death because a kennel gate had been left unlatched." Everyone looked at Laura. Her cheeks burned with humiliation. The room went so quiet that she could hear the people around her breathing. Because Laura worked the Wednesday night shift, everyone, including Tucker and me, assumed she was responsible. We all owe her an apology. Tucker flashed Laura a grin and touched a fingertip to his brow in a mock salute. "You've definitely got one coming for me, Laura." "I'm sorry for jumping to the wrong conclusions." Isaiah smiled slightly and then went on. "Because Laura so vehemently denied all responsibility, I decided to check the security company's alarm records to see if anyone else had entered the building on Wednesday night, and sure enough, someone had. We also discovered that it wasn't the only time last week that someone slipped into the building while Laura was working. It wasn't Laura who tripped the alarm on Monday night. We've proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt. That leads us to wonder if it was Laura who got the dog food mixed up in Kennel 3 and for that same night. There's every possibility that our prankster switched the bowls while Laura was working in another part of the building." James, who stood nearly a head taller than all the female techs, sent Laura a horrified look. Belinda put a hand on Laura's shoulder and said, "That's terrible. Laura could have been fired." Tucker acknowledged the point with a nod. "Instead of focusing on that, though, we'd like to concentrate on prevention. Nothing like this can happen again." Tucker spoke for several more minutes, concluding with, "If Dusty had died, the clinic could be facing a lawsuit, which would have affected everyone's job." He winced, including mine. Isaiah and I are just getting our feet solidly under us. We can't afford to pay off a large settlement and keep the doors open. "Surely you have liability insurance," Belinda said. "We do," Isaiah inserted. "But there's a ceiling on each claim." He glanced at his brother. Being fairly new vets, we went for the economy package with a rather large deductible. As we've all come to realize from working here, people love their pets. They're upset enough when they lose a dog or cat to unavoidable complications or an incurable illness. Just imagine the reaction if they learned that a pet was deliberately harmed by someone in our employ. "Lawsuit time," one of Tucker's techs chimed in. "I'd sue if it was me." "Wouldn't you?" "I think most pet owners would at least consider suing," Tucker agreed. "And in the event that they did, Isaiah and I would be looking at a whole lot more than the cost of the animal. We'd probably get stuck for pain and suffering as well, not to mention wrongful death. And the cost of our liability insurance would go clear through the roof. And," Tucker added, "there's also our reputations to think about. Things like that make the local news. People might hesitate to bring their pets here for medical care." As a result, our practice would suffer. No question about it, if that dog had died, it would have had a negative effect on everyone in this room. For that reason, we want to take every possible precaution to protect you and ourselves until this individual is caught. Which is why protecting your security code is so important. Isaiah paused to look each person in the eye. If you lose your number and it falls into the wrong person's hands, you could find yourself in a very unpleasant situation. If your code is used to enter the building and do harm to an animal, you'll look guilty, and Tucker and I won't hesitate to file charges against you. You're making me feel like a criminal, Trish said with a humorless laugh. I'm feeling that way, too, James seconded. Most of us have worked here for a while now. Seems to me that we've earned a measure of trust. Isaiah smiled. You're each, in your own special way, an important member of a team, whether you work primarily with Tucker or with me. So please don't take this personally. We aren't pointing the finger at anyone. We're just giving you a stern warning so you don't lose your codes and inadvertently get blamed for something you didn't do. Val spoke up. It bothers me to think that someone deliberately left the gate open. She looked Laura's way. As upsetting as it was to think that Laura might get fired, at least I knew she hadn't done it maliciously. What kind of person does? And why in God's name did such a person go to work in a veterinary clinic, where we're all supposed to love animals? We don't have any answers, Tucker replied kindly. Then he added, yet. His voice rang with grim promise. Eventually we hope to learn the person's identity. Perhaps then we can tell you more. As uncomfortable as the meeting was for Laura, she could hold her head a little higher once it adjourned. She had received a public apology from both Tucker and Isaiah, and she'd been cleared of any wrongdoing. Nevertheless, there was a downside. She found herself looking into the eyes of her coworkers at unexpected times, wondering if he or she was the person who'd so cleverly framed her. With Thanksgiving fast approaching, Laura once again found herself in charge of decorating the clinic for the holiday, which made the following 2 weeks seem to pass in a blur. To her great relief, nothing more happened at the clinic that was notable during that time. It was almost as if the tightened security and the revelations made by Tucker and Isaiah at the staff meeting had frightened the prankster and made him or her back off. On the Monday prior to Thanksgiving, when Val posted the holiday work schedule in both surgeries, Laura anxiously studied it. Over the upcoming 4-day weekend, only the office personnel would be exempt from having to work a few hours. Even though the clinic itself would be closed, the hospitalized animals would require care. Laura was glad to see that her holiday shift was on Friday morning, which gave her the remainder of the long weekend off. She would be able to spend Thanksgiving Day at the Coulters as planned. When Laura wasn't working during Thanksgiving week, she spent her time dressing up her apartment with season-appropriate colors and baking all kinds of goodies. She made cookies and tarts to take to the clinic. She baked pumpkin and apple pies, storing them in the freezer until she could cart them over to the Coulters for Thanksgiving dinner. Before she knew it, Thanksgiving Eve arrived. She'd just put in the oven a casserole of baked beans, which she'd prepared as a side dish for the holiday meal the next day, and was rummaging through her closet, searching frantically for something to wear, when her phone rang. Groaning, she threw herself across the bed to grab the portable. Hello. Hi. Laura. This is James. Laura smiled and rolled onto her back. She liked James Masterson. Though he was a tech and worked primarily with Isaiah, he often visited the kennels to care for the dogs. He always came bearing treats and spent a few minutes with each canine. There was a gentle air about him that Laura considered to be rare in a young man. James. Hello. To what do I owe this honor? He broke off and gulped audibly. Normally it was Laura who did the stammering. Her smile faded, giving way to concern. Are you all right? Fine, I'm fine. He swallowed again, the sound a hollow plunk over the line. Look, I know I'm calling at the last minute and you probably have plans, but I was, just wondering what you're doing tomorrow. My folks are in Reno. I thought we might get together and, well, just hang out. Laura's heart caught. It had been a very long time since she'd heard a young man stammer with nervousness as he asked her out. James? She guessed him to be in his very early 20s, which was way too young for her. Still, it was flattering to know that he had a crush on her. Not wishing to hurt his feelings, she searched her mind for the right thing to say.
Oh.
James, I would have loved to hang out with you, but I've already made plans.
Ah.
She sat up and pushed her hair from her eyes.
I'm sorry.
I'm going with my grandmother to a friend's house for dinner. Laura thought it best not to mention that the friend was their boss's mother. This is the first big holy day since my parents moved away. I'm the only family Graham has left in town, and I really should spend the day with her. Oh, he sounded deflated. Well, sure. You'll be spending the day with her then. I totally understand. It was just a thought. Me facing the day alone. I thought maybe you were in a similar fix and might want company. Laura wished with all her heart that she could invite James to the Coulters for dinner. But that wasn't her place. I'm sorry. No one should be alone on Thanksgiving.
Ah. Well.
I'll rent some flicks and have a few beers. Well. His voice trailed away. Laura quickly said, Thank you so much for thinking of me.
James.
It was sweet of you. If I didn't have plans, I'd love to say yes.
Oh. Well. Sure. Of course I thought of you.
We worked together and all. Laura frowned as she hung up the phone. It bothered her to think that James would be alone on Thanksgiving. She went to the kitchen to fish her cell phone from her purse. Punching the keys to bring the symbols up in the window, she scrolled down until she saw the balloon, which her grandmother had programmed for Isaiah the same morning that she'd assigned the cake to the clinic. Laura had never bothered her boss at home before, but she felt this was important. Hello. His voice came over the line, deep and silky. Hi. Isaiah. This is Laura.
Laura.
I was just going to call you. You were? Yeah. To confirm for tomorrow. You still planning to go? Laura leaned her hips against the cupboards. I am. That's sort of why I phoned. James just called to see if I'd like to hang out with him tomorrow. Silence. Then, his voice suddenly taut. Isaiah said, Is that so? His change of tone took Laura by surprise.
Yes.
His parents went to Reno, and he'll be alone. I feel bad about it. I didn't know you and James were that thick. We're just friends. Of all the texts I see him the most. When he visits the kennels, he always stays for a bit. He does. Does he? Laura raised her eyebrows. You sound upset. Am I missing something? He hesitated, then said, Thursday night when I met with Tucker, we discussed the possibility that the person who set you up might be a man who fancies himself in love with you, someone you've inadvertently ignored or offended. Knees suddenly weak. Laura walked to the table and sank onto a chair. James, he is a man. And he obviously has a thing for you. I think of him more as a kid. My point exactly. Being treated like a kid can piss a guy off. Hurts his ego. You understand. Laura understood perfectly. It was just that she'd never picked up on any anger in James. Normally a man doesn't ask a woman to spend Thanksgiving Day with him unless he has the hots for her, he added. Laura recalled how James had stammered when he phoned, giving her the impression that he had a crush on her. I've always been nice to James. If he has a thing for me, as you say, I've given him no reason to be mad at me. Maybe you just haven't been nice enough to suit him, Isaiah countered. Whoever did this has some screw loose, honey. And that's not always something you can tell just by talking to a guy. What you may perceive as being nothing more than a friendly coworker kind of thing could be the romance of the century to him. At some point maybe he was talking to you, and you got distracted, or walked away, because you had work to do. You just can't know what might set a fruitcake off. James. A fruitcake? Laura felt sick. Someone was out to get her. That was an undeniable fact. But, oh, God, she didn't want it to be James. When she thought about it, though, she couldn't think of anyone at the clinic she did want it to be. Oh, Isaiah, she whispered shakily. And here I was, calling to ask if he could be invite to the dinner. He sighed. And then she heard the sound of his footsteps. Western boots, walking on tile. We can invite him, I guess. His having a thing for you doesn't necessarily mean he's guilty of anything. It only means he bears watching. I just hate for him to eat dinner alone. I'll give him a ring and invite him to join us. The sound of running water came over the line. The more the merrier. Will your mother mind? He chuckled dryly. The house will be so packed, she probably won't notice. Coulter holiday dinners all begin with the chaotic placement of chairs. Laura forgot her worries about James and smiled into the phone. Chairs, she repeated. Oh, yes. Eating until we're stuffed is only one of the many highlights. Chairs are the first order of business. I'm one of 6 kids, remember, and Tucker and I are the only ones who haven't gotten married and started multiplying. Bethany and her husband, Ryan, have 2 kids. Jake and his wife, Molly, have 1 and another on the way. Then there's Hank, Carly, and their baby. Zeke, Natalie, and their 2 kids make 4 more, and Mom absolutely has to invite the entire Westfield clan. Who are they? Zeke's wife's family. Then, at Mom's insistence, Tucker will bring a date. Your grandmother and some guy named Frank will be there. You and I make another couple. And knowing my mom, she invited the Kendricks, all their shirt-tail relatives, and half the hands from Zeke and Hank's ranch. The lazy J. He paused, muttering numbers under his breath as he tried to take a head count. How many does that make? You're asking me? He laughed again. Get out your beans. Lady. I think that's more than 20, she pointed out. You're on your own. Damn. I forgot to count my folks. Picture sardines squirming in a can. My parents' house isn't that large. I always wonder how my mom pulls it off, but somehow she always does. They rent folding tables and chairs. And she gets those white plastic tablecloths that look like linen. We don't put the tables up until it's time to eat. Until then, we just line the living room with 2 rows of chairs. First thing when we arrive, we all go to work. That way everyone can find a place to sit. It's always mass confusion, with everybody talking at once, and kids darting through the maze, narrowly avoiding injury from a chair leg to the head. It sounded like fun to Laura, who had always enjoyed her own family gatherings. Only the thought of facing such a large number of strangers made her palms go sweaty. What should I wear? Clothes. She snorted and then blushed at the noise she'd made. You know what I mean. Do they dress up? You'll see a little of everything. Jeans, slacks, dresses.
Don't worry about it.
I want to fit in. You look great no matter what. Honestly, it's not a worry. Laura had just been looking through her closet for something suitable to wear. Now she wished she'd gone shopping for a new outfit, or possibly whipped one up on her sewing machine. A silence fell over the line, the kind of silence that occurs when two people find themselves on the phone with nothing more to say. Well, he cleared his throat. I'll phone James and give him an invite. Laura nodded, then realized he couldn't see her. If you're sure it'll be all right with your mother, that will be nice. At least he'll have somewhere to go. I'll be there about noon. If you can make it that early.
Great.
If not, the actual meal will begin around 3:30. Laura didn't want to arrive right before dinner was served. It seemed rude not to socialize or offer to help in the kitchen. Noon works.
Great.
I'll see you there. Then, another silence. Then, sleep tight. Don't let the bedbugs bite. When the conversation ended, Laura returned to her bedroom to resume the search of her closet. She'd just unearthed 3 winter dresses and was trying to choose among them when her phone rang again. She grabbed the portable from where she'd tossed it onto the bed. Hello. Hi. Laura. Isaiah again. I just called James. He refused the invitation. He did. Flat. He cleared his throat. I got the impression he was none too happy to know that you'll be spending the day with me. It's not like that. Though. You know that. And I know that. But James doesn't. The guy definitely bears watching. I'll give Tucker a heads up. James could be our man. Laura didn't want to believe that. James didn't strike her as the type to harm an animal. He seemed to truly love the dogs and was always so kind to them. Granted, he usually chatted with her when he visited the kennels. It was possible that he'd been carrying a torch for her since she'd first started at the clinic. But if she had ever made him angry, he'd never given her any indication of it. Watch yourself with him. Okay? Just to be on the safe side, Isaiah said. If James ever shows up at the clinic when you're there alone, you call me immediately. All right, Laura assured Isaiah that she would. After they hung up, she sat on the edge of her bed, staring blankly at the floor. Maybe she was just a phenomenally poor judge of character, but all her instincts told her that James was innocent. Bent at the waist, one leg extended behind him, Isaiah stood at the kitchen sink, his arms braced on the edge of the basin. He stared thoughtfully out the window into the night, illuminated only by stars and a first-quarter moon. It's not like that, Laura had insisted when he'd told her that James had sounded miffed about their spending the day together. Intellectually, Isaiah was in complete agreement. It wasn't like that between them, couldn't be like that. He needed a couple more years to build his practice before he got locked down with one woman. A serious relationship? No way. And with a lady like Laura, a serious relationship was the only option. Then why was he anticipating tomorrow like a green kid looking forward to his first date? And why in the hell had he encouraged her to come so early?
Duh.
A couple of checkers games would take about an hour. What the hell would they do the rest of the time? He needed to get his head screwed on straight about her. On the one hand, as pretty and sweet as she was, he was totally not interested. But somehow, when the uninterested part of him wasn't on guard, another part of him seemed to be working at cross purposes, asking her to show up early at a family dinner. Not a good thing. If he wasn't careful, he might give her the wrong idea. Laura was a dear heart. He didn't want to unintentionally give her hope where there was none, and end up hurting her. At 10 minutes after 12 the next day, Isaiah, who'd been setting up chairs with one ear cocked toward the front door, heard the bell chime. He had to elbow his way through a throng of chair-bearing relatives to reach the entryway. Then, when he got the door open, all he could do was stare. A gray wool coat folded over one arm, Laura stood on the porch. She wore a dark burgundy dress with a V-neck and long sleeves. Made of soft wool knit, the dress was fitted at the waist, then flared into graceful folds that hung to mid-shin, revealing a pair of shiny black dress boots that emphasized her slender ankles and shapely calves.
Wow.
Hi. She flashed one of those dazzling smiles that showed her dimples. I hope I'm not too early. You did say noon. All Isaiah could do was shake his head. Beautiful. She was so damned beautiful. It was enough to make a man's tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. He stepped back to let her enter. When she crossed the threshold into the dimmer light, he still couldn't take his eyes off her. She put him in mind of a glass of wine shot through with candlelight, a locket at her throat glinting gold against her pearly skin. 3 of his brothers had married gorgeous women, but in Isaiah's opinion Laura had them all beat hands down. Watch your step, bucko. A little voice whispered in his mind. Otherwise he was going to fall in love with this lady, completely, head over heels, irrevocably in love. You're right on time, he finally managed to say. She was staring, wide-eyed, at all the people in the living room. Isaiah followed her gaze and almost winced. His family was okay in small doses, but when everyone got together, it was pretty overwhelming. Hank's kid, now 8 months old, was squalling, and Hank was doing the baby-on-the-shoulder two-step while his wife, Carly, a cute little blonde, hovered anxiously at his elbow. Zeke was moving through the room with 4 folded chairs held high over his dark head to avoid smacking anyone. His wife, Natalie, was belting out Forever and for Always, their favorite song, as she arranged the chairs in a tidy row. Jake, the oldest brother, had an arm around his pregnant wife, Molly, and was trying, not very successfully, to execute a waltz step without stepping on anyone's toes. Their son, Garrett, who had turned 3 in February, and Bethany's son, Sly, who had turned 4 in April, were taking turns beating each other with a foam hammer, which they seemed to think was grand fun, judging by their giggles and shrieks. To add to the confusion, Gramps, Natalie's crotchety 85-year-old grandfather, who was deaf as a post, was hunched over her 2 kids, Chad and Rosie, who sat on the floor in front of the television. He kept yelling, "PlayStation, did you say? Well, I'll be." Or, "Would you just look at that?" Or, "What'll they come up with next?" "Sorry," Isaiah said. "My family's a little much." Lifting his voice to a yell, he said, "Hey, everybody. This is Laura. Mind your manners and introduce yourselves." Jake whirled his wife to a stop and drew her snugly against him, his big hand resting possessively and with teasing familiarity on her well-rounded hip. Molly, her amber hair a halo of short curls around her face, giggled, moved his hand back up to her waist, and playfully slugged his shoulder. "Hi, Laura. And welcome," she called. "I'm Molly. This big galoot is Jake, Isaiah's oldest brother." Hank shifted little Hank on his shoulder and peered at Laura over his son's diapered behind. "I'm Hank, second youngest." Carly squinted her big blue eyes to see. "Hi, Laura." "Carly. Here. I'm Hank's wife. I can't see very well at a distance yet. I had eye surgery a while back, and my focus is terrible," Hank inserted, cutting Carly short. What she's trying to say is, Don't take offense if she sees you later and introduces herself all over again. Carly laughed and made kissing sounds at the wailing baby. This is little Hank. He's presently trying to break Nana's crystal with a high note. Ryan Kendrick, also carrying in chairs, deposited a load against one wall, smoothed a big hand over his black hair where it had kicked up in the wind while he was outdoors, and smiled in their direction.
Hi, Laura.
I'm Ryan, Bethany's husband. He glanced around, obviously in search of his wife. She's buzzing around here somewhere. Right here. Bethany spun through the archway from the kitchen in her wheelchair. Hi. Laura. You're just in time. Mom is trying to stir 4 pots at once, and I can't reach the stove to help. Laura glanced down at her coat, then back up at Isaiah. I've got food to bring in. On the back seat of my car. She thrust the coat at him. Would you mind getting it for me? And just like that, Isaiah lost her. When he entered the kitchen a few minutes later, carrying a cookie sheet laden with 2 pies, he found Laura at the stove, her pretty wine-colored dress already covered by one of his mother's embroidered white bib aprons. She was stirring stuff, adjusting burner temps, and laughing at something his mother had just said. Oh, Laura, you shouldn't have, Mary cried when she saw the pies. My goodness, how lovely. With a sly smile at Isaiah, she said, Imagine it, a modern-day young woman who can actually bake. Will marvels never cease? She directed her attention to the desserts again. My pumpkin got just a little too brown this year. Yours is perfect, Laura. The smell of the roasting turkey and ham made Isaiah's stomach growl. He set down the tray and reached for one of the canapes arranged on a platter, earning himself a slap on the wrist from his mother. Stay out of those, Mary scolded. But I'm hungry. Mary rolled her eyes, poked one little canopy in his mouth, and then moved the others around to fill in the vacant spot. Fix a sandwich. These are for company. What am I? Chopped liver. It was an exchange that Mary had had with all her sons at every holiday gathering since their childhood. Out of here, she grumped. Or else I'll put you to work. Normally, Isaiah ran when that challenge was issued, but today he was tempted to stay. He glanced at Laura's slender backside. What can I do? Mary raised her eyebrows. She, too, looked at Laura. Then she gave him another sly smile. You can grate orange peel for the cranberry sauce if you like. Isaiah liked. Afterward, he helped Laura chop up fruit for something called ambrosia. Then he trimmed the smoked turkey, which his folks had picked up at the meat market completely prepared and would serve warm from the microwave. After that, he poured oil into the kettle outside on the deck and lighted the propane flame beneath it for the deep-fried turkey, a dish that had been added to the Coulter Thanksgiving menu a couple of years before. 3 turkeys? Laura said in amazement. Isaiah laughed. We have a lot of people to feed. You ever tried fried turkey?
No.
Delicious, he'd said, kissing his fingertips. So moist and flavorful you can't believe your taste buds. It's also a fairly quick process, compared to baking a turkey the old-fashioned way. Cooking wasn't usually his thing. But, as always when he was with Laura, he enjoyed himself. There was also the added benefit that he could sneak bites of food without getting caught. Every once in a while, Laura would rearrange the appetizers on the trays to hide the fact that he'd been grazing. That worked until Bethany joined them in the kitchen to nurse her 7-month-old daughter, Chastity, and when she saw Isaiah snitch a deviled egg from the refrigerator while their mother's back was turned, she cried in a sing-song voice loud enough to wake snakes in 5 counties, Mom, Isaiah's sneaking food. The accusation was reminiscent of childhood, and she spoiled the effect by laughing. You said we couldn't have any yet, and he's not minding. Mary sent Isaiah a scolding look. If I don't have enough appetizers for my guests, I'll have your head. Tattletale, Isaiah said to his sister. Then to his mother. He raised his voice to a squeaky alto and complained,
Mom.
Make Bethy stop telling on me. Mary laughed and rolled her eyes. Thank God those days are over. Laura straightened away from the oven. Her cheeks flushed from a heat. Her eyes sparkling. Did they fight a lot when they were small? She asked.
A lot?
With 6 kids underfoot. The quarreling never stopped. Brat. Isaiah stepped across the room to tweak his sister's dark hair, and then bent to kiss Chastity's sable ringlets. Crouching beside the wheelchair, he admired his niece for a moment and then whispered, She's so beautiful, Bethany, and he lifted this gaze to his sister's face. The very picture of her mama.
Bethany.
Modestly holding a hand towel over her breast while the baby nursed. Beamed a proud grin at him. She doesn't look that much like me. I think she has her daddy's nose. Bite your tongue. Ryan entered the room. Leaning over his wife's shoulder, he studied his baby girl and then said in a dictatorial tone, No daughter of mine will have the Kendrick schnozzle. I love your nose, Bethany protested. Yeah. Well, Ryan replied, I'm not a girl. A fact for which I'm very grateful, Bethany quipped. The doorbell rang just then, and the rest of the Kendrick family entered. Ryan left to greet his parents, Keith and Kendrick, and then his older brother, Rafe, a tall, lean man with jet black hair and dark skin who might have been his double. Rafe's wife, Maggie, a petite and very attractive brunette, stood at her husband's side. Flanking the couple were their children, Jamie, who turned 7 in September, and Amelia, who turned 5 only a couple of weeks ago. As Isaiah pointed people out to Laura, she interrupted to say, You know how old each person is? He thought about it and laughed. You know all those birthday presents I'm always shopping for?
Now you know why.
Seldom a week goes by that there isn't a party. The living room was now filled to bursting. Etta Parks, Laura's grandmother, arrived on the arm of a dapper, elderly gentleman she introduced as Frank. Isaiah decided that his mother was certifiably insane to have invited so many people. He led Laura through the throng to a chair. You're one of the guests, he insisted. You've done enough in the kitchen. Stay out here and get to know everybody. Laura's eyes widened as she scanned the crowd.
Oh.
I don't think. Before Laura could complete the protest, Jake's wife, Molly, sat down beside her. So, you're the fabulous kennel keeper I keep hearing about.
Oh.
Well, Laura blushed. You've heard about me? Molly laughed and motioned for Maggie and Natalie to join them. By the time Isaiah walked away to offer his mother more help in the kitchen, Laura was deeply engaged in conversation. The dinner was fabulous. The living room had been emptied the prior day of all regular furniture, and when all the meat was done to a turn, the men set up 10 6-foot tables, end to end, to accommodate the diners. The moment the tables were out, the women went to work, spreading tablecloths and arranging place settings. Nothing matched. Every set of dishes Mary Coulter owned was called into service, including Grandma McBride's wedding china, plus 2 40-piece sets of dishes belonging to and Kendrick. Some people got clear plastic wine goblets instead of genuine crystal. There wasn't quite enough flatware, so everyone got only 1 fork. But the food was plentiful and wonderfully prepared. And everyone had fun. Jokes were told. and everyone laughed whether they were funny or not. Gossip was shared. Children spilled their milk. More than once during the meal, Isaiah glanced sideways at Laura and apologized for all the confusion. She smiled back and said, "I love it." Isaiah glanced around at all the faces, some as familiar to him as his own, others not. Hank and Carly's son sat in a high chair between them, forcing the couple to lean forward or back to hear whispered exchanges. Zeke and his wife, Natalie, were glued together at the hip, still so much in love that they had eyes for no one else but their kids, who occasionally demanded their attention. Jake and Molly, who'd been married the second longest, were content to lock gazes only occasionally, the looks passing between them filled with a deep and abiding love. Because of her wheelchair, Bethany sat at the end of one table, her husband, Ryan, to her right, her son to her left. Ryan held their daughter on his knee, feeding her mashed potatoes and gravy in between bites for himself. At each end of the center table, which accommodated all the older folks, Isaiah's parents sat in places of honor, talking in louder than normal voices, so as not to exclude their guests. Mary Coulter looked sweet and matronly in her pretty blue dress as she chatted gaily with Laura's grandmother, who sat to her right, and Kendrick to her left. At the opposite end, Harv was an older version of his sons, a lean but well-muscled man with dark skin, his graying sable hair now gone completely silver at the temples. He carried on a lively debate with Natalie's father, Pete, and Keith Kendrick while he ate, only occasionally pausing to repeat himself when Gramps, Natalie's grandfather, cupped a hand behind his ear and bellowed, "What's that you say?" Family. This was what it was all about, Isaiah thought, feeling suddenly nostalgic. The kids grew up, fell in love, got married, and had kids of their own, until pretty soon one good-sized living room could barely hold them all. Before long, when he and Tucker got married, they'd have to rent a hall to celebrate the holidays. But that would be fine. It wasn't about the surroundings, be they fine or makeshift. It was about being together. It was about spilled milk, deaf grandparents, sibling rivalry, and the trials of everyday life, which were overcome or overlooked because, beneath it all, love made the little irritations seem like blessings. More than once Isaiah caught Laura gazing at the babies and young children with a wistful smile curving her lips. When Isaiah followed her gaze, he wanted to feel smug and self-satisfied. There were no soiled diapers for him to change. He'd let his brothers have that pleasure. But instead he felt oddly sad, too. It was just the occasion, he assured himself. Over holiday, all the festivities and family gatherings could make anyone feel a little sentimental. Only Isaiah knew it wasn't just that. Watching his married brothers, seeing the love and pride in their expressions when they looked at their wives and kids forced him to admit, if only to himself, that he was growing weary of being single. As soon as his practice was rock solid, he needed to start thinking seriously about settling down. Tonight, when the party ended, Jake, Zeke, and Hank wouldn't leave alone, and when they got home they wouldn't wander by themselves through oversized, unfurnished rooms that echoed like tombs. Instead, they would each leave with a sleeping child in their arms, taking a measure of the noise and laughter and confusion home with them. Isaiah glanced thoughtfully at Laura, and the feeling that had grabbed him by the throat when she'd first arrived came over him again. He tried to push it away, and failing that, tried his damnedest to ignore it. But he couldn't drag his gaze from her lovely profile.
Sweet.
The word circled in his mind whenever he looked at her. He loved the way she laughed, the sound light, musical and unaffected. Over time, he'd even come to appreciate the way she talked, always so slowly, every word carefully chosen. The cadence of her speech soothed him, perhaps because it forced him to slow down himself. Keith Kendrick pushed to his feet and wrapped his crystal wineglass with the edge of his dinner knife. "Before this wonderful meal is over, I'd like to express my thanks to Mary and Harv for so kindly opening their home to all of us." He glanced around the room. Quite a crowd. Putting a meal on the table for so many isn't an easy feat, he smiled and inclined his head toward Mary. "A fabulous meal, Mary. Not even my Annie could do better, and she's one of the best cooks this side of the divide. And Kendrick blushed and pooh-poohed the compliment with a moo of her lips and a flap of her wrist. You're buttering me up for something. Keith grinned and winked at her. Then he turned toward his host. Unfortunately, a woman can't show off her culinary skills to so many without making a serious dent in her husband's pocketbook, so some of the thanks must go to the ornery old cuss that Mary's hooked up with. Thank you, Harv. And now, I gotta know, where in hell did you get the idea to deep fry a turkey? Infomercials, Gramps informed him. Don't you ever watch television? Everyone laughed and echoed Keith's sentiments about the meal. When the talk died down a bit, Harv said, Enough of this sappy stuff. Mary, it's time for dessert. Groans erupted from every table, but they were followed by laughter and loudly stated preferences. Pumpkin pie for me. You can have the pumpkin. I want a piece of that pecan. Ice cream on mine. Please. After the meal, Laura and Isaiah's mother were banned from the kitchen because they both worked so hard to prepare the meal. Tucker's date, a long, tall drink of water named Grace who'd come to dinner in skin-tight Wrangler jeans and a fringed Western shirt, insisted on helping with the cleanup. While Ryan watched the baby, Bethany cleared the tables, zipping her wheelchair tirelessly back and forth from the table to the kitchen with soiled plates and flatware piled on her towel-draped lap. Isaiah's father and two of his brothers, Tucker and Jake, rolled up their shirt sleeves to do their part. Get out of here, Isaiah was told by his father when he tried to enter the kitchen. You helped cook. Isaiah hadn't done that much, but he accepted the edict gratefully and invited Laura to go for a walk. After helping her on with her coat and donning his jacket, he led her out into the deepening twilight.
Ah.
The quiet, he said appreciatively when they gained the front porch. He didn't actually mind the noise, but to someone who wasn't used to it, it seemed a polite thing to say. She shivered and turned up her coat collar. Along both sides of the street, houses with lighted windows created a golden, cheery backdrop for the gnarly, denuded oaks that grew along the grass median. I like all the noise, she retorted with a laugh. With so many people, you never get bored. True, but so many talking at once makes my ears tired after a while. As they traversed the cement walkway that ran from the front porch to the sidewalk, she tipped her face up to the leaden sky, the gray of which was quickly darkening to charcoal. I think winter is here. Afraid so. Isaiah zipped his jacket. In the crisp twilight, their footsteps sounded sharply on the frozen cement, her boots tapping out a feminine, slightly faster rhythm than his. Man and woman. He could smell her perfume, a light, sunshiny scent that suited her. Whenever he ventured a look at her, he couldn't keep his gaze from straying to the graceful curve of her jaw and the ivory smoothness of her throat above her coat collar. Won't be long before the snow starts to fly. Thinking of the trials of driving in the wintertime, Isaiah was surprised when she smiled dreamily. I just love the snow.
Don't you?
As they turned left onto the sidewalk, he shortened his stride and fell into step beside her. Oh yeah, he said with an edge of sarcasm. Snow is great. There's nothing to beat scraping the windshield at 5 in the morning, or discovering, always when I'm running late, of course, that the car doors are frozen shut. Slipping on the steps is a real blast, too. I just love it. She wrinkled her nose. Don't be an old fuddy-duddy. What about all the good stuff? The irritated look she sent his way brought a smile to his mouth. Such as sitting by a window with a cup of hot soup and watching the snowflakes drift down. There is that, he conceded. And making a pile of snowballs for a snowball fight. He grinned. You like snowball fights? Doesn't everyone?
No.
Not everyone. He thought. In fact, he couldn't remember the last time he'd been with a woman who would countenance any part of that activity. Wet hair. Snow down the neck. Taking one in the face. Most females over 18 shuddered at the thought. And making snow angels, she tacked on. We can't forget that. Isaiah could imagine her lying in the snow on her back, blissfully enjoying herself as she flapped her arms and moved her legs back and forth to create an angel impression. Sliding down hills on plastic garbage bags is fun.
Too, she said.
Isaiah couldn't remember the last time that he'd careened down a snowy slope. Don't leave out making snow ice cream, he inserted. When I was a kid, we could barely wait for the first snowfall. My folks always made us wait for a bit and collect only the top layer of snow to make sure it wasn't impure. Mine did that, too. She rolled her eyes. Like snow is ever really clean. If I had kids, I wouldn't make them wait.
Ah. Come on.
The anticipation was half the fun. Isaiah remembered standing with his brothers and sister at the living room window, their noses pressed to the glass. I wonder if snow ice cream would taste good now. Of course. She sent him a scandalized look. Snow ice cream is wonderful. Don't you ever make it now. Isaiah chuckled. Can I take that to mean that you do? Delicate knuckles pink from the cold, she clutched the front of her coat at the collar. If it was fun when I was a kid, it's still fun now. Why do people think they have to stop doing all the good stuff when they grow up? That was a very good question, and, without a doubt, one of the reasons he so enjoyed Laura's company. She reminded him not to take life quite so seriously all the time. It's hard for me to find the time for that kind of thing anymore. Make time. Her eyes sparkled like chips of clear amber when she glanced up at him. Once a day. Every single day. We should take the time to be kids again. If we don't, why bother? What's life all about if it isn't any fun? You're right, he said softly. I know you're right. It's just hard to remember that there's more to life than work. She lifted her shoulders and sighed, her breath coming from her rosy lips in a steamy puff. Make yourself a sign, she suggested. Hang it on your rearview mirror. She grinned up at him. Something simple like, have fun once a day. Isaiah was more inclined to enjoy this moment while it lasted. It was only a simple walk on a winter evening, but somehow being with Laura made it seem special. When it snows, I bet I can build a better snowman than you, he challenged. Nah. I make the best snowman ever. You've never seen mine. You're on, she agreed with a laugh. What are we betting? Still gazing at her face, Isaiah almost proposed that the winner should get a kiss from the loser. Then he'd be a winner either way. Instead, he said, the loser has to cook the other person a full-course dinner. She nodded. All right. Then she frowned slightly. I didn't know you could cook. Can't. He flashed a satisfied grin. So, if you're smart, you'd better let me win. She rewarded him with a startled laugh. No fair. You already agreed, he retorted. No reneging now. When they returned to the house, old and young alike had gathered in groups at the tables to play games. Anne and Keith Kendrick were partners against Isaiah's parents in a game of pinochle. Tucker and Grace, Hank and Carly, and Zeke and Natalie were playing a boisterous card game called Spoons. At another table, Canasta was in full swing, with Bethany and Ryan playing against Natalie's parents, Pete and Naomi. Natalie's grandfather sat cross-legged on the floor before the big-screen television, totally absorbed in a PlayStation baseball game. Isaiah picked his way around babies asleep on the floor in blanket-lined carriers to find 2 free chairs where he and Laura might play checkers. They ended up sharing a table with Jake and Molly, who were playing Go Fish with all the kids at the opposite end. Confident in his ability, Isaiah wasn't concerned about the distractions that chortling, arguing children might present. 30 minutes later, Laura had a king, and Isaiah was in serious danger of getting his ass kicked. Lower lip caught between her teeth. She gave him an innocent look.
Sorry.
I told you I was good. You did not. You said you liked checkers. There's a difference. To make Isaiah's defeat worse, his family gathered around to watch Laura trounce him. Go. Laura, Zeke cheered. He's been kicking butt at checkers for years. It's about time he got whipped. Isaiah slanted his brother a murderous look. Do you mind? You're interfering with my concentration. Tucker leaned over Laura's shoulder to peruse the board. Concentration won't save you.
Bro.
She's got you cornered 9 ways to hell. Isaiah fought to the end. When Laura gingerly removed his last piece from the board, he gave her a long, searching look and said, "Best of 3. She glanced at her watch. Don't even think of pleading that it's getting late, Isaiah warned. My championship is on the line. I'm putting 10 on Laura, Hank said loudly. Ho! Harv Coulter fished in his hip pocket for his wallet. I'll take that bet. She just got lucky. Nobody beats Isaiah at checkers. And Kendrick nudged her big, broad-shouldered husband in the ribs. Keith bent his dark head to hear what she said. Moments later, he was opening his wallet and held up a $20 bill. My money is on a lady. We gals have to stick together. Bethany grinned. I'm with you. Mama too. She held out a hand to her husband. Ryan. Money. Honey. I want to place a bet on Laura. Me. Too. Etta Parks cried. $10 on my granddaughter. I can't believe this, Isaiah complained. So far there's only one bet on me. He looked at Tucker. You gonna be a turncoat? 2. The next checkers game was the center of attention. Some people stood to have a better view of the board. Others made themselves comfortable on chairs. Isaiah and Laura, who'd begun the first game laughing, faced off during the second playoff, solemn and grimly intent on every move. By the time the game ended, Isaiah was vowing to brush up on his snowman building skills. Otherwise, he might find himself cooking a 7-course meal for his opponent. He gave her a calculating look. Never more than in that moment had he appreciated the gleam of intelligence that he saw in her hazel eyes. Do you play chess? He asked. She dimpled a cheek at him, jumped his last piece, and said, Not often. I'm not very good. Isaiah had an image to preserve. Want to make the third game a little more challenging? He asked. The winner is the undisputed champion. She shrugged and nodded her assent. Isaiah ran to get the chess set. That proved to be a mistake. An hour and a half later, When Laura said, "Checkmate," he stared incredulously at the board, muttering,
No way.
"I thought you said you weren't very good." She grinned mischievously and leaned across the board to whisper, "I lied." Chapter 10. The morning after Thanksgiving, Laura arrived at the clinic 10 minutes before 6. After entering the building, she locked back up and disabled the alarm. Then, just as she started to reset the system, a knock came at the door. She jumped with a start, began to answer the summons, and then thought better of it. Hands shaking, she entered her personal code and quickly rearmed the system. Only then did she approach the back door.
Who is it? She called.
"It's me."
James.
"Can you let me in for a second?" Laura's heart caught. Isaiah had asked her to call him if James ever came around when she was working a shift alone. She groped in her purse for her cell phone. "I just need to talk to you for a minute," he urged. Caught in indecision, Laura stared at her phone.
James.
Despite Isaiah's warnings, she found it difficult to believe that the young tech had had anything to do with the trouble at the clinic. James might have a crush on her. Laura wouldn't argue the point. But that didn't necessarily mean he was guilty of anything else. In fact, all her instincts told her just the opposite.
With a sigh,
she dropped the cell phone back into her purse. "Just a second."
James.
"I need to disarm the system." She stepped over to the console, turned off the alarm, then returned to the door and disengaged the locks. When the portal swung open, James hurried inside. He wore a bulky blue parka. His curly brown hair was mussed by the brisk morning wind. "Hi," he said, flashing a sheepish grin as he pushed the door closed. "You must be wondering what the heck I'm doing here." Laura had been wondering exactly that. The sun wasn't even up yet,
And it was his day off.
most people wanted to take advantage of that and sleep in. She was probably out of her mind to let him inside the building. But when she searched his eyes, she saw nothing sinister. "It is pretty early," she settled for saying. He turned and locked the door. "Yeah. Well." He folded his arms as he turned back toward her. "Early's good. Actually. I'd just as soon nobody else knows about me stopping by." For just an instant Laura felt uneasy. But before the feeling could take a firm hold, James said, "About the other night, and my asking you to spend Thanksgiving with me. When Isaiah called me right afterward, I about had a heart attack." "You did?" "Why?" He sighed and raked a hand through his hair. His motions agitated. "There's a rule here that employees aren't supposed to date." I thought he was going to fire me.
Oh.
"No," Laura whispered with genuine dismay.
Oh. Yeah.
James nodded and scratched his chin. "You're a very pretty lady, Laura. And there's no denying the chemistry between us." I felt it.
Anyway.
But no way can I put my job on the line. I hope you understand. Laura had no idea what to say. "I really love this job," he hurried to add. "Isaiah's been totally cool about letting me study on the side to get my tech credentials. Last year, he even gave me time off and paid for me to get my X-ray certification. At my last review, we talked about my going to college next year. Maybe to become a full-fledged assistant like Belinda. He's willing to keep my position open while I'm away at school and kick in on my tuition. That'd be a really sweet deal for me." "Yes, it would," Laura agreed, not at all surprised to hear of Isaiah's generosity. "So, you can totally understand why this thing between us has to stop before we get in too deep."
Oh,
Yes. He looked deeply into her eyes. I think it could be really special between us. Laura. I honestly do. But who can say for certain? My future here at the clinic is a pretty sure thing. All I have to do is keep my nose clean. It was all Laura could do not to smile. Then, that is what you must do. James. He gave her another soulful look. I wish it could be different. A few people here have dated on the side. And nobody ever found out. They were lucky, Laura was quick to say.
no. James.
The risk is too great for you. Your whole future is on the line. She swallowed hard. Some things aren't meant to be. Totally. It's just, he broke off and gave her another melancholy look. If only. You know. Laura put a hand on his jacket sleeve. We can be friends. There's no rule against that. Is there? The tension eased from his shoulders and he grinned. Nope. Friendship is okay. Returning his smile. Laura said. Friendship it will be. Then. He sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. Then his gaze sharpened on hers. Isaiah doesn't suspect.
Does he?
He sounded sort of weird when he called me. No, she assured him. Isaiah has no idea. It's our secret. Thank God. When he called, I broke out in a cold sweat. I just knew he'd found us out. He was nice and everything. But I could have sworn I heard a hint of suspicion in his voice. Laura shook her head. I don't think so. Isaiah has a lot on his mind at times. Maybe that was it. I hope so. He puffed out his cheeks with an expelled breath. We're agreed.
Then.
From here on out we'll be friends and nothing more. Friends and nothing more. With a glance at her watch, Laura reached to unlock the door. Out of here. It's almost 6. The alarm sends a signal each time a code is entered. I don't want the record to show that I started work late. There would be questions. This way I can say I forgot something in my car to explain why I disarmed the system. Oh, he swung around to leave. Once the door was open, he glanced back. Thanks for understanding. Laura. No problem. I'm just glad you came by to talk with me. It only seemed fair. My decision affects you as much as it does me. Laura was still smiling a moment later when she activated the alarm. Isaiah had been correct on one count. She'd been involved in the romance of a lifetime. She simply hadn't known it. At a little before 10, Laura nearly jumped out of her skin at the sound of footsteps on the concrete behind her. She fumbled not to drop a bowl of dog food, and, whirling around, flattened her free hand at her throat, limp with relief when she saw Isaiah standing just outside the enclosure. Sorry, he said. I didn't mean to startle you. Well, you did. What are you doing here? He planted his hands at his hips. This morning, he wore a lined denim jacket, open at the front to reveal a red plaid shirt neatly tucked into a belted pair of faded Wranglers. His dark hair lay in silky waves over his high forehead, some of the strands so long they touched his brows. You haven't been here alone for a while. I just wanted to stop by and check on you. Laura couldn't help but feel touched. I'm fine. No problems. For an instant she considered not telling him about James's early morning visit. But honesty was always the best policy. Not a problem. Really. Isaiah's expression became more intent.
What?
James dropped by to talk with me. Isaiah's jaw muscle started to ripple. I thought we agreed that you'd call me if he came around. I'm sorry. Laura could think of little to say in her own defense. Letting James into the building hadn't been the smartest decision she'd ever made. I got out my cell phone and almost did. But I just couldn't believe he posed a threat. What if you'd been wrong?
Damn it.
Laura. If the guy is a fruitcake, he could go from pussycat to tiger in a blink. You could have been hurt, lying here for hours waiting for help to come. But he isn't a fruitcake. My instinct was right. She went on to recount the conversation with James. Toward the end of her tale, Isaiah's eyes were twinkling with laughter. He thought I called that night to fire him? Laura nodded. That's what he said. I think that's why he wouldn't go to dinner at your parents' house. He felt sure you were on to us. His firm mouth slid into a slow grin. Well, I was right on one count. He fancies himself in love with you. Laura bent to give the dog a farewell pat before exiting the cage. Not anymore. To protect his future, we've agreed that we have to ignore our feelings and just be friends. Isaiah chuckled. A great sacrifice for both of you. I take it? Laura gave him an innocent look. Of course. I think James feels bad about choosing his job over me. But, as he pointed out, we're not a sure thing. And the job is. I had to applaud his good sense. His future is at stake. Isaiah shook his head. You're a sweetheart. You know it? A lot of women would have told him he presumed too much and where to get off. Laura dropped the gate latch and tugged to make sure it had caught. Why do that? He already wanted out. No matter that you never even realized he was in? Laura shrugged and smiled. He's a nice young man. I wouldn't want to hurt his feelings. Like I said, a sweetheart. He fell into step with her as she moved up the center aisle. Glancing at his watch, he said, You're about finished here, aren't you?
Almost.
How about an early lunch? The invitation took her by surprise. She gave him a questioning look. Lunch. He flashed a crooked grin that gave her a glimmer of how devastatingly cute he must have been as a boy. Yeah. You know. He pretended to shovel food into his mouth. The meal most people eat midway between breakfast and dinner. You hungry? The bagel that Laura had eaten at 5 that morning had long since evaporated. Starving. Well, then? There's a great little diner in Old Town. Fabulous food. A view of the river. We can eat hot soup and watch the snowflakes drift down. Laura's eyes widened. It's snowing? That's one of the drawbacks of working in a huge building without many windows. A blizzard could happen, and you'd never even know. As Isaiah navigated stop-and-start traffic to reach the diner, he had to ask himself what the hell he was doing. Lunch? What was it about Laura that made him go brain dead?
So it was snowing.
Big deal. Just because she loved the white stuff and seeing it had made him think of her was no sign that he had to sit with her by a window and eat soup for lunch. He absolutely had to get a handle on the impulsive behavior that seemed to besiege him whenever he was around her. He wasn't in the market for a wife, and a wife was what he might get if he didn't damned well watch his step. A quick lunch, he promised himself. Afterward, he'd drop her off at the clinic to get her car, and from that moment forward, he'd stop this craziness before it got him in trouble. "Stop!" she suddenly shrieked. Isaiah's foot hit the brake almost before he registered the word. The Hummer's anti-lock brakes caught and then released as the vehicle went into a slide.
Ice.
It went hand in hand with snow. Even as he struggled to bring the heavy SUV to a safe stop, Laura was unbuckling her seatbelt and fumbling to open the passenger door.
"Oh, God," she cried.
"He'll get run over." Who would get run over? Before Isaiah could verbalize the question, Laura had spilled from the vehicle. They were still in a traffic lane, and cars were coming from both directions. Laura? Sweet Christ. Isaiah's heart shot clear into his throat when she careened, slipping and sliding on the ice and slush, around the front bumper of the Hummer, the only visible part of her the top of her blonde head.
"Laura."
He threw open the driver's side door, tried to leap out, and found himself anchored by the seat belt he'd forgotten to unlatch. A car skidded to a stop behind them, its front bumper getting too up close and personal with the rear end of the Hummer for Isaiah's peace of mind. "Laura," he yelled again when his boots finally connected with a slush-covered pavement. Through the downfall of snowflakes, he glimpsed the shimmer of her golden hair.
Damn.
She was jogging right up the center of the street, heedless of the automobiles that braked and fishtailed to avoid hitting her. "Have you lost your mind? Get back here." Isaiah's shouts never even slowed her down. Leaving the driver door open, he took off after her, shouting her name every few steps. Ahead of him, she'd finally stopped, her slender, denim-sheathed legs spread wide, her arms held out at her sides to stop traffic. Isaiah wore slick-soled Western boots and almost fell several times as he raced up the street. By the time he arrived at his destination, the cars going in both directions had come to a dead halt, and Laura was scooping an oversized puppy into her arms. "What the hell are you trying to do?" "Kill yourself?" he cried.
"Oh."
"Isaiah. Isn't he sweet?" Laura was nose to nose with the puppy. Before Isaiah could reply that the dog was the homeliest critter he'd ever clapped eyes on, she was making kiss-kiss noises. "Are you out of your mind?" he cried again. She gave him a wide-eyed, incredulous look. He was about to get run over. "I had to save him." The drivers of the cars backed up in both directions, bumper to bumper, were starting to blow their horns. Isaiah grasped Laura's arm. "We've got to get back in the Hummer. We're blocking traffic." Laura tightened her arms around the puppy. A second look at the mutt confirmed Isaiah's first impression. It was the ugliest puppy he'd ever seen. Oversized didn't say it by half. The thing had paws the size of flapjacks, and its block-shaped had promised to be massive in adulthood. Worse than the puppy's incredible size, though, was its coloring. It looked as if it were part Dalmatian, with Rottweiler ears tossed in for good measure, and the loose skin of a Shar-Pei to make homely downright ugly. The poor thing was white with black splotches and spots. Only the splotches and spots had run together, creating an overall blue effect. "Come on." Isaiah led Laura toward the Hummer. Once there, he said, "The cars have stopped now. You can turn him loose." Her eyes went as round as quarters. "I can't do that." Isaiah was starting to get a very bad feeling. He met her imploring gaze over the hood of the vehicle. "Why?" he asked cautiously. "Well, because." He hated it when women said that. Because. What the hell did that mean? In Isaiah's experience, it usually led to trouble. His mother used this tactic. So did his sister, Bethany, and all of his sisters-in-law. When they had no rational explanation for a decision, they always said, "Well, because," the overall implication being that no male of the species could possibly understand the intricacies of their reasoning, because all men were somewhat mentally impaired. "Laura," he said in a reasoning tone. He probably belongs to someone.
No, sir.
He has no collar.
Oh, boy.
Through the drifting snowflakes, he gave the dog a long look, ignoring the fact that people were now beginning to lay on their horns. Both the animal's eyes looked as if they'd been blacked, and its ears were oddly asymmetrical, one partially black and cocked forward over its right shiner, the other gray and hanging straight. The absence of a collar means nothing with a puppy, he tried. Some people don't put a collar on a dog until they're older. His ribs are poking out. I'm not leaving him. He was nearly killed. She looked at Isaiah as if he'd suddenly been transformed into a monster, a heartless puppy murderer. How can you ask me to do that?
Oh, boy.
Isaiah glanced at the cars. Those in the opposite lane were now starting to move, and the street was narrow. He would have to shut the Hummer door for them to get by.
He sighed,
accepting that this discussion would have to be resumed later. Get in the car then, he commanded. We're blocking traffic. With a puppy? Yes, he replied resignedly. With a puppy. Once all three of them were safely inside the Hummer, Isaiah drove slowly up the street. Laura crooned to the puppy, saying, Poor hapless baby. The windshield wipers went swish-whack. Swish-whack, pushing snow into mounds at either side of the glass. You can't keep him. Honey. Of course I can't. But I can find a home for him. She made more kiss-kiss noises and brushed her cheek over the top of the puppy's head. Isn't he darling? Isaiah had just been thinking that no one in his right mind would adopt the poor thing. He was the last person on earth to hold a dog's bloodlines against it, but this pup had a really bad case of the uglies. Laura held him as she might a baby, on his back in the crook of her arm, putting his nether regions in full view. Definitely a male. And he was going to be a huge animal. Normally, Isaiah could look at a mongrel and make an educated guess as to its origins, but this pup was a boiling pot with blotched fur. Part Mastiff, possibly? Those ears were definitely Rottweiler, though, and the loose, wrinkly skin around the head and shoulders still screamed Shar-Pei. Some fool hadn't kept the gate locked. Maybe several damned fools. A generous dose of Dalmatian blood had surely been tossed into the mix. Well, he said cheerfully, we'll just drop him off at the Humane Society before we go for lunch. How's that for an idea? No, she cried. What if no one adopts him?
So,
Isaiah thought sagely. He wasn't the only one who thought the pup's looks were lacking. A cutie like that? He'll get sprung from jail in a couple of days. Laura thrust out her chin. He isn't going to the pound. Pound? Sweetheart, the term is archaic. Isaiah fleetingly wondered when he had gone from calling her Laura to calling her sweetheart. Even worse, it felt really right. Nowadays, strays are in high cotton until they're adopted. They have bedding just like at the clinic, and all the volunteers who absolutely love animals take care of them. The Humane Society even has a website. They have pictures and write-ups about each animal. They also advertise on the radio. He has the best chance of finding a good home there. They screen applicants very carefully. I think we should call him Hapless, she said. Isn't that a cute name? It was almost the first thing I said. That he was a poor hapless baby. Inwardly, Isaiah groaned. He'd known that drawn out because would lead to trouble. Sweet. He caught himself and backtracked. Laura, he said with exaggerated patience, let's really think, okay? When he glanced over at her, the sharp gleam of intelligence in her eyes had been replaced by bewildered confusion. She clearly wasn't in the mood to be rational. Where will you keep him until you can find him a home? She just kept looking at him. At him. Isaiah returned his gaze to the road, saw that the light had turned red, and slammed on the brakes so hard that the puppy almost catapulted from Laura's arms into the dash. Jesus Christ. That is uncalled for, she said heatedly. Just because you're miffed is no excuse to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm sorry, when had she turned into his mother? It was just what? That he'd almost killed all of them, including the self-satisfied looking hapless. By running a red light? I can't keep a dog. If that's what you're thinking, he's not a dog. True. He was a spotted version of Attila the Hun. If not a dog, what is he? A tiny puppy. Tiny was not a word to describe that dog. Isaiah glanced askance at one of the paws dangling over Laura's arm. Well, puppy, dog, whatever. I can't keep him. Get it straight out of your head. 40 minutes later, Isaiah was making a bed for Hapless in the metal shop behind his house. As he plumped up an old pillow on a pile of towels and blankets, he found himself understanding his father for the first time in his life. More than once he'd watched his dad wage verbal war with his mother and always come out the loser. Given the fact that his mom wasn't much bigger than a minute and Harv Coulter was a rugged, well-muscled man who stood over 6 feet tall, Isaiah had never understood the dynamics that took place between his parents during an argument. How could a big man who'd never taken shit off anybody always end up the loser in a disagreement with his wife? Now Isaiah had an inkling. He couldn't recall volunteering to keep Hapless at his place, but somehow Laura had maneuvered him into it anyway. It was something about her eyes. She'd looked at him in a certain way, which in retrospect Isaiah could describe only as pathetic, and the first thing he knew, he'd been saying, well, okay, but only for a couple of days. Now here he was, creating a dog bed for a puppy who had missed his calling to the stage.
Oh, sweetie.
You like it here, Laura was saying in that slow, soft way of hers. You'll see. Isaiah is a vet. He'll take very good care of you. Hapless made a mournful sound, half whimper and half growl. When Isaiah glanced over his shoulder, he saw that Laura had crouched down to pet the puppy, which was now draped over her bent knee. Don't carry on so. Laura looked up. I'm afraid he'll get cold out here. There was absolutely no way that Isaiah meant to put a peeing puppy in his house.
Nah. He'll be fine.
Dogs are amazingly resilient. He isn't a dog. He's just a baby. He was also a con artist, Isaiah thought, but that was beside the point. Laura had taken the bait, hook, line, and sinker, and Isaiah couldn't quite bring himself to tell her no. What was that all about? He'd never had a problem telling a woman no. It was a simple word, no, and it could be expressed in several creative ways by simply saying no, or by saying, no way, babe. In pressing situations, he'd even been known to tell a woman, no damned way. But somehow, with Laura, not even the short, straight-to-the-point version had found its way to his lips. Do you have a heating pad?
Christ.
Next thing Isaiah knew, the damned mutt would be sharing his bed.
No.
A heating pad's not necessary. He was wandering the streets. Laura. This shop is warm enough. It'll seem like a palace to him.
Oh.
Sweetie, she whispered, her tone aching with sympathy. I wish I could take you home with me. He'll be fine, Laura. He's got plenty of food. Isaiah pointed to the sack of Science Diet puppy kibble that they'd picked up at the clinic. That stuff isn't cheap, you know. It's the canine version of T-bone steak. And he's got water and chew bones. Not to mention a nice bed. He'll be absolutely fine out here for a couple of days. Just as a precaution, Isaiah tacked on, He'll only be here long enough for you to find someone to adopt him, right? Laura nodded and kissed the top of the puppy's head. You'll be fine. Hapless. Yes. You will. Hapless groaned and whimpered, stretching his neck as far as possible to lick Laura's face. Isaiah straightened and put his hands on his hips, a typical stance for a Coulter male when he felt outflanked. He'd seen his father and all his married brothers assume the same posture when they tried to reason with their wives. I don't know about you, but I'm famished. Let's leave Hapless to eat his lunch while we go have ours.
Groan.
Whimper.
Groan.
Isaiah could have sworn the mottled, overgrown puppy had a Mensa IQ. And he was quickly becoming convinced that this particular canine had played the part of Romeo Montague in a former life. Come on.
Honey.
I've agreed to put him up for a few days. He's got great accommodations here. What else do you want? She gave him a look that made him wish he hadn't asked. I'd just feel better if he were in the house, where it's warmer. He's so little and helpless. What kind of person dumps a tiny puppy on a busy downtown street? Isaiah raked a hand through his hair. I don't know why people dump animals. Period. Let alone a young puppy, he finally replied. The admission forced Isaiah to take a mental step back and try to analyze his unreasoning reaction to this puppy. He was a vet. He spent every hour of every day devoting himself to the welfare of all kinds of animals. Why, then, did this young dog, who'd never done anything to deserve this kind of abuse, make him feel so resentful? Normally, Isaiah loved all animals on sight, but he'd taken an instant dislike to Hapless, undoubtedly because Laura had so foolishly put herself in danger to rescue him. Every time Isaiah remembered how she dashed out into traffic, causing countless drivers to slam on their brakes to avoid hitting her, he did a slow burn. Even worse, each time he recalled how the automobiles had fishtailed on the ice, his balls shriveled to the size of peanuts. Okay, he thought, this isn't about the dog. Only if it wasn't about the dog, what the hell was it about? Laura, he guessed, and admitting that, even to himself, was going to take him places he was reluctant to go. It seemed a lot safer, all around, to blame the entire incident on the dog. It was a lot less complicated, at least. He'll be fine out here for a little while, he offered. I have the day off. After we have lunch, I'll come home and check on him. Laura sighed. Then, after she'd gazed deeply into the puppy's eyes, her expression went all soft and luminous. He is so darling. Don't you think? Isaiah stepped around to give the puppy an assessing look. He was sort of cute,
He guessed.
Sometimes babies and puppies could be so ugly, they were oddly appealing. After returning Laura to the clinic parking lot after lunch, Isaiah headed toward home to check on Hapless, as promised. He had just turned onto Old Mill Road where his house was located when his pager beeped. When he phoned in to get the message, he pulled a U-turn and rushed back to the clinic. A dog had raided its owner's garbage can and dined on the remains of a turkey carcass wrapped in tinfoil. Unfortunately for the dog, the owners suspected that more foil than turkey had found its way into the animal's stomach. Belinda came in to assist Isaiah in surgery. Preliminary X-rays showed a blockage in the large intestine, so the operation was more complicated than Isaiah had first hoped. When he had finally closed up, Belinda gave him an inviting smile. How about a hamburger? It's about time to eat. And I'm starved. The atmosphere in a hamburger joint was pretty safe. And given the fact that Belinda had just sacrificed a whole afternoon to help him out, Isaiah would have liked to buy her supper to show his appreciation. I'm sorry, Belinda. I have a young boarder at home, And I need to go check on him. A boarder? Her eyes gleamed with curiosity. Do tell. Isaiah recounted the harrowing rescue of Hapless. It was one of the few tales he'd ever told that required no embellishment to make it interesting.
Oh.
He sounds so precious. Belinda cried. Hapless. What a cute name. It's the only cute thing about him. Isaiah went on to describe the puppy. He looks like he fought with an ugly stick and lost.
Poor little guy.
Laura is convinced she can find a home for him. No problem. But I'm not so sure. Belinda smiled.
Ah. Now.
He can't be that bad. If nothing else, maybe Laura can keep him.
No way.
Even if her landlord would relent and allow her to have a pet. Her place isn't really suitable. You've been there? Yeah. A couple of times. Isaiah pictured the small rooms chock full of breakable knickknacks, and a grown Hapless slapping them from the tables with his tail. No fenced area, and hardly room to turn around in the house itself. It'd never work. Belinda's smile faded. That's too bad. Hopefully some kind soul will take him. Poor little fellow. An hour later, Isaiah discovered that the poor little fellow had gone on a chewing rampage in the shop building. An entire new pack of shop towels, made from particularly strong and absorbent paper to absorb grease, had not been able to withstand his puppy teeth. The interior of the building looked as if it had been heavily sprinkled with confetti. Isaiah might have just shrugged and hauled out the shop vac to clean up the mess, but when he went to get the barrel-shaped vacuum, he found that the hose now had holes in it. Even worse, his nylon ski bag had been torn open, and every Velcro strap had been cleanly removed from his $300 ski boots. No, he yelled. Not my boots. Hapless was lying on his pillow, looking altogether too innocent and unconcerned. Isaiah stalked toward him. You miserable, vicious little cur. What else did you destroy while I was gone? I left you chew bones. Why didn't you teeth on those? The puppy's response was a deep, happy-sounding growl. He bounded from his bed to attack Isaiah's pant leg. Once the denim was secure between his sharp teeth, he braced on all fours and backed away, dragging Isaiah's foot with him. Let go. I'm mad at you.
Let go,
I said. In the end, Isaiah had to pick the puppy up to rescue his jeans. Growling again, Hapless immediately began licking Isaiah's face. She should have named you Growler. Better yet, how about Velcro Breath? That suits you better. Isaiah turned to survey the remaining valuables inside the shop and was glad to see that his wall tent had escaped the puppy's notice. Well, this cinches it. You'll have to sleep in the utility room until Laura finds you a home. Chapter 11. Isaiah awakened to mournful howls, followed by a quick succession of shrill yips. He groaned, rolled over to peer through the darkness at the red digital readout of his alarm clock, and pulled the pillow over his head. 2 o'clock in the morning? It was a holiday weekend, one of his few opportunities to get a full night's sleep, and that ungrateful little wretch wanted to get up at 2 in the morning? No way. As though sensing that Isaiah had covered his ears, Hapless raised his volume a notch. Yip, yip, yip howl. Over and over the sounds reverberated through the house, growing louder and louder. Isaiah tried to ignore them. He tried using 2 pillows to block out the noise, but succeeded only in almost smothering himself. He even tried counting the yips as if they were sheep in an attempt to go back to sleep. Finally, he slapped back the covers, swung out of bed, and stormed through the house. All right. Damn it. You win. He opened the utility room door. But it's only for a couple of nights. Understand? The minute Laura finds a home for you, you're out of here. Just as Isaiah said that, he stepped in something cold and squishy with his bare foot. Son of a bitch. He was too far from the door to flip on the light. Judging by the smell, he stood in the middle of a puppy poop minefield. The dog food, he thought dismally. Puppies often got loose bowels if their diets were abruptly changed. Damn it, he said as the stuff oozed up between his toes. An hour later, after the utility room was cleaned and both Isaiah and Hapless were freshly showered, the pair snuggled down for a long winter's nap in Isaiah's bed. In Isaiah's estimation, it was the only way he would get any sleep. Hopefully Hapless wouldn't cry if he could curl up against a warm body, and this way Isaiah would wake up if the puppy needed to go outside. As Isaiah's eyes drifted closed, he gruffly whispered, "Don't get used to this, Mutt." Hapless emitted a happy little growl and thrust his wet nose in Isaiah's armpit. Over the next week, Isaiah frequently repeated that refrain, or facsimiles thereof. It's only temporary. The last thing I need or want is a dog. Got it? These proclamations generally came on the heels of a notable event, such as the purchase of Hapless' first bed, a huge, contoured thing made of foam cushions and lined with sheepskin, or after a visit to the pet shop, where Isaiah and Hapless could shop together for puppy toys. A pastime they frequently engaged in after they left the clinic in the evening. Oh, yes, Hapless accompanied Isaiah to work. It was the only practical solution, Isaiah told himself. Otherwise, the puppy chewed on everything except his toys while Isaiah was gone. At the clinic, Hapless could be around people, and there wasn't much that he could damage. It was also an ideal place to housebreak a puppy, with indestructible floors and lots of watchful adults to escort Hapless outside before he had accidents. "I am not keeping that dog," Isaiah was often heard to say to anyone who would listen, and in the beginning he meant it. But after a week, a bond between man and dog began to be forged. At the clinic, Hapless followed at Isaiah's heels everywhere he went, parting company with his unwilling master only when a door was closed in his face. At home, Isaiah discovered that having a dog around made the big, empty rooms feel less lonely. Hapless particularly enjoyed their homecomings. En route to the house, he bounded wildly around the yard, still so short of leg that he sometimes disappeared entirely in the drifts of snow. Then, the moment Isaiah opened the door, the puppy ran excitedly through the house, growling and barking as he sniffed out his toys. The second week, Isaiah sought Laura out once a day to ask, "Has anyone responded to the ad yet?" The ad Isaiah referred to was a 3-line description of Hapless in the Lost and Found section of the Central Oregon Bargain Shopper, a small weekly newspaper with cheap ad space that practically everyone read. "No," Laura always replied. "I check with Val every day to see if anyone's called, and so far nothing. I don't think anyone is going to claim him." At the end of the week, Isaiah came to a decision that surprised no one but him. "Just cancel the ad," he told Laura. "No one's going to claim him, and it doesn't look like you're going to find him a home." "I'll keep him." "Really?" Laura struggled not to smile, for it was apparent to everyone at the clinic that Isaiah had fallen in love with the big, clumsy puppy. "Are you sure, Isaiah?" "My friends the Kesslers are still talking about taking him." Isaiah frowned and then shook his head. "There are plenty of other strays out there that need homes. Hapless has settled in with me. It'd be mean to uproot him again." Laura knew it was ornery, but she couldn't resist saying, "You think he's ugly,
Though.
wouldn't you rather get a dog you like?" Isaiah narrowed an eye at her. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" "I didn't like him at first, And now you're rubbing it in. A guy can change his mind, can't he? Of course. Just then Hapless entered the kennels. When he saw Isaiah, he bounded up the center aisle, growling happily and wagging his tail so hard that his whole body whipped back and forth. Laura crouched down to greet the puppy. "Well, I guess you're here to stay," she said as she stroked the puppy's head. To Isaiah she added, "A clinic dog instead of a cat. I'm glad it's worked out between you. He needed a home, and you needed a dog to love. It must have been fate." "Maybe so." Isaiah hunkered down, too. They fell silent for a moment, petting the puppy that squirmed with delight between them. "I didn't know I needed a dog, but I guess maybe I did. I really like having him around. It's weird, actually, how the best things in my life are always the things that happen along when I least expect them." Laura got a wet puppy kiss on the mouth. She laughed and sputtered. Yuck. Her amusement faded as she met Isaiah's gaze. He was looking at her oddly, almost speculatively. "What?" she asked. "Nothing. I was just thinking." "About what?" A mischievous gleam slipped into his eyes. "That's for me to know, and you to find out, I reckon." What Isaiah couldn't tell Laura, what he could scarcely admit to himself, was that she was one of the wonderful things in his life that had just happened along when he least expected it. If not for Laura, the clinic wouldn't have been a glitter with Christmas lights and garlands. If not for Laura, there wouldn't be a staff Christmas party planned. If not for Laura, the fridge and cupboards would still be empty every time he went foraging for food. If not for Laura, he might never have gotten a dog because he'd always considered himself to be far too busy to care for a pet. If not for Laura, ever since he'd hired her that October evening, she'd been systematically altering his world. Everyone at the clinic seemed to laugh more now that she was around. Coffee breaks were no longer brief, dreary affairs where people sipped bitter brew, wishing for cream or sugar. Thanks to Laura, the condiments were well stocked, and along with the coffee there were always cookies, donuts, and cinnamon rolls, all of them tasting homemade. Isaiah no longer felt as exhausted when he left the clinic at night because he now ate snacks throughout his workday and didn't drain his energy stores to such critically low levels.
Laura.
When Isaiah tried to recall what it had been like at the clinic before her arrival, he had difficulty remembering. It was the oddest thing, but he felt as if she'd been a part of his life forever. For that reason, he was vastly relieved that nothing more untoward occurred at the clinic while she was working. If someone had been plotting to get Laura fired, and Isaiah would always believe that had been the case, then the enhanced security procedures and the candid comments that both he and Tucker had made at the staff meeting had discouraged the perpetrator. Late in the afternoon in mid-December, Isaiah was about to call it a day when a pregnant Rottweiler was rushed into the clinic. The dog had been left at home alone while her owners were at work, and she'd gone into labor. As sometimes happened with first litters, the Rottweiler experienced complications and started to hemorrhage. By the time her owners returned home, the dog was near death. The instant Isaiah saw her, he knew it would take a miracle to save her. Pale gums, cold lips, dull eyes. "C-section," he yelled. "Belinda. Angela. I need you."
Stut.
Everyone rushed to get a table ready. And, with efficient speed, Susan prepped the dog. In the end, though, all the hurry was for naught. The animal had lost too much blood, and she died during surgery. Isaiah felt sick about it. She was a beautiful dog, a purebred with fabulous markings and conformation. He left his techs to care for the pups and went to the waiting area to speak with the dog's owners, a husband and wife who sat huddled in a corner. Isaiah guessed they were in their mid-30s, professionals judging by their dress, the man in a blood-smeared street coat over a tailored gray suit, the woman in a dark skirt and blazer. She was sobbing on her husband's shoulder, saying, "Oh, God, I hope she'll be okay. My poor, poor Phoebe." "Hello," Isaiah said, extending his right hand to the man. "I'm Dr. Coulter. The fellow patted his wife's shoulder and gently pushed her away as he stood up to shake Isaiah's hand. How is she? Doc. Before Isaiah could reply, the woman cried. She went into labor while we were at work.
Ah.
Isaiah might have pointed out that leaving the dog alone near her due date had been irresponsible. But that would only have made the situation worse. The people had learned their lesson the hard way and would do better the next time. That happens sometimes. The woman nodded and sniffed. When we got home, there was blood everywhere. We had made her a birthing bed in our closet. Her voice went high and thin. She was just lying there like she was dead. Experience had taught Isaiah that bad news was best delivered quickly and simply. That made it no easier for him to say what had to be said. I'm so sorry. But Phoebe didn't make it. The woman covered her face with her hands. The man made a strangled sound and bent his head. We did our best to save her. Isaiah always felt helpless at times like this. But we were too late. We lost her on the table. I shouldn't have left her alone, the woman cried brokenly.
Oh.
God. My poor Phoebe. Complications like these aren't something anyone can predict, Isaiah said gently. It's always easy to second-guess ourselves after the fact, but all that accomplishes is to make us feel worse. What you need to focus on right now is that you loved her and did your best to give her a good home. Not all dogs are so fortunate. The woman's husband inserted. That's right.
Honey.
Don't start blaming yourself. We had no way of knowing that she'd have problems. He glanced at Isaiah. We did everything to make her comfortable. We just had no idea. Isaiah nodded. Next time around you'll know from experience that complications can arise. But you didn't know that this morning. He waited for the woman's sobs to abate somewhat. Then he said, I don't know if this will be any comfort. But we were able to save Phoebe's puppies. You saved them? The woman's eyes lit with hope. Isaiah smiled. She left you 13 beautiful babies. I got only a glimpse of them before I came out to talk with you. But they all looked healthy. The woman sent her husband a wet, tremulous smile.
Oh. Stanley.
Did you hear that? Her babies made it. Stanley shook his head. Their mother's gone.
Nan.
We can't take on 13 puppies when we're both working like we are. Isaiah held up a hand. There are puppy formulas available. Orphan newborns can do very nicely. You just have to bottle feed them every 2 hours. Every 2 hours? Nan echoed. All day and all night? Isaiah nodded. In cases like this, most people wean the pups at 4 weeks. It'll be a rough month.
I won't kid you about that.
But Phoebe was a beautiful dog. It's my guess that her puppies will sell for a lot of money. Perhaps, considering the financial reward of such an endeavor, one of you can afford to take a month off from work. Stanley shook his head again. I can get time off for emergencies, but the death of a dog doesn't qualify. He looked at his wife. And you have the art show in 2 weeks. You can't drop the ball right now. Nan wiped her cheeks. I own an art gallery. Isaiah said again. It was his favorite word at times like this. Non-committal. Meaningless. People could take it to mean whatever they liked. You know how it is, Stanley went on, rubbing his brow as though his head hurt. Nan's running herself ragged 24/7 right now. And I'm a project manager, trying to meet a deadline. He looked sadly at his wife. We have to be practical.
Honey,
There's just no way we can do it. What are you saying? That we should have them put down? Stanley looked at Isaiah. Would anyone here be interested in bottle feeding a litter of pups? You're right about Phoebe's being a nice dog. She had champion German bloodlines, and the stud had equally impressive ancestry. Depending on their quality, the pups will sell for anywhere from $1,800 to $2,500 apiece. Isaiah could promise nothing. I can ask my techs. Maybe one of them will be interested. In return for pick of the litter, we'd be willing to sign off on all the other pups. He glanced at his wife. Right, Nan? Somebody could make a lot of money, and we'd get one of Phoebe's puppies. Nan's mouth trembled as she attempted to smile.
oh. Yes.
That would be wonderful. Isaiah nodded. I'll pass the word. Maybe one of my techs will take them on. If not, what would you like me to do? Stan's expression grew grim. If nobody's interested in bottle feeding them, we'll have no choice but to put them down. None of the techs could bottle feed 13 puppies for the next month. Isaiah had no idea what the stories were in Tucker's wing, but in his own, everyone had a reason that made such an endeavor impossible. Trish wept as she refused the offer, but between her job, a husband, 2 kids, and a pair of rambunctious Airedales, she was already stretched too thin. Susan lived with her mother and didn't have room for 13 puppies in so small a house. Belinda lived in an apartment that didn't allow pets, as did Angela, James, and Mike. Isaiah considered trying to raise the puppies himself, but when he got down to the practicalities, he knew it was an insane idea. The first couple of weeks the puppies would have to be fed every 2 to 3 hours, making it impossible to leave them at the clinic overnight. There was a 4-hour lapse after night shift ended until 6 in the morning, when the clinic opened, and it would be at least another hour, if not more, before someone could devote time to the puppies. Such young dogs needed to be fed frequently and regularly. Isaiah would have to take the puppies home every night so they wouldn't miss a feeding. What would happen if he got called back in on an emergency? He couldn't cart around 13 puppies everywhere he went. With a heavy heart, Isaiah prepared to euthanize the litter. He'd just filled a syringe with anesthetic, which would be injected into each puppy's heart, when Laura entered the surgery. Isaiah was surprised to see her. It was almost 6 o'clock. Her afternoon shift had ended 2 hours earlier. Hi, she called as she crossed the room to take an inventory of the snack supplies before she left. What are you still doing here? Isaiah asked, his tone just a little sharper than he intended. I was sitting with Rambo. His leg still hurts. Rambo, a pit bull mix, had jumped off a deck onto cement and fractured a front leg. It wasn't unusual for Laura to hang around when one of her charges needed a little extra TLC, but today Isaiah really wished she hadn't. She would not be happy if she learned that 13 puppies were about to be put down. He already felt bad enough. If she started to cry, and it was a sure bet that she would, he wasn't sure he'd be able to do what had to be done. He gazed after her as she stepped into the adjoining cloakroom. When she emerged a moment later, juggling her purse as she pulled on a jacket, she spotted the puppies.
Oh.
How sweet. Isaiah hadn't bothered to ask Laura if she would be interested in bottle feeding the babies. Her landlord had a strict no-pet policy. Don't look at them, Trish told Laura with a loud sniff. It'll only break your heart. Isaiah has to put all of them to sleep. Why? Laura's eyes widened with dismay. As she moved across the room toward Isaiah, her gaze remained fixed on the squirming black puppies lying on the towel. What's wrong with them? Nothing, he replied. Their mother died. The owners can't bottle feed them because they both work. For the next several days, they'll need to be fed every 2 hours. Or they won't make it. After that, it'll be every 3 hours. At least. Until they're weaned. Laura curled a slender hand over one of the puppies. Isaiah knew by her expression that she was frantically trying to think of a way to take on the job. Forget it.
Honey.
Your landlord would blow a gasket. He thumbed the syringe plunger to spurt a little anesthetic. It's just one of those things. We all hate it. But that's the downside of veterinary medicine. Sometimes I dance on clouds when I leave here. Tonight I'll feel like hell. No, Laura whispered. Her gaze flashed to his. And she said the word again. Louder this time. No, her larynx bobbed as she swallowed. You can't kill them. Isaiah. In 3 or 4 weeks they'll be big enough to eat normal food. Isaiah saw her heart shining in those big, hazel eyes. Sweetheart. What else can I do?
Sweetheart?
Where had that come from? You can't keep them at your place. No one else can do it. Either. 13 puppies? Think about it. Let me call Graham, she said in a quavering voice. Maybe she'll let me keep them there. Isaiah sighed and capped the syringe. Okay. Go for it. It's not like I want to do this. Laura returned to the cloakroom to make the call. Moments later, when she reappeared, Isaiah knew without asking that her grandmother had said no. Her eyes were swimming with tears. Her chin was trembling. She came over to the table and picked up one of the tiny, wrinkle-faced puppies. After brushing her cheek the length of its small black body, she laid it back on the towel. New carpet, she said softly. Indoor, outdoor, in the kitchen and baths. If they got out of the box, they'd ruin her rugs. She gave him a final, agonized look and then fled from the surgery. The door swung closed behind her with such force that it jiggled on the hinges. Isaiah stared thoughtfully after her and then lowered his gaze to the puppies. Damn it. He despised this part of his job. Maybe someone at the Humane Society would take them, Trish suggested with forced cheer. We could call and see, Belinda agreed. Angela piped in with, if that's a dead end, why not call around to some other vets? There's got to be someone out there who'd like to make some extra money doing a good deed. Isaiah stepped over to the hazardous waste receptacle and pushed the capped syringe through the flap. I have a better idea. Would you get a blanket from the warmer and cover the puppies? Trish? I don't want them getting chilled while I'm away. Where are you going? She asked. Isaiah grinned mysteriously. I'll be back shortly. Laura was about to climb into her car when a shout stopped her short. Recognizing Isaiah's voice, she turned to look back. Shrugging into a jacket, he moved toward her through the dusky gloom, his breath forming puffs of steam. She waited while he picked his way across the icy parking lot. When he reached her, he drew to a stop and gazed at the darkening sky for a long moment. I've got a proposition for you, he finally said. Laura tossed her purse in the car. She felt helplessly angry and was battling tears. What's that? A lazy grin moved slowly across his mouth, deepening the creases in his lean cheeks. You ready for a really wild idea? His eyes shimmered like molten silver in the fading light, in startling contrast to his dark hair and skin. How about you staying out at my place to take care of the puppies until they're weaned? Laura took in the words. But for a moment their meaning danced inside her brain like droplets of water on a red-hot griddle.
What? His grin broadened.
I told you it was a wild idea. But it's not really when you think about it. I've got all wood floors or tile. A litter of puppies can't really hurt anything. You want me to stay at your house? She asked incredulously.
Yeah.
When I built the place, I went for broke and put in 5 bedrooms. Someday, not anytime soon of course, I hope to get married and have a family. So it's not like I don't have room. My brother Jake has a plastic wading pool out in the barn. They work great for a litter of newborn puppies. You just toss in some towels for bedding, and the slick sides keep them from climbing out. When they get older, we can get one of those portable wire kennels and cover the floor with newspaper. Laura couldn't think what to say. You'll have to bring them with you when you come to work, he tacked on. That'll be a major pain in the ass. But once you get here you can put them in one of the kennels until you're ready to leave. Could be that you'll even be able to recruit volunteers to help feed them while you're working. Almost from the start Laura had been battling her feelings for this man. Now she lost the war. He had such a good heart. How could she help but love him? He was, without question, the handsomest man she'd ever known, and now, by making this offer, he had convinced her that he was also the kindest. She wanted to throw her arms around his strong neck and give him a great big kiss. Not a good situation. Staying at his place would be a recipe for heartbreak. As it was, she struggled to keep her feelings for him in check. How could she possibly hope to do that if she saw him constantly, not only at work, but at home as well? They'd probably share meals. There might even be times when they'd spend an evening watching television together. She'd be like a chocolate lover living in a chocolate factory, endlessly subjected to temptation but unable to indulge her cravings. If it weren't for the puppies, Laura would have declined the offer. But how could she possibly do that when 13 lives hung in the balance? Yes, she needed to protect her heart. But at what cost? If watching out for herself meant that those puppies had to die, the price was way too high. Come on, he urged with a low laugh. It's not like I'm a stranger. No funny business. I promise. I'm not worried about that. Laura took a bracing breath. If only. Butterflies of dread attacked her stomach. It's a lovely offer. Isaiah. How can I say no? Now you're talking. He struck the heel of his boot against a patch of ice, sending shards flying. We've got puppy formula here at the clinic. One of us can stop at a department store tonight and pick up some doll bottles. Until then we can feed them with a syringe. Laura's thoughts were going in circles. I'll need to pack some clothes. And my fridge. I can't just leave stuff in there to spoil. No problem. Go home. Do whatever you have to do. I'll swing by Jake's to get the wading pool and take the puppies on out to my place. We'll manage fine until you arrive. I'll get them settled in and feed them. After you do everything at your apartment, can you swing by a department store to get some doll bottles? He went on to describe the kind they would need. To make feeding time simpler, I'd get 13 if you can. I'll pay for them. Just bring me the receipt. I'm not sure I can find your house. The day we took Hapless out, I didn't watch the way. He gestured toward the clinic with a swing of his head. I'll draw you a map. That evening was one of the busiest in Laura's memory. After stopping by her apartment to remove perishables from the fridge and pack personal items for her stay at Isaiah's house, she went to town for doll bottles. Small bottles with pliable nipples, suitable for a puppy's mouth, weren't easy to find. She finally ran across some in a dollar store, the plus side being that they were inexpensive, the downside being that she had had to make 5 stops before she found them. By the time she reached Isaiah's, it was almost 8 o'clock. As she parked in the circular drive, she stared in awe at the huge log house, which looked entirely different at night than it had during the day. Butter yellow light poured through the massive front windows, which stretched clear from the floor to the lofty peak of the center gable. Smaller gables flanked it on each side, sporting French doors that opened onto second-story balconies. Directional flood lamps had been tucked among the shrubs that bordered the home's foundation. Light fanned upward from the snow-laden greenery to bathe the logs in an amber glow. Laura had just exited her car and pushed the driver's seat forward to retrieve stuff from the back seat when Isaiah and Hapless emerged from the house. The puppy gave a happy bark and came tumbling down the steps to greet her. Isaiah's grin was just as welcoming. "I was worried that you'd gotten lost," he called as he descended the steps with considerably more grace than the puppy.
No.
The map was great. Laura set a cardboard box on the roof of her car and bent back inside to grab an oversized satchel stuffed with clothing. "It just took me longer than I hoped. I had trouble finding the bottles. Most stores don't carry them anymore. Little girls don't play with baby dolls like they used to. You found some, I hope." Laura held up a sack. 13. The clerk made sure I counted right. "I think they'll work." He took the bag and opened it toward the light. "Right on. These will do great." Arms laden with belongings. Laura bumped the car door closed with her hip. "I went to 5 stores before I found them." 5?
Geesh.
He stepped over to take the box and overnight case from the top of the Mazda. "You must be beat." "A little." Working in tandem, they began carrying her things to the house and depositing them just inside the front door. As they went back and forth, they spoke in starts and stops. He told her that he'd fed the puppies with a syringe and put them in the wading pool for a snooze. "I called the people who owned their mother. When the puppies are weaned, they'd like to have their pick of the litter. You can sell the others and keep the money." When Laura heard how much each puppy might bring, she couldn't believe her ears. "How much did you say?" "You heard me," he said with a grin. "If they all live, and I see no reason why they shouldn't, this endeavor will be very profitable." Laura hadn't given a thought to the financial rewards. "I didn't know a dog could cost that much."
Oh. Yeah.
Certain breeds.
Anyway.
Evidently the mother and father were both show quality. German bloodlines.
They said.
Some of the puppies will command a very high price. When they had carried everything inside, Isaiah closed the front door and swung a hand to encompass the house. "Welcome to my humble abode." Laura took in the spacious living room, which seemed all the larger because it was almost empty. A wrought iron chandelier hung from the center beam of the knotty pine ceiling. Its mellow light combined with that of a fire crackling cheerfully in a large rock fireplace at the opposite end of the room to wash the unadorned log walls with amber. 2 burgundy beanbag chairs sat before the raised hearth. A big screen television was the only other piece of furniture. "It's a great house. Empty, but pretty." She wondered why he had no sofa or regular chairs. But before she could think of a polite way to ask, he said, "I keep meaning to do something with the rooms, but I never seem to find the time." "Oh." Laura bit back a smile. That was so like Isaiah. Always racing from one task to the next, with never enough hours in his day. Finding the right pieces takes a lot of time, and it's not something you should rush. Once you get a couch and chairs, you'll be stuck with them for a while. Exactly. He gave her a speculative look. You'd be good at it. I bet. Good at what? Picking out furniture. I thought about hiring a decorator. But every time I start to call, I chicken out and hang up.
Why?
He sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. I don't know. Tucker's decorator did a great job with his place. It's just. He gestured with his hand. I'm afraid she'd do it up fancy like his. And I'd hate that. I want my home to reflect my personality, not someone else's. You know what I'm saying? Laura understood exactly what he meant. It wouldn't do for some decorator to come in there and create a spectacular showplace with delicate knickknacks cluttering every surface. Isaiah was a hardworking man with an outdoorsy lifestyle. He needed furniture and wall decorations that suited his personality. Laura envisioned a durable leather sofa and oversized easy chairs, flanked by distressed wood tables, chunky, comfortable furniture in keeping with the style of the house and the man who lived there. As she stepped farther into the room, she ran her gaze over the loft above her. She loved the railing, made of yet more logs. None of them planed, so each post had natural twists and knots to lend it character. A staircase to her left angled up the wall, providing ingress to the top floor. There are 3 bedrooms up there and 2 more down here, he explained. I'd offer you your choice of sleeping accommodations, but only the first floor guest room has a bed. Laura couldn't help but laugh. She was just pleased to know that she wouldn't be expected to sleep on the floor. Down here is fine. It's probably just as well. He gestured at the railing above them. If a puppy escaped from the wading pool up there, it'd be a mighty long drop. Laura shuddered at the thought. Did you design the house? She asked as she turned to see everything. Why do you ask? Because it's like you somehow. Laura had no better words to explain it, only that the house reminded her of him. Big, attractive, solid, and straightforward, yet imaginative as well. She liked the window seats to the right of the front door. They were wider than most and ran quite deep, providing enough room for a person to recline. With some bright, overstuffed cushions, they would provide cozy reading areas with all the natural light that would pour through the windows during the day. Let me take your coat, he offered. Then I'll show you through. As Laura drew off her jacket to hand it over, Hapless reared up on her leg for petting. Hello, Hapless.
Oh.
Yes. I love you. Too. Laura gave the puppy a scratch behind the ears. You're a sweetie. Yes. You are. He's a pest, Isaiah corrected as he closed the coat closet. If you get tired of him, just push him down. I never get tired of dogs. With a final pat on the dog's head, Laura trailed after her employer for her first look at the inside of the house. Behind the double-sided stone fireplace was a spacious dining room devoid of furniture. Beyond that was an equally large kitchen, divided from the living area by a long bar lined with wickerback stools. What a nice kitchen, she exclaimed. And there are bar stools. How nice. You can sit down while you eat. He narrowed an eye at her. Keep it up and I'll have you shopping for furniture and decorating the place. Laura almost wished he would carry through on the threat. She'd never decorated a brand new house. It would be fun and challenging. I wanted a gourmet kitchen, he explained as he showed her the Viking range top. The double ovens, a gigantic Sub-Zero side by side, and a custom work island with tons of under-the-counter storage. State of the art, he said proudly, even as he cast her a sheepish grin. Too bad I can't cook. Laura laughed again. Around Isaiah, she seemed to do a lot of that. Maybe you can take cooking classes. He shrugged. Yeah,
Right.
in my spare time. Maybe. Perhaps your wife will enjoy cooking, she offered. He smiled slightly. Maybe so. He led her into a nice-sized laundry room. Washer, dryer. He grinned and winked. Here we have laundry soap. He opened a door to show her the attached 3-car garage. While you're getting settled in your room, I'll park your Mazda out there, he informed her. Forecast calls for snow tonight and tomorrow. It does? Laura's expression brightened. Yep, he confirmed, sounding far less enthusiastic than she felt. Tomorrow I'll be shoveling the drive. Sure as the world. No point in having to scrape snow off the windshields. 2. Laura followed him through the kitchen again, her gaze trailing over him while his back was turned. It wasn't often that she saw him without a lab coat. She studied his western belt, where his first name had been tooled into the leather. Then she admired the purely masculine shift of his lean hips as he walked. He had the gait of a man who'd spent much of his life in the saddle. Do you have any horses? She asked. Not yet. Come spring, I'm hoping to get a couple. He glanced back over his shoulder. Do you ride? Laura shook her head. Not for years. And then only a little. Well,
Now.
we can't have that. I'll have to give you riding lessons. There are some great trails out here. The property backs up to BLM land. Prior to her accident, Laura had occasionally done eco-studies for the Bureau of Land Management and other governmental agencies. Thousands of acres. No houses. You'll love it. Laura suspected he was right. She would love it. That was the whole problem. She loved everything about Isaiah Coulter, loved being with him. Once the puppies were weaned, she needed to avoid him. No more accepting impromptu invitations to go out to dinner with him. No more delivering kittens to sad old ladies. No more hanging out in the surgery for coffee breaks where she would be sure to run into him. As they passed the stove, she saw a pot of something on one of the gas burners. The smell of tomato soup wafted from under the stainless steel lid, reminding her that she'd yet to eat dinner. Isaiah led her back to the front of the house to a door positioned under the stairs. He pushed open the portal and flipped on the overhead light to reveal a large bedroom. As Laura moved to stand beside him in the doorway, she was acutely aware of him physically, of his height and breadth, of the heat that radiated from his body, and the masculine scent of him. It took all her concentration to focus on the bedroom furnishings, a lovely sleigh bed, a matching dresser with mirror, and a tall chest of drawers where she could store her clothing. Sorry, he said. I know you're used to lots of stuff on the walls. It's fine, she assured him. And it was. The bed had been made up. There was no bedspread, but the colorful patchwork quilts had a charm all their own that went nicely with the rustic log walls. She stepped over to test the mattress. When she sat on the edge and gave a bounce, the spring squeaked. Comfy. I'll sleep like a baby. Just then their gazes met. To Laura, the air between them suddenly seemed charged with electricity. Man. Woman. Squeaking bed. She pushed her feet, so quickly she got lightheaded. He cleared his throat, looked away. That leads to the bathroom, he said, gesturing to a doorway. There's a jetted tub and shower. I think it'll meet your needs. He cleared his throat again. We won't be fighting for a turn in the shower. Anyway. Feeling like an idiot, Laura stepped over to look in the bathroom. Oh, she said with delighted surprise that helped to dispel the tension. How pretty. The tub was surrounded by what looked like an acre of forest green tile. Above it, the ceiling sported a glass dome, some of the panes stained ruby and green, others clear. Oh, Isaiah. She imagined hanging plants around the deep tub, how they would thrive in the tricolored light that would pour through the dome all day. With a few decorative touches, it could have been a bathroom fit for royalty. Did you design this? More or less. I sketched what I wanted and hired a guy to draw up the blueprints. It's lovely. Laura wished she could say fabulous without getting tongue-tied. Thank you. The main suite is even nicer. No tour of that until I pick up in there.
Though.
I'm a complete slob. The house looks clean to me. Cleaning woman.
Ah.
As Laura turned from the bathroom, she spied a turquoise wading pool on the floor between the bed and the wall.
Oh.
The babies, she said softly. He came to stand beside her. What I wouldn't give to be able to sleep like that, he said with a low laugh. Laura crouched down to admire her snoozing charges. All 13 of them. She loved their stout little bodies, blockish heads, and squash noses. They have hearts on their butts. He laughed again and hunkered down beside her. They do at that. Tomorrow we need to take them to the clinic and dock their tails. Laura hadn't thought of that.
Oh. Ouch.
Do we have to do it so soon? They're so tiny yet. Better to do it now. If you wait until they're older, it hurts a lot more. Laura couldn't bear to think about it. It seems so mean. Why can't we just leave them with tails? We could, I guess. Hapless bounded into the room just then. Isaiah caught the rambunctious puppy back from jumping into the wading pool. Off limits, buddy. They're too little to play with you yet. He gave Hapless a knuckle rub on the head. The problem with not docking their tails is that Rots are such big dogs, and their tails are stout. As adults, they'll knock stuff off tables and slap people's legs every time they wag. Laura didn't think that would be so terrible. We also have to remember that they're expensive purebreds. Rottweilers normally have docked tails. They'll look weird if we don't do it. Laura supposed he had a point. Weird-looking dogs might be hard to place in loving homes. Will it hurt? He considered the question. I've never had it straight from a puppy, mind you, but I don't think it's that bad. A quick sting. Maybe. We apply an analgesic ointment almost immediately, and most times they go right back to sleep. Laura sighed. I don't want to watch. She leaned forward over her knees to pick up a puppy. The sight of its disgruntled frown made her laugh. Isn't he sweet?
He is a she.
Isaiah considered the wrinkled little face that Laura turned toward him. And, yes, she's pretty darn cute. It's hard to look at a face like that without smiling. Laura gently returned the puppy to her siblings. Thank you for letting me keep them here, Isaiah. It's very kind of you. He shrugged. I'm as happy about saving them as you are. And you're the one who's kind. It's no easy project you've taken on. For the next 4 weeks, you'll be losing a lot of sleep. I don't mind.
No.
I know you don't. He ran his gaze over her face, as if to commit each line and angle to memory. And that's what makes you so special. After Laura had unpacked her things and arranged them in the bureau, she returned to the main part of the house. Isaiah was clattering around in the kitchen, doing something that filled the rooms with mouth-watering smells. When he saw her emerge from the bedroom, he called, "You hungry?" Laura rubbed her hands on her jeans. This entire situation made her nervous. It was one thing to see Isaiah at the clinic and quite another to be staying at his house. Starving, she confessed. It's nothing gourmet. Just grilled cheese sandwiches and soup from a can. Laura hiked up a hip to perch on a bar stool. It sounds good. I haven't eaten. Figured as much. On the way home, I stopped at a store. We have the basics: eggs, bacon, bread, some fruit, and lunch meat. Tomorrow I'll do some more shopping. You'll want to cook while you're staying here, right? Laura couldn't imagine eating out for a month.
Yes.
If that's all right. All right, he laughed. I'll love it. You mind cooking for two? I always do. And sometimes for four. What I need is a cookbook for one person. Laura propped an elbow on the bar and rested her chin on the heel of her hand. I can do the shopping if you like. I don't want you paying for the food. Why not? I want to pay half. At least. He shook his head.
No way.
Supplying you with room and board will be my contribution to saving the puppies. I'd just give you cash to cover the groceries, but paying that way is complicated for you. If you're worried that I'll get the wrong stuff, you can come along when I go to the store. That way you can get what you'll need for cooking, and I'll be there to cover the tab. Okay. Laura hoped he didn't talk a lot as they moved through the aisles. She had trouble enough remembering all that she needed without added distractions.
Sure.
He ladled the soup into bowls and then turned the sandwiches on the built-in griddle. As he worked, Laura indulged herself in another surreptitious study of him. His Wranglers were loose from wear and baggy at the seat, but the denim hugged his long legs just enough to showcase the powerful contours of his thighs. He wore a wrinkled green plaid shirt neatly tucked in at his trim waist. The bright, geometric design drew the eye to his chest, shoulders, and arms, which were also well padded with muscle and rippled under the cloth whenever he moved. He glanced up and caught her staring. For an uncomfortably long moment, he paused in his task to meet her regard. Then his firm mouth quirked at the corners, and he returned his attention to the food. Moments later, Laura was dunking pieces of her cheese sandwich into the soup. She made appreciative noises as she ate.
Sorry.
I know dunking isn't polite. Go for it. I like to dunk mine, too. Cheek bulging. He cast her a teasing look. Don't tell my mother. All right? She's a stickler on table manners. Laura laughed.
Aha.
Now I've got something on you. They fell into a comfortable silence as they enjoyed the meal. He slurped when he spooned soup into his mouth, which helped Laura to relax and do a little slurping herself. When she accidentally dribbled on her chin, he grinned and winked at her. They tidied the kitchen together, an endeavor that had Laura's heart leaping into her throat when she turned and ran face first into his chest.
Whoa.
Are you okay? He caught her by the shoulders and bent slightly at the knees to check her face. That had to smart. Laura didn't know which was worse: the sting of her nose or the unsettling tingle of her skin where his big hands rested. I'm fine. Do you want some ice?
No.
No. She shook her head and gave in to the urge to rub her nose. We didn't hit that hard. When the dishes were in the machine and the counters were wiped clean, they washed the doll bottles and filled them with warm formula. The puppy feeding operation took place in the living room in front of the fire, Isaiah on one beanbag, Laura on the other. They sat cross-legged, each with a puppy cradled in the bend of one arm. I've never done this, she informed him. He chuckled. With 13 hungry mouths to feed, you're going to be an expert in no time. When the first 2 puppies had been fed, they went back to the bedroom for replacements. The moment they had returned the first puppies to the wading pool, Laura realized they had a potential problem.
Oh.
How will we tell which ones we've fed and which ones we haven't? They all look alike. Isaiah looked momentarily perplexed, but then his frown eased away. You're talking to an identical twin. Tucker and I look alike. But anyone who knows us has no trouble telling us apart because we behave so differently. How does that help us with the puppies? He grinned. Behavior differences. Sherlock. The puppies we just fed are sleepy. See, he pointed to the pair of contented babies. If it wiggles, feed it. Laura laughed and grabbed a wiggler. When they returned to the fire, Isaiah said, "The novelty of this is going to wear off for me at about 3 o'clock in the morning. No worries. I brought my wind-up alarm. I can handle the night feedings without help. It's the weekend. I don't mind getting up." Laura couldn't quite envision herself sitting beside him on a beanbag when she was wearing only a nightgown.
No. No.
I wanted to do this. It won't be that hard. As it turned out, the first middle-of-the-night feeding occurred at 2 o'clock, not 3. Isaiah awakened with a start to the faint sound of a feminine voice. He'd already shot from the bed before he remembered the puppies and his pretty houseguest. He grabbed his jeans from the foot of the bed and dragged them on. Hapless lifted his head from the spare pillow and blinked sleepily. Go back to sleep.
Buddy.
No point in your getting up. The pup snuggled back down and closed his eyes. Isaiah pulled on a shirt as he entered the living room. Not bothering with the buttons, he followed the sweet sound of Laura's voice to the guest room. The door was ajar, and the light from within spread across the hardwood floor in a golden wedge. Craning his neck, Isaiah peeked around the door frame. Backside to the door, Laura was bent over the wading pool, cooing and talking to the puppies. She wore a flannel nightshirt that would have reached modestly to just above her knees had she been standing erect. Only she wasn't. Isaiah jerked back so fast that he cracked the side of his head on the door. Unfortunately, that quick glimpse of bare, shapely legs and the shadowy triangle at their apex had been branded upon his brain. A certain recalcitrant part of his anatomy went rock hard. Laura whirled around, holding a puppy in one hand. With her eyes unfocused from sleep and her hair mussed from the pillow, she might have passed for a 12-year-old if not for the womanly curves of her body, which, much to his dismay, were displayed in revealing detail by the soft, worn flannel. Without a fire, the ambient temperature of the house had turned chilly, and her nipples had reacted to the cold, going hard and pointed. "Isaiah," she said breathlessly. "You startled me." What was that thumping noise? It had been his head, knocking on wood. That worked. I rapped on the door to let you know I was here. Oh, I heard your voice. I thought I'd come help. I'm not dressed, she pointed out. Isaiah had noticed that, yes, since the first moment that he'd clapped eyes on Laura, he'd been struggling not to feel physically attracted to her. Now he was having trouble remembering why. She was beautiful, sweet, and easy to get along with. He enjoyed her company and liked her as a person. What more could a guy want? Nothing, he realized. She was everything he'd ever wanted and more. Sweet Christ. 2 a.m. was a hell of a time to have this kind of epiphany. He needed a cup of coffee. Or maybe he needed his head examined. He was a confirmed bachelor. He had his life all planned out, and none of his plans for the near future included a wife, no matter how sweet and wonderful she was. Are you all right? She asked.
Hell. No.
He wasn't all right. He'd just been blindsided by the realization that he was in love with her. He wanted to wring his mother's neck. This was all her fault. If not for her, he never would have met Laura Townsend. Isaiah. He blinked and refocused. The picture hadn't changed. Flannel had never looked so good. I'm fine, he said. Are you sure? Maybe you should go back to bed. Alone? He rubbed a hand over his face. Time out. He needed to think this through. A cup of coffee might help clear his head. Yeah. That was it. He was sleep-befuddled. Once he came awake, he'd laugh at himself. Isaiah Coulter in love. Not for another 5 years. At least. I'm fine, he said again. Gesturing vaguely behind him, he added, I'll build the fire back up while you mix the formula. Sound okay? He went to the kitchen first to put on a much-needed pot of coffee. Then, he laid a fire. As he huffed and blew, trying to make the kindling catch, Laura padded barefoot to the kitchen. He was relieved to note that she'd slipped on a pair of sweatpants, pink ones that went nicely with the itty-bitty roses on her nightshirt. At least her good sense hadn't gone on hiatus. A tantalizing picture of her backside flashed behind his eyes again, and every thought in his brain crisscrossed. He wanted her. The masculine side of him wasn't exactly pleased that she decided to hide those gorgeous legs. Coffee. He'd think more clearly, not to mention more rationally, once he got some wake-me-up pumping through his veins. He hurried to the kitchen. Laura stood at the sink, frowning intently as she mixed the formula. He poured a cup of Java and took a huge sip, then another. The liquid was so hot that it seared his tongue. Laura turned toward him with a bottle held aloft. He knew he was a goner when he found himself studying the delicate angles and planes of her face instead of sneaking a peek at her unfettered breasts. Is this the right amount of water? She asked. Isaiah forced himself to check the water level. Perfect, he assured her, only he wasn't thinking about formula ratios. She was perfect. Almost from the start he'd been hooked. All those times when he'd wondered at himself for finding ways to be with her. His panic when she'd almost been fired. His anger with Tucker for implying that she was a liar. He'd loved her all along and just hadn't had the good sense to realize it. Okay, fine. Being in love wasn't a death sentence. As recently as Thanksgiving, he'd toyed with the thought of settling down in 2 or 3 years. It was just happening sooner than he'd expected. No big deal. Granted, he was busy, and carving out blocks of time to spend with Laura wouldn't be easy. But that wasn't an insurmountable problem. He and Tucker had been talking for months about bringing in a couple of partners so they could each take more time off. If they followed through on that, they'd each have a lot more time for a personal life. Aside from the fact that his mother would gloat, he could think of no good reason why he shouldn't act on his feelings. It wasn't as if he fell in love every day of the week. Problem. This was Laura's first night in his home. If he made a move on her, hell, if he even looked at her wrong, she'd probably think he was a lecherous creep who had maneuvered her into this situation, hoping to get her in the sack. Are you sure you're all right? She asked. He jerked back to the moment. I'm great. The coffee helped. And it had. He could think more clearly now, and being in love with her no longer seemed quite so alarming. His main concern, now that his brain was firing on all cylinders, was how he should proceed. Slowly, he decided. If he suddenly blurted out that he was in love with her, he might scare her off. He couldn't have that. Chapter 12. 2 more feedings occurred during the night, and by 6 o'clock the next morning, When Isaiah faced the waiting pool, romantic musings were the farthest thing from his mind. 13 puppies, tiny though they were, had a way of making a lot of messes when they were being fed every 2 hours. After contemplating the soiled towels through sleepy, narrowed eyes, he decided a cup of coffee should precede the unpleasant reality of cleanup. Isaiah helped Laura feed the puppies while the coffee maker went through its brewing cycle. Hapless squirmed and wiggled his way in between the beanbags, sniffed at the puppy in the crook of Isaiah's arm, and then let loose with a mournful growl. "I think he's jealous," Laura said. Isaiah chuckled and held the bottle with his chin while he petted Hapless. "I love you, blockhead. No other dog will ever take your place in my affection." Hapless moaned again, which made Laura laugh. He's heard that pickup line before. Isaiah smiled thoughtfully as he resumed feeding the puppy. Pickup line? He had no idea how much actual experience Laura had had with men before her accident, but she was clearly well-versed in their treacherous wiles. He'd made a wise decision last night. This situation definitely needed some time. When the last pup had been returned to its bed, Isaiah made a beeline for the kitchen, thinking that Laura would follow him. He was well into his first mug of Wake Me Up when he realized she didn't mean to join him and went to find her. She was in the laundry room, humming the tune to Frosty the Snowman, while she rinsed puppy poop from bedding towels before putting them in the washer. Unlike him, she hadn't yet indulged in a cup of coffee, nor had she gotten dressed. Like a little soldier on a mission, she was taking care of her duties before she tended to her personal needs. "What are you doing?" Eyes still blurred from sleep, her hair going every which way with a rooster tail on top. She looked too beautiful to be legal when she turned to meet his gaze. "Taking care of the puppies," she said, her voice still husky with drowsiness. "What are you doing?" Isaiah wanted to hide his mug behind his back. Instead, he set it on the counter and said, "Taking over. Go have a cup of coffee and grab a shower." "But this is my job." "Our job," he corrected. "I never meant for you to do all of it, Laura." "But..." "No buts." He held up a staying hand. "I wanted to save the puppies as much as you did. There was just no way I could manage alone. Working together, neither of us will be overloaded." She gave a towel a final swish under the faucet. "If you're going to help, then I insist that we split the profits when the puppies are sold." Isaiah couldn't have cared less about the damned profits. But then, he knew that Laura didn't either. "Deal," he agreed. "You've done half the towels. I'll do the other half." She nodded, scrubbed her hands, and reached for the towel on a hook above the sink. "I relined the waiting pool with clean towels. The puppies are all sound asleep." "Good. That'll give us time to have showers and fix some breakfast." 30 minutes later, Isaiah was stepping from the shower when a delicious smell wafted to him. He quickly got dressed and shaved. Then he followed his nose through the house and found Laura standing before his new Viking range top. She wore a dish towel apron over a fresh pair of jeans and a Christmas green sweater. Isaiah didn't know if it was the enticing aromas that filled the kitchen or the woman herself, but she looked good enough to eat. Hapless lay at her feet, gazing adoringly up at her. "You're not feeding him, are you?" She gave him an innocent look. Heavens, no! Even as she denied the charge, she tossed the mottled, loose-skinned pup a morsel of sausage. He might become a beggar, and Isaiah wouldn't blame him. Food had never smelled so good. Yum. He lifted the lids from 2 of the skillets and saw hash browns in one, Link sausage in the other. What's in the oven? Biscuits. Homemade. Dumb question. He had no tube biscuits in the fridge. I've died and gone to heaven. They're just drop biscuits. She grabbed a whisk to whip some eggs with milk. Nothing fancy. This was the first real breakfast, the first actual meal, for that matter, that had ever been cooked in his state-of-the-art kitchen. Any kind of biscuit is fancy in my book. What can I do to help? Seconds later, Isaiah was putting paper towel placemats on the bar and gathering condiments from the cupboard and fridge. His mouth was watering by the time Laura served the meal: homemade biscuits drizzled with butter and honey, hash browns, sausage done to a turn, and fluffy scrambled eggs with orange juice on the side. Isaiah ate like a horse. Afterward, he and Hapless helped clean the kitchen. Hapless' job was to stand on his hind legs, front feet planted on the open dishwasher door, to lick up dribbles of egg yolk and sausage grease the moment they hit the stainless steel. That is so gross, Isaiah complained. He's not hurting anything, Laura retorted. The washer will kill any germs. Hapless gave Isaiah a smug look and started licking the tines of a fork. When the dishwasher was humming industriously, it was time to feed the puppies again. Isaiah was pleased to note that she had the gender right this time. They are pretty sweet, he agreed. In actuality, though, Isaiah thought Laura was the sweet one. She'd been up every 2 hours all night long, a schedule that would make anyone cranky. Instead, she sat cross-legged on a beanbag, looking fresh, well-scrubbed, and ready for anything. No one would ever guess that she'd slept in stops and starts for a total of 6 hours. We need to go grocery shopping, he said as they returned the last of the puppies to their clean bed. You don't have to go to the clinic at all today? It's Tucker's weekend to work Saturday. I'm off unless there's an emergency after hours. Safeway, she asked brightly. Isaiah wasn't married to any particular store. Good. 40 minutes later, Isaiah was tapping his foot. Laura shopped like a snail, removing things from the shelves to stare at them, but only rarely putting an item in the cart. He finally determined that she had trouble reading the labels and expedited matters by helping her find what she needed. As they checked out, Isaiah waited until her head was turned and then tossed several novels into the cart. As they exited the supermarket, Laura gazed longingly at the Christmas trees that were lined up along the front of the building. Normally, Isaiah didn't decorate for the holiday. When he wanted to see Christmas lights, he went to visit his parents or one of his married brothers. No fuss. No bother. When the holiday was over, he didn't have to mess with taking down a tree or storing heaps of decorations. Five minutes later, they were at a tree lot on the opposite side of town. Choosing a Christmas tree was a serious business to Laura. She circled. She eyed every branch critically. That tree had a thin spot. Another had a spindly top. Isaiah had begun to fear that they'd never find a tree to suit her when she finally came upon a spruce that pleased her. Pressed for time, Laura settled on the spruce, while Isaiah was strapping the evergreen to the roof rack of the Hummer. He realized that he had nothing to hang on it. After racing home to put away their groceries and feed the puppies, they returned to town for lights and decorations. Isaiah had always hated to shop and planned to simply grab some things: a few strings of lights, several boxes of balls, and maybe some garland. But again, Laura took the business of buying Christmas decorations to a whole new level. Because Isaiah had a log home, nothing less than a country theme would do. She took him to a shop that specialized in Christmas decor. Instead of ordinary lights, Isaiah got old-fashioned bubble lights. Instead of the usual shiny glass balls, he got handcrafted ornaments, Santa Clauses, cute little mice in people clothes,
dogs, cats,
horses,
cows,
angels in all shapes and sizes. And only God knew what else. With garland that looked like the popcorn he and his siblings had strung for the tree many years ago. To Isaiah's surprise, he enjoyed himself. There were about 20 decorated Christmas trees in the place, and all the ornaments were for sale. He spent almost 20 minutes at the dog tree, looking for a miniature hapless. Unfortunately, the mixed-breed pup was one of a kind. He settled for a Dalmatian, a Shar-Pei, and a Rottweiler to represent hapless boiling pot ancestry. When Isaiah joined her minutes later, she had already commandeered a $70 bottle of Merlot from his wine rack and had the contents simmering in a pot. He didn't have the heart to tell her that she'd just uncorked a prize-winning wine from Oregon's famous Willamette Valley that he'd been saving for a special occasion. Just watching her in his kitchen made the occasion special enough for him. She had added some orange juice, cinnamon sticks, and other spices to the Merlot. The concoction smelled divine. Late that night, when they stood back to admire the finished project, both of them were just a little tipsy. Isaiah felt contented and happy as he hadn't in a very long time. The Christmas lights joined with a firelight to fill the living room with cheerful warmth, making it seem more like a home than it had since he'd moved there. Beautiful, he agreed. Only he was no longer admiring the tree. In the flickering light, Laura looked so lovely. Her hair shimmering like molten gold, her eyes luminous, her skin flawless and glowing. He'd never wanted to kiss anyone so much in all his life. Unfortunately, he didn't think it would be wise to act on the urge just yet. With a woman in this case, the woman, timing was everything. Instead, he said, "Now all I need is some furniture." Me? Thank you. Please. The following week, Laura was scheduled to work nights again, starting Monday. Isaiah volunteered to watch the puppies, so she wouldn't have to take them with her to the clinic. But she refused the offer. He worked much longer hours than she did and needed 8 hours of uninterrupted rest, whereas she could sleep in if need be. She bought a large wicker basket in which to carry the puppies back and forth. And once at work, she divided her time between her regular duties and puppy feedings. That made her shift not only more stressful, but also longer. With the puppies to care for, she found it impossible to complete all her usual duties in the same amount of time. When she got back to the house, usually at about 4 in the morning, Isaiah was asleep. Sometimes Hapless bounded from the bedroom to greet her, But otherwise Laura spent 30 minutes alone while she tried to wind down enough to sleep. When she got up around noon, Isaiah had long since left for work, and she didn't see him until he came home in the afternoon, some days earlier than others so they could shop together for furniture. With the shopping trips to complicate the evening hours, Laura made good use of Isaiah's slow cooker, preparing their dinners ahead and leaving them to simmer until they got home. Isaiah didn't seem to mind. He praised her beef roast and vegetables and had 3 helpings of the chicken and dumplings she made. The hectic pace should have made it easy for Laura to keep her head out of the clouds. But just the reverse occurred. When furniture began to arrive, she found herself feeling proprietary toward the rooms as they began to take shape. Foolish Laura. Spinning impossible dreams. This wasn't her home, and it never would be, just as Isaiah wasn't her man and never would be. But she couldn't help but wish. It was partly his fault, she decided. He had a certain way of smiling at her that made her feel like the most special person in his world. And sometimes she could have sworn she saw yearning in his eyes when he looked at her. And just how, exactly, was she to keep her feelings in check when he went out of his way to be so thoughtful? After dinner of an evening, he took to reading aloud to her until it was time for her to leave for work. Even after a beautiful leather sofa and easy chairs arrived for the living room, they sat by the fire on the beanbags. It was cozy and a little too intimate for Laura's peace of mind, with the fire crackling behind them and the Christmas tree lights pulsing warm color over the room. Isaiah's deep, silky voice curled around her, working on her senses like an intoxicant. Sometimes she forgot to listen to his words and lost herself in imagining how it might be if he suddenly turned and kissed her. She was falling in love with him. Correction, she'd been in love with him for weeks. Laura lectured herself constantly never to let him know. He was a wonderful boss and an even better friend. If not for him, the puppies, each of which she had come to love, would have been put to sleep. She absolutely couldn't abuse his kindness by making him feel guilty for not returning her affection.
No,
she told herself firmly. Friendship was a lovely thing,
and she had to be happy with that.
Christmas was coming. She had always loved the season and tried to stay focused on that and enjoy every moment. During the afternoons, when she wasn't greeting delivery men and trying to decide where to place furniture, she often baked. She went to her apartment for Christmas tins and filled them with goodies to go under the tree. Cookies and candies, fruitcakes and bars. Isaiah was still too thin. She enjoyed seeing him devour the treats. She discovered that he loved chocolate and made him a batch of creamy fudge. Other afternoons, she ran into town between puppy feedings to shop for the house, buying vases, throw pillows, and colorful rugs to brighten the hardwood floors. Hello. How are the puppies? Today. Laura had brought only one cookbook from her apartment. Her grandmother had gone through the entire thing, drawing little sketches off to the side of all the recipes. A half-filled cup represented a half cup, etc. Laura used that cookbook a lot because she wasn't as likely to misread an ingredient amount with the sketches to clarify the measurements. Only she couldn't remember if the collection included a cake recipe. As a general rule, cakes weren't her favorite things to bake because they went stale quickly and didn't freeze as nicely as other goodies. But she absolutely had to make one for Isaiah's birthday. When Laura informed Isaiah that they were going to his parents' house for dinner that night, he almost groaned. She had been staying at his place for almost a week, and he hadn't made a single move on her. Tonight, he'd meant to rectify that. Surely she'd been there long enough now to know that he wasn't merely trying to take advantage of a convenient situation. He wanted to tell her how he felt about her, possibly even ask her to marry him, and let Mother Nature take it from there. Isaiah thought of all the goodies under the tree and in his freezer. As it was, he'd weigh 300 pounds if he ate them all. But when he looked into Laura's pleading hazel eyes, he found it difficult to deny her anything.
He sighed.
Maybe, he decided, tonight wasn't the best time to tell her he loved her.
Anyway,
she had to work the late shift. If he waited until Saturday night, they'd have the entire evening and night together. Unbeknownst to Isaiah, he carried his birthday gift from Laura into his parents' house. When he collected the cardboard box from the back seat of the Hummer, he mistakenly thought it contained cookie decorating paraphernalia. He about had a heart attack when he stepped into his folks' darkened living room. All the lights suddenly came on, and his entire family burst from the kitchen, yelling, "Surprise!" Grinned sheepishly and shrugged. I had a lot on my mind. What can I say? That was only the beginning. Except for Tucker. Thanking you for being you. Love always. Laura. But they meant the world to him. He could almost see her, hunched over the card at the kitchen table, struggling to form each letter. It was a female Rottweiler, surrounded by a litter of pups. When Isaiah looked up, he saw Laura's love for him shining in her eyes, along with a shimmer of tears. He felt as if a mule had kicked him squarely in the chest. She was in love with him? His lungs deflated. His gut clenched. His heart pounded like a sledgehammer against his eardrums. She loved him. All this last week he'd been planning and plotting ways to coax her into his arms, and she'd been his for the taking all along. How the hell had he missed that? The answer was there in Isaiah's mind almost before he finished asking himself the question. Laura believed with all her heart that her aphasia made her undesirable. His throat went tight as he gathered the torn wrapping paper from all the gifts into a pile. Laura. She'd carefully kept her feelings for him hidden, undoubtedly convinced that he would never return them. She considered herself damaged merchandise. Her ability to be a wife and mother was impaired. What man in his right mind would want a woman who couldn't write checks, misspelled simple words, and had difficulty talking? Isaiah nodded his fist over a clump of paper. He should have felt elated. The woman he adored with all his heart loved him just as much as he loved her. But instead, he felt heartsick. It wasn't only that he'd been holding back sexually, never kissing her or touching her to let her know that he desired her. He'd also failed to let her know how wonderful he thought she was. When he re-entered the house, he wasted no time in collecting his birthday presents, his pretty house guest, and the puppies. "Would you mind if we bail out early? I want to go home and crash." "Not at all, dear heart." She cupped a hand to the side of his face. "Maybe soon you can bring in some partners and stop working so hard all the time." "Thank you for the surprise party. It was wonderful, and the prime rib was out of this world." Mary patted his arm. "I'm so glad Laura managed to get you here without letting the cat out of the bag." His birthday party wasn't the only cat that Laura hadn't let out of the bag. She loved him. The thought circled endlessly in his mind, as unbelievable to him after an hour as it had been when the realization first struck. He definitely had some fences to mend when they got home. If nothing else, she would go to bed tonight knowing that he thought she was the most wonderful woman in the world. After making the rounds to tell everyone goodbye, Isaiah carried his gifts out to the Hummer, then returned for Laura and the puppies. When they were all settled in the vehicle, he peered at her through the gloom, trying to make out her expression in the light from the street lamp that angled through the windshield. She was smiling, as always, only now he noticed how she avoided looking him directly in the eye. According to Isaiah's dad, the eyes were windows to the soul. Now, Isaiah realized they were also windows to the heart. Isaiah was quiet on the way home, making Laura wonder if he was angry with her about something. When they entered the house, Hapless leaped up on Isaiah's leg, then on Laura's. Then he ran in figure eights around them, growling deep in his throat and wagging his tail. "Hello, Hapless." Laura set the puppy basket down so she might give the older dog some individual attention. Hapless shivered with delight when she crouched down to pet him. "I think he missed us," she told Isaiah. Isaiah put his gifts on the sofa and peeled off his jacket. After a quick trip to the coat closet, he returned to the living room to add wood to the dwindling fire. With Hapless following at her heels, Laura carried the puppies to the bedroom. Because she had to leave for work in less than an hour, she decided to leave her charges in their basket. She had washed all the bottles at Isaiah's mother's house. She set the sack of formula and feeding paraphernalia on the floor by the wicker carrier. She jumped with a start when she straightened and saw Isaiah standing in the doorway. He looked pensive, brooding, and so handsome that her breath hitched in her chest. "You can put them in the pool," he said. "You aren't going in tonight." Laura gave him a bewildered look. "But I called Ellie Kingston. She's covering your shift tonight and tomorrow night." "But it's my birthday," he reminded her. "Having you here the next 2 nights is my gift to myself. I'll pay you your usual wage if you're worried about the money."
"Don't be silly."
"I don't need the money."
"Good."
"Ellie needs the hours. Christmas and all that. You're doing her a good turn and making me happy. Both at once." Laura wished she could spend the rest of her life making him happy. But she would have to settle for only 3 more weeks. The puppies would be 7 days old tomorrow. Her time here was flying by. Before she knew it, she'd be going home to her apartment. "Let's read for a while," he suggested. "I'll turn on the tree lights. It'll be a nice ending to a wonderful evening." Something in his eyes, an intensity in the blue depths that she'd never seen before, made her nervous. She wondered once again if she'd said or done something at the party to upset him. Before she could ask, he turned away from the doorway. She put the puppies in their waiting pool and returned to the living room. Isaiah was already reclining on a beanbag, his back supported by the hearth, his long legs extended and slightly bent. On his lap, he held the mystery novel that he'd been reading to her. The blue plaid shirt he wore brought out the color of his eyes. Laura gingerly sat on the beanbag beside him. Hapless immediately launched himself onto her lap. She cuddled the overgrown puppy to her chest, ruffling his ears as she glanced over at Isaiah. "Ready?" he asked huskily. Laura nodded and settled back, trying to recall the scene he'd read to her last night. A burglar had been rifling the home of the main protagonist, looking for a handgun. The implication was that the burglar meant to do murder. It was a strange novel, in Laura's estimation. No crime had yet been committed. She didn't know who was going to be killed. She only knew that the burglar meant to do the deed and pin the crime on the hero. Isaiah began to read, his voice deep and silky, his pronunciation of every word perfect. Lulled by the story, Laura soon felt totally relaxed. Hapless fell asleep with his head nestled between her breasts, his snores adding yet another layer of coziness to the winter night. Isaiah suddenly stopped reading and reached for another book lying on the hearth. As he opened to the first page, Laura gave him a questioning look. "I'm in the mood for something lighter tonight," he explained. "Do you mind?" Laura shook her head. In truth, she was growing impatient with the mystery, waiting for something to happen. So far it was all built up with no delivery. Isaiah cleared his throat and began to read. Looking back on that evening, I can only wonder why I didn't know the moment that I clapped eyes on her that she was the love of my life. He coughed again and settled deeper into the beanbag. When I opened the office door and saw her for the first time, I was instantly attracted to her. But I blamed it on mere physical attraction. She was just another pretty woman, I told myself. But then, slowly, as I came to know her as a person, I realized she was far more. She literally changed my life, at first only in little ways, but over time all the little things added up and became huge. Now I love her so much that I feel panicky at the thought of losing her. Even worse, I'm not sure how to tell her. He paused to look over at her. Laura wiggled more deeply into the cushiony beanbag. "A romance?" She flashed him a pleased grin. "How nice." He gave her a long, penetrating look. Then he cleared his throat again and resumed reading. "I thought I could content myself with simply being friends. Best friends, I guess you'd say. Only now I want and need more than that. I'm praying that she wants more, too." He stopped reading to turn the page. Laura shifted hapless in her arms. "It's not in third person," she observed. He gave her another odd look, then returned his attention to the page. "I don't know when it happened. When I fell in love with her, I mean. I wonder now if it was the first time that I saw her lovely face. Or maybe it was later, when I started to realize what a wonderful person she is. She has the most incredible hazel eyes. When I look into them, I feel as if I've been lost all my life and have finally found my way home." Laura's heart caught. "Hazel eyes?" She searched his dark profile. Then she thought, "Get real. Laura. You're really reaching." "When it started doesn't really matter," he read on. "I only know it did happen. She fills my life with laughter. She makes me happy in a way no one else ever has. And sometimes I think she understands me better than I do myself. She knew how torn up I was when an old lady's cat died. She listens when I need to discuss my patients. She makes me fudge because I love chocolate." Tears sprang to Laura's eyes. She wasn't imagining it.
He was talking about her. Oh.
Isaiah. He slowly closed the book and met her gaze. "Corny."
Huh.
"I never thought I'd have a problem telling a woman I was in love with her. But every time I try to tell you, I freeze up and the words won't come." She could barely see him now for the tears. "You love me," she squeaked. He gently thumbed a tear from her cheek. "I adore you, Laura. You're the most wonderful person I've ever known. I want to spend the rest of my life with you." He gestured at the room around them. "I love the house. Now, I want you to live here with me. Not just for a few weeks, but always." She shook her head. "But, please don't say that word. Whenever you say that word, you're about to add something really dumb. I love you. My mother finally found me the perfect woman. God love her. You're beautiful. You're smart. You're funny. And you're my best friend. Even better. As a cook, you're second to none." Laura nearly choked on a giggle. "You love me because I can cook?" He smoothed another tear from her cheek. "When you're in the kitchen, you aren't just cooking. You're preparing gifts." It was true.
She realized.
When she cooked, she thought of the people who would enjoy the dishes. She especially enjoyed cooking for Isaiah. Not only because he needed the nourishment, but also because he was so appreciative. He lightly grazed his fingertips along her cheekbone and then furrowed them through her hair. "Well," he asked huskily, "I've had a great birthday so far. Are you going to make it the most memorable one of my life by telling me you love me back?" It took all Laura's self-control not to throw her arms around his neck. "I have brain damage, Isaiah. There are 100 little things I can't do now. Things that may become huge, irresistible glitches," he supplied. She laughed again. He had a way of making her laugh. "You know the word I'm trying to say. Irritations," he said. "But you're wrong about that. We balance each other out, Laura. It's true that there are a number of things you can no longer do, but there are also a number of things I'm miserable at. Together, we're dynamite. You need someone who can help with your career. A surgical assistant in emergencies? Maybe." Her cheeks went warm. "Or possibly someone who's great with animals?" He leaned closer, so close that she could feel the steamy warmth of his breath on her lips. "Do you love me, Laura?" Her heart squeezed with yearning so intense it made her bones ache. "I don't want to be a chain around your neck." He cupped her chin in his hand. "Do you love me?" It's a very simple question. "Yes," she finally whispered. Before the word had completely passed her lips, he angled his dark head and settled his mouth over hers. Wet silk. The kiss was as soft as a whisper at first, and then he deepened it, making questioning forays with the tip of his tongue. Laura's head spun. She couldn't breathe. Making fists on his shirt, She clung to him as she surrendered her mouth to him, parting her lips in invitation. Hapless, squished between them, suddenly awakened and stuck his cold, wet nose between their chins. Isaiah cursed and pulled away. Laura fell back on the beanbag, her head reeling. It's time for you to go outside for a while, Isaiah told the pup. He pushed his feet and went to the front door. Once Hapless was dispatched, he strode slowly back to the fire. Laura stared dazedly up at him, aware of his raw masculinity as she'd never been, the decisive tap of his boots with each lazy step he took, the way his broad shoulders worked in harmony with each shift of his lean hips, and the play of muscle in his thighs under the faded denim of his Wranglers. His eyes burned with desire, turning them the dark blue of cobalt. A tendon along his jaw bunched with each clench of his teeth. He stopped a foot shy of the beanbags and started unbuttoning his shirt. I want you, he said in a voice gone gravelly with need. I want you as I've never wanted anyone. That was good. That was great. Only she needed just a little more lead time. Isaiah, she said shakily. There's just this one little thing. He dispensed with another shirt button. What's that? Just name it. Sweetheart. Laura cringed inwardly. At 31 years of age, she felt it was an embarrassing thing to admit, especially in view of the fact that he'd clearly been with countless women. I've never done this. His hand stilled on a button. His gaze jerked to hers. You've never done what? Laura sat erect and waved her hand.
This.
She heard him release a breath, the sound similar to air escaping from a partially deflated balloon. You've never made love, you mean? His tone was incredulous. When she nodded, he flopped down on the beanbag beside her. Legs bent, arms resting limply on his upraised knees, he gave her an unbelieving study. Not even once? Laura's cheeks went fiery hot. Guess you might say I never got around to it. I was busy first with school, then with my work. That sounded so lame, even to her ears. There was just never time. He arched a dark brow. I see, he said. Only he didn't see it all, because she was lying through her teeth. Laura took a deep breath for courage and blurted, That's not true. I wasn't busy. I was busy. But that wasn't the reason. The fiery heat of embarrassment spread to cover her face and seep over her scalp. I was waiting for that one special man. You, Isaiah. I know that now. Only you never came along. And then I got hurt and no one asked me on dates, and He touched a fingertip to her mouth. Stop, he ordered softly. His gaze locked with hers. Are you trying to tell me that you were saving yourself for your husband? She nodded and twisted her face away to say, I know it sounds old-fashioned, but it never felt right with anyone else. She broke off and shrugged. In my defense, I have to say it's not all that weird. Last year's Miss Amaricia is waiting.
2.
No one thinks she's crazy. Isaiah sighed and rubbed a hand over his face. Sweetheart, I don't think it's old-fashioned. In fact, I think it's wonderful. He waited a beat. I just wish I could say that I'd waited. 2. Laura considered that possibility for an instant. On the one hand, it might have been nice if it were the very first time for both of them. But on the other hand, there were the mechanics to consider. I'm sort of glad one of us knows what to do. He gave a startled laugh. And then, as naturally as though he did it all the time, He looped his arms around her and lifted her onto his lap. No worries. Just in case I forget any of the steps, I keep a how-to manual in my nightstand. Laura had a feeling he knew all the steps by heart, and the thought made her hurt inside. When they made love, would he think of women he'd been with before and find her lacking? It wasn't as if she were practiced in pleasing a man. The sum total of her experience had come from books, movies, and what little her sister had told her. She searched his twinkling blue eyes. Have you been with lots of women? She couldn't resist asking. Not a good question. His mouth twitched at the corners. My past is just that, past. He dipped his head to nibble seductively at her mouth. The minute I saw you, I instantly forgot every other woman I've ever known. I can't remember their names, can't remember what they looked like. You're everything to me, Laura, my past, my present, and I pray to God, my future. Will you marry me? Deep in her heart of hearts, Laura knew he was only saying what she needed to hear. But it meant a great deal to her that he bothered. It meant even more that he was asking her to marry him. Maybe she didn't eclipse every other woman in his Emmy Amori, but he'd somehow come to value her above all others. That was good enough for her. She felt as if she might burst with happiness.
Oh.
Yes. I will marry you. Isaiah. I will. I will. He kissed her then. Hesitantly at first, then more deeply. His lips like warm, moist silk on hers. Laura's head spun. She grabbed frantically for breath. Her arms quivered as she hugged his strong neck. I don't know what to do, she whispered between kisses. He trailed his lips down the side of her neck, setting her skin afire. You don't need to do anything, he assured her. Nothing, sweetheart. Just be with me. Laura expected it to entail a little more than that and was taut with nerves. To her surprise, he turned sideways to the fire and moved her off his lap to sit between his spread thighs. Hands overlapping on her belly, he hunched his shoulders around her, rested his chin atop her head, and merely gazed into the flames. Just be with me. She thought the request to be an oversimplification, a deceptive prelude to naked flesh and demands on her body that she might feel self-conscious about granting. But now he was reminding her that he never oversimplified. Isaiah was as straightforward as he was wonderful. The hard press of his arms held her firmly against his chest. The heat of him soothed her worries away and soon drained the starch from her spine. She relaxed against his sturdy strength, her gaze fixed on the dancing firelight. She was acutely aware of him in those moments, attuned to every breath he took, every thump of his heart against her shoulder blades, every slight shift of his fingertips at her waist. The mood that fell over them was inconceivably tender, a joining of bodies and hearts, but not in the way she had expected. Isaiah. It was so like him to sense her feelings and somehow ease her tension. Another man might have rushed her to the bedroom and availed himself of her body, giving little or no thought to making it easier for her. Minutes slipped by. Laura had no idea how many. Only that enough time elapsed for her initial panic about making love to evaporate. When Isaiah shifted to put his back to the room and turned her sideways on his lap again, she knew he intended to kiss her. And this time she was ready.
Just be with me.
The words drifted softly through her mind as he bent his dark head toward hers. His lips grazed hers as softly as a butterfly wing. Her breath came in shallow bursts. Anticipation brought her hands to his shoulders. And finally, he deepened the kiss, taking her mouth like a man who'd just found nourishment after months of starvation. Firelight and Isaiah Coulter. In Laura's mind they became synonymous, both of them generating heat, both of them brilliant, even when she closed her eyes. He went to his bedroom and returned with a sheepskin rug that he spread out over the floor in front of the hearth. Then he made love to her just as he did all else, totally focused on the details and thoroughly attending to each before he moved on. He began with the palm of her hand, tracing each line and crevice with his lips and the tip of his tongue. Laura had never considered her palm to be an erogenous zone, but with Isaiah kissing it so lightly, sensation shot clear up her arm, pulled a U-turn, and streamed like jags of lightning to the core of her. When she was trembling with the aftershocks, he seized the hem of her sweater and plucked it off over her head as easily as he might have peeled a banana. For just an instant, Laura felt embarrassed. She'd gone out in public in a two-piece swimsuit, but somehow a bra seemed less modest. But Isaiah had her hand again, and now he was trailing kisses over the inside of her wrist. It was hard to remember that she had breasts when he was doing such marvelous things to another part of her body. Soon he reached the sensitive flesh at the bend of her arm. Then he was at her shoulder, her collarbone, and next her throat. And somehow, in between kisses and nips, he unfastened her bra. It seemed to melt away from her body like the chocolate coating on a candy bar in mid-August heat.
Oh,
God. You are so beautiful, he whispered. Laura moaned and jerked when he flicked his tongue over her nipple. The next instant, he tipped her over onto the soft rug, and before she could blink, she was anchored there by 6 feet plus of muscular male. He drew her nipple into his mouth. Sensation exploded through her, so intense she couldn't breathe, only she didn't want him to stop. Just when she thought she could bear it no longer, he switched to her other breast and took her under again. At the back of Laura's mind, she knew she was supposed to do something. The women in the movies didn't just lie there, moaning and quivering. Only, oh, God, it was so wonderful. She couldn't think clearly. She made hard fists in his hair, so he couldn't get away.
oh, yes.
Spiraling in a feverish delirium, Laura felt a tug that moved her body on the soft surface of the rug. Then she felt the graze of denim moving down her legs. With 2 hard jerks, Isaiah divested her of the jeans bunched around her ankles, as well as her underwear, sneakers, and socks. Naked. She'd never been naked with a man. Only somehow she didn't feel bare, possibly because Isaiah was everywhere, his mouth, his big, hard hands, the steely press of his body. His hand curled over the mound at the apex of her thighs. He slipped his middle finger between the folds. Laura's spine arched. Her hips came up. She gave a startled gasp. Easy, he whispered. I just want. It's okay. Sweetheart.
Trust me.
It occurred to Laura, in between mind-boggling bursts of sensation, that he'd never finish the sentence. But it didn't matter. Sometimes actions spoke more clearly than words. With graduating pressure, he stroked her until she felt like a volcano about to erupt. Isaiah, she cried.
Sure.
It's okay. Just let it happen, he whispered. As if she had a choice. With one fingertip, he'd taken control of her body. She couldn't withdraw. Her hips lifted up to him, as if of their own accord. Her back arched. She felt like a bowstring drawn taut to release its arrow. Only nothing happened. She made tight fists over the sheepskin beneath her. Her body quivered, right on the edge, but she couldn't seem to make it over that last little crest. Isaiah swore softly. The next instant his mouth was at her breast again, and he put more force into the strokes below. The combination of sensations rocked Laura's world. And finally she sailed over the top and felt like a piece of glass, shattering into a million brilliant pieces to float in sparkling abandon through black space. Distantly, she was aware that she gasped for breath. She was also vaguely aware of Isaiah moving beside her. But her senses were so scattered that she couldn't focus on him clearly enough to see what he was doing. You okay? He whispered. Laura pried her eyes open. He was a bronzed blur above her. She blinked to clear her vision. Blue eyes.
Dark.
Chiseled features. She managed a lopsided smile and a slurred, "Fine. I'm fine."
Ah. Honey.
This is the bad part. I almost wish you'd let somebody else take care of it. I can't bear to hurt you. Laura pried her eyes open again. She felt a nudge at her opening. Hold it. Definitely a big nudge. Not a finger. Before she could slap a hand on the middle of his chest and say, "Let's think about this for a minute. I don't think you'll fit." He pushed his way in. Laura felt as if she'd been cleaved in two by a baseball bat.
Pain. Oh. God.
This surely wasn't right. Small opening. Large interloper. Where had she gotten the idea that penises were no bigger around than tampons? You okay? Laura was still quivering from the hurt and holding her breath. How could she say, "I'm dying," when her teeth wouldn't unclench? Laura? The pain abated somewhat. She was finally able to drag in a breath. She stared up at him. He supported himself on straightened arms that bulged with tightened muscle. He held perfectly still. He looked so beautiful with the firelight limning his body in amber. Laura remembered floating deliriously through space and wished she were back there. "It hurts," she managed to push out. Only for a minute. How did he know? Laura felt betrayed. He'd known it was going to hurt before he did it. And how long was a minute? She was still hurting. Just not quite as much now. It had gone from unbearable to almost tolerable. At any rate. I don't like it. Her prerogative. This was not fun. I want to stop. His body was quivering. The muscles in his shoulders and arms knotted. And suddenly his dark face contorted.
Oh. Shit, he said.
And the next instant he moved inside of her. Only a little, and the pain this time was minimal. Even better, when he bumped bottom, Laura got an inkling of the delightful possibilities. Her insides lit up as brightly as the Christmas tree. She dug her fingers into his shoulders, wanting him to bump bottom again. Only he was poised above her like a statue, his body knotted and vibrating. So she lifted her hips to do the bumping herself.
Oh.
Christ, he ground out. Laura moaned in delight and nudged upward with her hips again.
Oh.
Isaiah. Yes. He gave an agonized groan and collapsed on top of her. Laura blinked and wiggled her chin out from under his shoulder in order to breathe. That was it? I'm sorry, he muttered near her ear. He was sorry? It had just started to be fun. Are we done? She asked.
Oh.
Christ, he said again. Chapter 13. Isaiah turned his face up to the stream of hot water, whimsically wondering if anyone had ever drowned himself in the shower. It seemed a fitting end for a complete shit.
God.
Had he blown it, or what? Now he knew why his father had warned him never to mess with virgins. They were fragile and complicated, and no matter how you tried, you couldn't avoid hurting them. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. He'd felt her flesh tear. He loved her so damned much, and he'd felt her flesh tear. Every time he thought about it, he felt like he might puke. Ever since his teenage years, he'd heard guys brag about popping some girl's cherry, as if it were the greatest sex there was. Maybe he was abnormal, but hurting anyone, most especially the woman he loved, was not a pleasurable experience for him. He stood for a while under the spray, letting the hot water loosen his knotted muscles and hopefully clear his head. When he finally slapped off the faucet, he felt marginally better. Every woman on Earth went through it once. He'd pretty much managed not to move while he was inside her. In a couple of days, any injury that he might have inflicted would be healed. Maybe then they could try it again, hopefully with more success. Next time, no matter what it took, he would make it good for her. A few minutes later, when Isaiah entered the living room, he found Laura sitting on a beanbag feeding puppies as if nothing had ever happened. She sent him an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to ruin it." Isaiah finished buttoning his fresh shirt, a solid blue one to suit his mood. As he sat beside her, he asked, "How are you feeling?" "Fine." She shifted the puppy in her arms and went back to feeding it. It only hurt awful for a minute. Then it got better. "I'm bleeding a little." "Nothing bad." Isaiah winced. He knew some bleeding was completely normal. He also realized that at some point in a woman's life, her hymen had to be torn. He just never wanted to be the guy to do the honors. "Maybe we can take another stab at it in a couple of days." The instant Isaiah spoke, he wanted to bite off his tongue. Another stab? If she didn't run screaming from the room, it'd be a miracle. Instead, she smiled, shrugged, and said, "I was hoping sooner than that. Not on her life. You need some time to heal." "I really don't think I'm injured." "You're bleeding, aren't you?" In Isaiah's mind, that settled that. The following day, Laura was left to ramble around in the huge log house while Isaiah was away at work. A dozen different times, she stood over the beanbags, remembering their time together, and the picture didn't become prettier in her mind with repetition. She'd been a big sissy, asking Isaiah to stop. Thousands of babies were born each year, and unless a woman went to a sperm bank, she didn't become pregnant without engaging in sex. Losing their virginity hadn't made those other women swear off, and neither would she. Isaiah wanted to wait for a few days.
They would see about that.
Isaiah canceled all non-emergency appointments late that afternoon and rescheduled them for Monday so he could leave the clinic right at 5 o'clock. It was Tucker's turn to work Saturday again. Unless an emergency call came in after hours, Isaiah could look forward to an entire weekend off. When he got home 30 minutes later, it was already full dark, and Laura was nowhere to be seen. The Christmas tree lights were on, and a fire crackled in the hearth to welcome him. Smiling, he hung up his jacket and followed his nose to the kitchen. The slow cooker sat on the counter, the lid lifting with steam occasionally to emit a wonderful smell. He peeked inside and saw huge, man-sized meatballs simmering in a red sauce.
Spaghetti?
Oh, man, he absolutely loved the stuff. Unable to resist, he got a spoon from the drawer and ladled out a piping hot meatball, cupping a hand under the spoon so no sauce would drip. He started puffing on the meat to cool it. When he judged it to be at an edible temperature, he blissfully sank in his teeth. "Hi there, big guy," a sultry voice purred from somewhere behind him. Mouth full of meatball, he whirled around. Laura stood at the entrance to the kitchen, one slender arm angled up the end of the wall that divided the formal dining room from the cooking area. She wore, God help him, he had never seen anything like it, a peach-colored drape of transparent stuff with long fringe at the bottom that jerked his gaze to her bare, shapely thighs. Underneath, her breasts were covered by a tidbit of peach-colored cloth, scarcely wider than dental floss. At the apex of her legs, a tee of lacy black stuff served as panties. She was the most gorgeous thing he'd ever seen in his life. Her eyes issued a sultry invitation, and she stood with her body displayed to make a man's eyes pop from his head. Caught completely by surprise, Isaiah grabbed for breath. Bad mistake. Particles of meatball went down his windpipe. He choked, and then he couldn't breathe. At first he didn't think it was a big deal, but after coughing and then gagging, he found that he still couldn't breathe. He ran to the sink and gagged some more.
Oh.
My God, Laura cried. The next thing he knew, she was whopping him on the back. For several awful seconds, each of which seemed eons long, Isaiah thought he might die. He'd never choked before.
Panic.
He couldn't breathe, couldn't talk, and toward the last, he couldn't even gag. He just stood there, his body convulsing with spasms, his head pounding with an awful airless feeling, and black spots dancing before his eyes. Laura locked her arms around his midsection, her small fist planted just over his diaphragm. "Bend your knees," she cried. "You're too tall." "Say what?" "Your knees, Isaiah. Bend your knees." Through the fog of panic, her words finally penetrated his reeling brain. He bent his legs, affording her more leverage, and with a strength he couldn't believe she possessed, she clenched her arms around him, shoving her fist upward with such force he wondered that it didn't connect with his backbone. Air propelled upward from his lungs, and one small piece of meatball shot from his mouth. Air whistled down his windpipe. Isaiah collapsed over the sink, grabbing for breath. Sweet Christ. Laura hovered at his elbow. "Are you okay? Isaiah, answer me. Please." "Are you all right?" All he could manage was a nod. After dragging in several more breaths, he finally pushed out a weak, gravelly, "Okay. I'm okay. Thank God." "I thought you were going to die." Trembling from the experience, Isaiah straightened away from the sink. "Me too." He gave the piece of meat a last look, deciding then and there that he'd never eat a meatball again.
Man.
"That's never happened to me before." She patted his arm. He grabbed a towel and dampened it to wipe his face. When his vision cleared, Laura had vanished. He tossed the towel on the counter, remembering that peach film of nothing that she'd been wearing. He smiled slightly and went to find her. She was in the bedroom, jerking a sweatshirt on over her head. He got a quick glimpse of beautiful bare breasts before blue fleece became the only landscape. She'd already lost the black G-string and replaced it with modest white panties.
He could have wept.
She wrinkled her nose and reached for a pair of jeans draped over the foot of her bed. "I'm sorry. Bad idea. I didn't mean to make you choke." Isaiah wanted the peach fringe back. "I choked because you took me by surprise. I didn't expect." There were no words. "You looked so beautiful, and I took your breath away. Right?" She laughed and shoved a dainty foot into the jeans. "The lady at the shop said it would make you wild for me." She was old. "I should have found someone younger, who'd know more what guys like." Isaiah waited until she got her other foot stuck into the jeans. Then he lunged across the room and caught her around the waist in a flying tackle, his target the bed. She shrieked and tried to catch her balance, but with her ankles shackled and his weight working against her, she went over like a 9-pin. Isaiah followed her down to the mattress, catching his weight with his arms, so he wouldn't crush her. She blinked bewilderedly and peered up at him through tousled wisps of blonde hair. "Are you sure you're okay?" He'd never felt better. And she didn't need fringe to be hot. Clarification. Were you, or were you not trying to seduce me? She wrinkled her nose again. I ruined it for us last night. I wanted to make up for it. She already had. God, how he loved her. He bent to nibble at her delectable mouth. Next time, two things. Don't appear in an outfit like that when my mouth's full. And you might also consider calling out some sort of warning. Isaiah, brace yourself would work. Anything to let me know you're about to blow my socks off. You liked it? You were a vision. If I go outside and come back in, will you put it back on for me? The mood is sort of ruined. His mood was perfect. Please. Laura in see-through peach stuff, standing by the Christmas tree. In all his life, Isaiah had never seen anything so beautiful, had never even dreamed such beauty could exist. The Christmas lights bathed her in a cheerful glow that accentuated the delightful curves of her body. All she lacked was a ribbon to be every man's Christmas fantasy. I love you, was all he could think to say. I love you, too. She dimpled a cheek at him. Stop staring at me. You're making me feel funny.
He didn't want that.
Isaiah felt as if he walked a mile to reach her. His hand trembled slightly when he touched her hair.
Ah.
Laura. You're lovely. I'm almost afraid to touch you. She giggled. That's not the idea. This is supposed to make you crazy for me. Mission accomplished. Isaiah drew her into his arms. This time,
He vowed.
he would make it perfect for her. Afterward, Laura felt like a puddle of melted wax. She lay sprawled on the beanbags, one arm flung outward, the other locked around Isaiah's neck. He lay with his face buried between her breasts. She had no idea where her sexy outfit had gone. Overall, she decided that it had been a complete waste of money. He'd left it on her for only about 3 seconds. But
Oh.
it had been lovely. She lifted her hand to his hair. The strands sifted through her fingers like cool threads of silk. His heart was still pounding. She could feel each violent thrum vibrating into her belly button. I'm really glad you didn't choke to death. He gave a weak laugh and nibbled at the curve of her breast.
Me, too. Ah.
Laura, you're fabulous. I love you so much. She tucked in her chin. In the firelight, it was oddly arousing to see his dark face pressed against her white skin. She trailed her hand down his back.
It didn't hurt this time.
Not at all. Was his only response. That wasn't exactly what she'd been hoping for. She stared thoughtfully at the open-beamed ceiling. Isaiah. She danced her fingertips over his bare hip. If I put my outfit back on, can we do it again? He groaned. Dear God. I've created a monster. Laura lifted her head, trying to see his face more clearly. You don't want me? He laughed and pushed up on his elbow. Convince me. Laura wasn't exactly sure how to do that, but she was willing to give it her best. In the end, she discovered that Isaiah didn't require a lot of encouragement. Hardly any. In fact, in between puppy feedings that night, they didn't sleep. They were like two children who'd been turned loose in a candy shop, insatiable in their greed for each other. When dawn broke and the first faint light of day shone through the crack of the bedroom drapes, Isaiah was so exhausted that he could barely move. Laura lay over the top of him like a cover that was too short, her dainty toes poking him at the ankles, her silky hair teasing his chin. even drained of energy as he was. Isaiah wanted her again. She felt so damned wonderful. All soft and naked and warm. Pressed full length against him. But he was finished. He could move his toes. But only just barely.
Sighing,
He groped for a blanket to cover them. Laura stirred and squirmed to get off of him, then curled her body into the lee of his for warmth. He splayed a hand on her belly, drew her even closer, and fell into an exhausted sleep. When next Isaiah opened his eyes, Laura was gone, and the sheet beside him was cold. He tossed back the blankets, pushed to his feet, and grabbed his jeans. As he hopped to drag them on, he made his way to the door. Laura? She wasn't in front of the fire, feeding puppies. He took some wood from the box and tossed it on the dying flames. Then he went in search of her. He found her in the laundry room, rinsing out towels. She wore one of his shirts instead of a nightgown. The tails reached almost to the bend of her knees.
"Morning," he said.
She grinned at him over her shoulder and stretched her neck for a kiss, which he was happy to deliver. "How can you look so perky?" he asked. "We hardly got any sleep. I'm high on love. I'm high on love."
2.
But even the sexiest man alive needs some sustenance. "Let me finish that while you start some breakfast." She rinsed her hands, gave him another kiss, and scurried off to the kitchen. Over the rush of the water, Isaiah could have sworn he heard her singing. He shook his head and chuckled. "Thank God it's Tucker's turn to work Saturday again," he said when he entered the kitchen a few minutes later. "I feel like I've been run over by a tank." She yawned as she turned the bacon. "The puppies are fed. After we eat, we could go back to bed." "Sounds like a plan to me." 30 minutes later, they snuggled down in Laura's bed, as contented and sleepy as the puppies in the wading pool. Isaiah considered making love to her before he went back to sleep. But between thought and action, his eyes drifted closed. The next instant he was under. They awakened to the sound of 13 hungry puppies, yipping and mewling. Laura warmed formula while Isaiah washed bottles. "Are you sure you want kids?" he asked. She smiled. "Yes. But maybe not 13. They stayed in that day, content with only each other. In between making love, they watched a couple of movies, played a game of checkers, and fixed snacks to keep up their energy. Isaiah had never hoped to be this happy. Laura could scarcely believe that all her dreams, which she believed could never come true for a woman with aphasia, were now becoming reality. Every once in a while they would look at each other and smile stupidly. "I can't believe you love me," she'd say. "I think I'm the luckiest man alive," he'd say. And pretty soon they were in bed again, as eager for each other as they'd been the first time. Just after midnight, Isaiah's phone rang. It was his answering service. There'd been a car accident just north of Crystal Falls. A German Shepherd, riding in the bed of a pickup truck, had been thrown from the vehicle. "Do you want me to go?" Laura offered. Isaiah would have loved to have her assist him, but he knew the dog's injuries might be severe, requiring a lengthy surgery. "You need to be here with the puppies. This could take hours." "I'll call Belinda." Minutes later, as Isaiah pulled away from the house, he saw Laura and Hapless still silhouetted in the open doorway. As if she sensed that he was looking back, Laura blew him a kiss.
Oh.
Jesus, Isaiah whispered when he saw the first X-rays. Is there a bone in his body that isn't broken? Belinda stood at the table. The shepherd was already under the effects of anesthesia. A tube down its trachea. Its tongue lolling. He's in pretty bad shape, she said sadly. Do you think we can save him? Isaiah rolled up his sleeves and jerked on a lab coat. He wished now that he'd gotten more sleep over the last 24 hours. Normally, his and Tucker's weekend schedules worked out fairly well, with each of them covering 2 Saturdays a month, so the other one could have 2 weekends off. The downside was that the guy who didn't work days on Saturday had to cover any emergencies that night. I don't know if I can save him, Isaiah finally replied. But I mean to give it a try. As he approached the table, he asked, what the hell was a seeing-eye dog doing in the back of someone's pickup truck? Belinda shrugged. I didn't get many details. I thought maybe you did when you talked to the police. Only that some blind lady flew in from Chicago to see her family. There must not have been room inside the cab for a dog. Idiots, Belinda said heatedly. With all the seatbelt laws in Oregon, and all the public awareness messages on television, you'd think people would understand that even dogs need some kind of safety restraints. That was the end of all unnecessary conversation for a while. Isaiah focused intently on his work. If the shepherd died, there was no telling how long it might be before the blind woman could get another guide dog. By 4 a.m, Isaiah was so tired that his vision kept blurring. Belinda had made him coffee that was strong enough to paint walls, but it hadn't helped. Talk to me, he said. Help me stay awake. Belinda obliged, chattering nonstop about her days at college as they worked on their patient. When Isaiah blinked and yawned again, she tipped her head questioningly. I don't think I've ever seen you so beat, she observed. Is everything okay at home? Isaiah stifled another huge yawn. Laura and I didn't get much sleep last night.
Oh.
Trouble with the puppies? He tried to bite back a smile, but failed.
No.
Other stuff. Belinda busied herself straightening the instruments. After a long moment, she said, You're in love with her, aren't you? Isaiah started to deny it, but then decided it was pointless. He did have a life apart from the clinic, and from now on Laura was going to be a big part of it. He wouldn't be able to hide that fact, and he wasn't inclined to try. Yes, he admitted. I'm very much in love with her. Belinda smiled. I'm so glad for you, Isaiah. If any guy on earth deserves to be happy, it has to be you. Thank you. And I adore Laura, she added. But then, don't we all? She's such a sweetie. She grinned and gave him a look rife with curiosity. Am I wrong to suspect that wedding bells may be ringing soon? We've talked about it. Nothing said in cement yet. 2 hours later, Isaiah finally closed the last incision. The shepherd's vitals were still strong. That was a good sign. Get on the horn, he told Belinda. This fellow has to be kept under close observation for the next several hours. And we're both too wiped out to stay. See if you can get a tech to come in and sit with him. It was daylight by the time Isaiah got home. When he stepped inside the house, he saw Laura asleep on an easy chair. An Afghan that his mother had made was draped over her shoulder. She'd drawn her legs beneath her, and her head was lolling on her shoulder. He tiptoed across the room to kiss her awake. Morning. Sunshine. As Isaiah spoke, it occurred to him that she actually was his sunshine. She had brightened his whole world. Isaiah. She rubbed her eyes and sat up. What time is it? Going on 7. I waited up for you. She looked as tired as he felt. When did you last feed the puppies? About an hour ago. Let's crash in your room. That way we'll hear them when they get hungry. En route to the guest room. Laura slipped an arm around his waist. You must be worn out. Pretty much wasted.
Yeah.
Is the dog all right? Isaiah shook his head. I've done all I can. God has to do the rest. At 9 o'clock, the puppies served as an alarm clock to bring Laura awake and rouse Isaiah momentarily from an exhausted sleep. Don't get up, Laura whispered. I'll take care of them. Isaiah wanted to argue, but he couldn't keep his eyes open long enough to form the words. Laura. It seemed that only minutes had passed when she shook him partially awake again and leaned down to beam a smile at him. I called in to check on the dog. Lena says he's holding strong. Good. Good. Isaiah struggled to smile, but even curving his lips took too much effort. When Isaiah finally resurfaced, it was almost 3 in the afternoon. Laura heard him stumbling about in the bedroom. She'd pulled the wading pool out into the living room so as not to disturb him during feeding times. Now she was keeping busy, putting puppies back in the pool. Coffee's fresh, she said when he emerged. He had fastened his jeans, but his shirt hung open to reveal a swath of bronzed, muscular chest furred with dark hair. He blinked and peered blearily at a puppy as it gained the top edge of the pool wall and tumbled out headfirst onto the floor. What the hell? They aren't supposed to be doing that yet. Laura could only lift her hands.
Tell them that.
All of a sudden they've got springs on their feet. Isaiah yawned and headed for the kitchen. When he returned a moment later, he held a steaming mug of coffee in one big hand and looked a little more alert. He watched her put a puppy back in the pool, smiled, and shook his head. Time for a portable kennel. You can't spend your whole day juggling dogs. Laura knew he was right. But that wasn't to say she hadn't been enjoying herself. Hapless thinks it's great. They're almost big enough to play with him. Isaiah sat in an easy chair. While he took a slow sip of coffee, Laura nibbled her bottom lip. Isaiah. Can I keep one? Keep one what? Laura rolled her eyes at him. A puppy. He frowned. Hapless will be a big dog. Laura. I know. Laura patted Hapless, who lay sleeping beside her. But he's yours. I want a dog of my own. Laura scooped up the little male who'd captured her heart. She couldn't look at his wrinkled nose without smiling. I want to name him Frown Face. Frown Face? What kind of a name is that? Isaiah studied the puppy. Then he finally smiled. He is sort of frowny at that. His eyes darkened. Laura. Honey. The people who own the mother get pick of the litter. There's every chance they'll pick him. He's a good-looking pup. Laura's heart caught. Can't I just hide him? You don't think they can count? They already know there are 13 puppies. Laura held the puppy close to her heart. She thought for a moment. Then she brightened and said, one of them just died. Isaiah threw back his dark head and barked with laughter. When Monday morning rolled around, and the shepherd was still holding strong, Isaiah finally breathed a sigh of relief. He called the police to give them an update on the dog's condition, happy to report that the guide dog would probably make it. "That's wonderful news," a female dispatcher said. "His owner has been inconsolable. He isn't just a dog to her, but her best friend in the entire world. If he's her best friend, why did she let him ride in the back of a pickup on icy roads? It's one thing in the summer for short trips, but it's pure lunacy in the winter when the asphalt is slick." "I know," the woman agreed. "Trust me when I say she'll never allow it again. Next time she says she'll hire a cab. It was just one of those things, I guess, a single-seat pickup and 2 people at the airport to pick her up, with 3 people up front. There was no room for the dog. She didn't think it would hurt to let him ride in the back. They were only going a short distance. Icy roads are hazardous no matter how short the distance." Isaiah realized that he was complaining to the wrong person. "I'm sorry. It's just hard sometimes. I see more idiots walk through our door than I care to count. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to properly care for a pet. All you need is a little common sense." The woman made a commiserating sound. "Tell me about it. You see the dogs that have been thrown from vehicles. We see the kids." Isaiah's stomach turned just at the thought. He stayed on the line only long enough to verify the billing information with the police. On Tuesday, Isaiah realized that there were only 3 shopping days left before Christmas. He was writing out a prescription in one of the examining rooms. As he wrote the date, it suddenly dawned on him that it wasn't the 21st of just any old month, but the 21st of December. Laura had already pulled her morning shift and left for the day. After returning to the surgery, Isaiah plucked his cell phone from his belt, dialed his home number, and paced until she answered. "Can you bring the puppies to the clinic at about 4? He asked after she'd said hello. "Why?" "Because I'm going to hire someone to stay here and watch them while we go Christmas shopping." "You aren't finished yet?" Isaiah rubbed the spot between his eyebrows that always throbbed when his nerves were on edge. "Finished?" "Sweetheart, I haven't started." Long silence. "But, Isaiah, it's almost Christmas." "I know." "I don't know where my head was. I thought I had plenty of time left. Would you mind helping me out? How many people do you have to buy for?" At a quick count, about 30, not counting all the older hands at the Lazy J. "I grew up with most of them, and they're like family. And you, of course. I suppose I should get something for your parents and grandmother as well. And your sister and her family too, I guess. Probably. When it's all said and done, about 40, maybe 45. That's a lot." "I know," he agreed miserably. "I have a big family, and it's getting bigger every year." He sighed. "I was thinking that we could take the Hummer and leave your car here until tomorrow. Won't we have to go back for the puppies?" "Yeah. But we'll be coming to work about the same time in the morning. Why drive your car clear back to the house and waste gas? It'll be fine parked behind the clinic." "Okay. I'll see you at 4. Then. I appreciate this. Sweetheart. We'll do dinner out." "Sound good." When Isaiah ended the call, Belinda was laughing and shaking her head. "You forgot to go shopping again. It wasn't a question." "I didn't forget." "Exactly. I was thinking I could go sometime next week." "Next week." Belinda raised her dark eyebrows. "What planet are you living on?" Laura was late arriving at the clinic. Isaiah had funneled all the appointments he couldn't cancel into Tucker's wing, and he'd been watching for her out a kennel window for almost 15 minutes. When he finally saw her car pull into the parking lot, he let himself out through the storage room door and hurried to meet her. "Sorry," she said as she spilled from the car. "I had puppy problems." "What kind of problems?" She looked like a cheerful little Eskimo in the hooded pink parka. Fake fur framed her face, with tendrils of blonde hair poking out. They wouldn't stay in the basket. I got on the road, and the first thing I knew, I had a puppy under the brake pedal. Isaiah's heart caught. "You could have had a wreck. Tell me about it." "I couldn't use the brake. I had to turn the key off and roll to a stop." "Dear God." Isaiah bent to peer through a rear window. "Where are they?" "In the trunk." She popped the lid just then. Isaiah stepped around the rear bumper. Puppies were popping up like jack-in-the-boxes. "Help." Laura started grabbing puppies before they tumbled out and fell to the ground. "I don't have enough hands." Isaiah couldn't help himself. He started to laugh. His amusement quickly faded when he grabbed for a tumbling puppy and almost missed his mark. Before he could put that dog in the basket, another one toppled out. "Sweet Lord. They're too little to be doing this. What are you lacing that formula with?" Puppies were coming out of the basket quicker than they could put them in. Isaiah slipped off his jacket and threw it over the wicker to create a lid. Then he helped slip puppies inside and held the jacket taut while Laura rounded up more. When all 13 babies had been stuffed in the basket, they worked in tandem to carry it into the clinic, Laura dancing around Isaiah as he walked to catch furry little escapees. "I have never in all my life." Isaiah was out of breath when he set the basket down inside a kennel cage. "And you want one of these little monsters?" A black ball with legs tumbled from the basket and waddled blindly over the toe of his boot. Isaiah was afraid to move for fear of stepping on a tiny paw. He reached down to collect the puppy and was rewarded with a snarl for his trouble. "The little shit. He just growled at me." "Don't call him a little shit. That's frown face." Isaiah turned the puppy around to stare into its milky eyes. "As soon as you can see me clearly, you little pill, we're going to get a clear understanding." Isaiah hated to go shopping for Christmas presents. His usual mode of operation was to hit a department store and scoop things off shelves as he passed through a section, housewares for women, the tools section for men. On his last sweep, he hit the toy section for the kids. The first crack out of the bag, he realized that he and Laura didn't see eye to eye on the appropriate way to select gifts. She stared at him in appalled dismay when he grabbed a toaster for his mother. "Isaiah, your mom has a toaster. This one has 4 holes. Though, that isn't the point. You're supposed to get people things that they want. She doesn't need a toaster. And it isn't a fun present either. She loves toasters." Laura gave him an incredulous look and started to tap her foot. "Please don't tell me you've gotten her toasters before." Isaiah couldn't see what was so bad about buying someone a toaster. People ate toast, didn't they? If his mother already had a toaster, it was bound to break sooner or later. Then she'd be really glad that he'd thought to buy her a new one. "Here's the deal," he said. "I have 45 people to buy for. If I stand around thinking it to death every time I pick a gift, it'll take me a week." Laura put the toaster back on the shelf. "If we can't find something better, we'll come back for it later." Isaiah almost groaned, but he dutifully followed her through the store. When she picked something up and examined it from all sides, including from the bottom, he just smiled. Why not? Hell, they had 3 more days to shop. Piece of cake. To his surprise, shopping Laura's way turned out to be fun. Maybe it was because his head had stopped hurting, but putting a little thought into a gift was rewarding. They found a kitchen stool for his mother, a handy fold-up thing with a projecting seat, so she could sit down while she prepared meals. More than once at family dinners, Isaiah had seen Mary with swollen ankles and rubbing her lower back. The stool was something she'd really use. After that, Laura led Isaiah through the mall, stopping at specialty shops to browse and find thoughtful presents for everyone they loved. In between stores, they made mad dashes through the winter night to stash their purchases in the Hummer. It was snowing, which made it all perfect. At the mall commons, she insisted that they circle the gigantic Christmas display filled with animated figures. This year it was Santa's workshop at the North Pole. Reindeer lowered their heads to eat. Through frosted window panes, they could see Santa's elves working industriously in a golden glow of light to complete their projects before Christmas Eve.
Oh.
Isaiah, look at Mrs. Claus, Laura cried. Isn't she sweet? Isaiah bent to peer through frosted glass and study a cute little Mrs. Claus, complete with granny glasses, rosy cheeks, a blue dress, an apron, and chunky shoes. Beaming a smile, she was extending a tray to a very happy and satisfied Santa, who kept grabbing cookies and saying, "Ho, ho, ho. Thank you, Mrs. Claus. Wouldn't it be neat if there really were Santa, and we could all make a wish and have it come true?" Laura asked. She looked up at Isaiah with shimmering eyes, and in that moment, he decided that he'd already received a lifetime's supply of Christmas wishes. She was everything he'd ever wanted, everything he'd ever needed, and more than he'd ever dreamed of, his every desire all rolled into one. Christmas carols were playing over the mall sound system. At that instant, silver bells, making him realize that he didn't have a stereo, let alone a Christmas CD. Even worse, he'd been so focused on work that he hadn't gotten Laura a gift yet or even thought about what she might like. He didn't like the picture of himself that was taking shape in his mind. He'd become a modern-day Scrooge, almost mechanical in the way he lived his life. Granted, his work was important, and it was fine to be dedicated, but not to the exclusion of all else. There was Christmas magic in the air. Soon they'd be celebrating the birth of Christ. It was a glorious occasion, a time of year that he never wanted to ignore again. "There is a Santa," he assured Laura. "If you believe in him, he's as real as we are. Just keep telling yourself there is a Santa." She laughed, squeezed her eyes closed, and said, "I'm making my Christmas wish." "What did you wish for?" he asked when she lifted her lashes. "I can't tell." "Then it won't come true." At the opposite side of the North Pole scene, they came upon a Christmas tree for the poor, decorated with envelopes. At the top of the tree, a paper star bore the message, "Pick a family." Normally, Isaiah went straight past such displays. He already had enough family to buy for at Christmas. But tonight, he couldn't keep walking. He had so very much, and there were others who had little or nothing. "Let's give a poor family a nice Christmas," he suggested. Laura looked hesitant. "I don't know if I've got the money. When I pay off my credit card, the lady at the bank tells me how much I've got left. But it's almost the end of the month, so she hasn't told me for a while." Isaiah couldn't imagine how it would be, never to know for sure how much money he'd spent or how much he had left. "I'll pay for everything," he assured her. "I'm blessed with the resources to be able to do it and never notice the expenditure." He turned her toward the tree. "Close your eyes and pick an envelope." Laura's groping hand landed on a red envelope that contained the physical descriptions of 5 individuals, a mother and 4 children of varying ages. There were 3 girls, ages 6, 9, and 11, along with boy of 14. Each child had written a Christmas wish list, all fairly modest requests and some sadly practical, such as snow boots or insulated gloves. Although the mother's clothing sizes were supplied, she'd asked only for 5 frozen turkey dinners, a can of cranberry sauce, a package of dinner rolls, and a frozen pumpkin pie.
Oh,
Isaiah, Laura whispered shakily as he read the lists aloud. They are going to have a Christmas dinner. Oh, yes they are. Isaiah bent to kiss her, right there in front of God and everybody. Her mouth met his tremulously. She tasted as warm and sweet as the mulled wine she'd made for their tree trimming party, making him yearn for home and privacy so he might do a more thorough job of tasting. Not possible. He drew reluctantly away, smiling as he watched the dazed, dreamy look slowly leave her eyes. And these kids will get everything on their lists, and then some. We're going to play Santa. Isaiah caught her hand. Come on, lady. Make like an elf. It's almost Christmas. The dreaded Christmas shopping expedition turned out to be one of the most wonderful evenings of Isaiah's life. He and Laura erred on the side of absurd generosity as they shopped for their tree family, buying the mother a robe, nightgown, and slippers, and getting everything on the children's lists, including extra things, toys, books, art supplies, sports equipment, and clothing. To cover dinner, they decided to include a $100 gift certificate from a local supermarket so the mother could prepare a real Christmas dinner with all the trimmings and a little left over for goodies. For his paraplegic sister, Bethany, they found a pair of battery-powered slippers that heated up, something to keep her feet warm on cold winter evenings. They got Hank's wife, Carly, a magnifying glass with an attached light suspended from an adjustable metal arm that would clamp onto almost any surface. Isaiah knew that his sister-in-law spent every spare moment trying to train her visual cortex. Reading and looking through magazines would be much easier on her eyes with a magnifying glass. Midway through the shopping expedition, Isaiah and Laura both got hungry. They stopped at a wine and cheese place. When they were seated at a table, Isaiah gazed over the candlelight at Laura's oval face, thinking that she was the best Christmas gift of all. He still had no idea of what to get her, though. He only knew that he wanted to give her the world. "Do you have any idea how wonderful you are?" he asked. She popped a green olive into her mouth and smiled at him around the lump.
no.
"But feel free to tell me. You're the most fabulous thing that's ever happened in my life." Her eyes sparkled with happy tears. "And you're the greatest thing that's ever happened in mine. I love you so much. I've always detested Christmas shopping, but you make it fun." She helped herself to another olive from the relish plate between them. "I'm glad. Shopping is like most other things. You can think of it as a chore, or you can turn it into an art." Isaiah had never thought of it like that. But now that she'd mentioned it, he realized that she approached most things that way, putting her whole heart into everything she did. "You're incredible. You know it? No list of names. But so far you haven't forgotten anyone. How the hell do you do that? I may have trouble reading and writing, Isaiah, but my memory is fine. I have a great memory too, but I'm not organized like you are. No matter how many balls you have to juggle, you never seem to drop any. You're working, taking care of puppies, decorating the house, keeping it clean, doing laundry, and you still manage to have a great supper ready every night. I don't know how you do it. Do you realize that I once had a customer pluck a fabric softener sheet from the back of my shirt?" She laughed so hard that she hugged her sides, making him wonder how she might react if he told her about the sock that he had found dangling out the bottom of his pant leg when he had been in the bank one afternoon. When her mirth subsided, she reached across the table to touch his hand. "You're saving lives, Isaiah, not juggling balls. You forget all the little things because you're always worried about big things."
He sighed.
"I guess. But sometimes it's frustrating. All I do is work, but I never seem to get anything done. The shopping, for instance." He turned his hand to squeeze her fingers. Thanks for helping me get it done. I honestly don't know what I'd do without you. No worries. I don't intend to let you find out. Chapter 14. It was still snowing when Isaiah and Laura finished the Christmas shopping and left the mall. You saved my life, Isaiah said as they stepped out into the night air. Gift certificates from specialty shops. I've done certificates before, but never for specific sections of stores or from places just ladies or guys would like. With so many people and so little time, it's a case of whatever works, Laura replied with a laugh. It would have been nicer if we could have picked a nice gift for each person. But failing that, it's okay to let them do their own choosing. I think. I'm just thrilled to be done. After stowing the last of their purchases in the back of the Hummer, Laura flung her arms wide and raised her face to the sky to catch snowflakes on her tongue. Try it, she said with a laugh. Didn't you ever do this when you were little? Isaiah felt silly, but he decided dignity was highly overrated and opened his mouth. No two snowflakes are alike. Did you know that? She blinked as floating white missiles drifted into her eyes. Isaiah dropped his chin to look at her. In the soft light from a nearby lamppost, she looked like an angel. She was definitely unique, he decided. If he were to search for 100 years, he'd never find anyone else quite like her. Back at the clinic, Isaiah dug through one of the storage rooms for a portable wire kennel. That took nearly an hour, because it was behind a bunch of boxes. Then they had to collect puppies and introduce them to their new jail cell. They won't be climbing out of that, Isaiah said with a laugh when a puppy bumped its nose against the wire mesh. Your Houdini days have come to an end. Frown face. When they get bigger, will there be enough room in there? Laura asked.
No.
But it'll do for now. Isaiah hooked an arm around her neck and planted a deep kiss on her soft mouth. I'm glad you're riding home with me. I've been wanting to get my hands under that parka all evening. Her eyes drifted, almost closed. Promise? When they arrived home, Hapless burst past them to get outside, almost making Isaiah drop the packages in his arms. Laura deposited the wire kennel full of puppies on the floor and hurried back to the Hummer ahead of Isaiah to get another load of gifts. When everything had been carried in, she surprised Isaiah by dashing back outside to romp with Hapless in the snow. Isaiah stared at the mountains of packages that had yet to be wrapped and seriously considered starting on that immediately. But the sound of Laura's laughter drew him like a magnet out onto the porch.
Laura.
It's after 9 o'clock. Don't you think it's a little late to be fooling around out here? Whop. A snowball hit him squarely in the face. Isaiah brushed white stuff from his cheek and narrowed his eyes. Have I mentioned that I pitched for the Crystal Falls Comets 4 years running? He said. She danced away into the darkness. And a moment later another snowball nailed him on the chest. Isaiah realized that he was at a serious disadvantage. Standing in the light, he leaped off the porch, grabbed a handful of snow, and bounded after her. You want war, lady? You'll get war. She laughed and stuck her tongue out at him. Isaiah let fly with a perfect pitch, nailing her in the face with a loosely packed snowball. She sputtered and dove for a snowdrift to gather more ammunition. 30 minutes later, they were both drenched with melted snow, and Hapless was exhausted from running back and forth, trying to fetch balls that melted in his mouth. Isaiah sank onto the porch. Laura came to sit beside him. Together they stared out into the darkness at the snowflakes drifting down. "This is beautiful," he whispered. "Yes." She stared off for a moment. And then she sprang to her feet. "We haven't made snow ice cream yet." "You're kidding." "It's almost 10. Do you turn into a pumpkin at midnight?" He pushed to his feet and followed her into the house. She was already taking a bowl from a shelf. "You want to get the snow while I get the other stuff ready?" What he wanted was to make passionate love to her on the kitchen table. But one look into her dancing hazel eyes told him that snow ice cream would have to come first. He went back to the living room for the portable stereo and CDs that he'd bought. If they were going to make ice cream, they'd listen to Christmas carols while they were at it. Isaiah and Laura arrived at the clinic at just a little before 6 the next morning. As Isaiah executed the turn into the parking lot, his heart shot into his throat. Police lights seemed to be flashing everywhere, creating a spiral effect of red and blue on the fresh snow. In the pre-dawn darkness, it was a frightening sight.
"Oh, God."
"Something's happened," Laura cried. Isaiah jockeyed the Hummer into a parking slot, slammed the gear shift into park, and cut the engine. He and Laura spilled from the vehicle almost simultaneously. When they reached the rear door, they found a police officer standing outside. "Sorry,
"Sir."
you can't go in." Isaiah grasped Laura's arm. Even through the parka sleeve, he could feel her shaking. "Are the dogs and cats all right?" she asked thinly. "The animals are fine," the officer assured her. They were after drugs. "Drugs?" Isaiah repeated incredulously. It was true that the clinic had a large store of narcotics. Practically any medical facility did. He also knew that it wasn't uncommon for veterinary clinics to be burglarized by addicts. But this was Crystal Falls, Oregon, not a big city. "Someone broke into our clinic for drugs?" "Yes."
"Sir."
"Are you one of the owners?" "Isaiah Coulter. My brother Tucker and I own the place." "If there was a break-in, why weren't we notified by the security company?" Alarm didn't go off. The cop pulled a tablet from his pocket. "Coulter.
"Did you say?"
What's your first name again?" Isaiah provided the information. "How the hell did someone get inside without setting off the alarm?" he asked the policeman. "It looks like an inside job." The perpetrator used a security code to disarm the system. "One of your employees," he glanced at his notes, "a lady named Susan Strong, called us when she got here to open up a few minutes ago." The police were inside dusting for fingerprints. And it was over 30 minutes before Isaiah and Laura could enter the building. When Isaiah saw the drug cabinet, he couldn't believe his eyes. The locks had been jimmied open, and the shelves were almost bare. "Damn," he muttered to Laura. "Someone's going to be high for 6 months." Laura was shivering, even in her coat. Isaiah hooked an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. "It's no big deal, sweetheart. The cabinet can be fixed, and the medications can be replaced." "The first thing I thought of was the dogs," she whispered. "That they might be hurt." "I know, but they're fine." Over the top of Laura's head, Isaiah saw a police officer step into the doorway of the drug room. The man glanced at Laura, removed his hat, and tucked it under his arm. "Excuse me, Dr. Coulter?" Isaiah set Laura away from him. "Yes." The officer glanced down at a tablet in his hand. Do you have a woman named Laura Townsend working for you? For the second time, in less than an hour. Isaiah's heart leaped. Why do you ask? We just found her automobile out in the parking lot. The stolen drugs are in the trunk. Isaiah glanced at Laura. Her face had gone as pale as milk. I'm Laura Townsend, she said in a quavering voice. The officer gave her a startled look. Then his eyes narrowed. Can you explain how the controlled substances found their way into the trunk of your car?
Yes.
Townsend.
No.
Isaiah stepped forward to put Laura slightly behind him. Wait just a damned minute. Laura wasn't involved in this. I know she wasn't. She was with me all night. Isaiah quickly related the events of the previous afternoon. We left her car here. She didn't even have transportation to come back. The cop glanced at Laura. Then he gave Isaiah a sharp look. Would it be possible for us to talk alone, Doctor? Outrage roiled within Isaiah.
No.
Damn it. That isn't possible. I have no secrets from her. It's all right. Isaiah. Laura touched his hand. I'll be in the kennels. Laura was frightened. On the one hand, she knew it was silly. People didn't get arrested for things they hadn't done. But another part of her wasn't so sure. The drugs had been found in the trunk of her car. She had no idea how they'd gotten there. But that was beside the point. The police dealt in facts, and right now all the evidence pointed directly to her. She busied herself with work, changing bedding, refilling dishes. Even so, it seemed as if an eternity passed before Isaiah appeared in the center aisle. Laura took one look at him and knew she was in big trouble. His blue eyes were filled with anguish. His firm mouth was drawn into a grim line. Well, she stepped from a kennel to meet him. Don't make me wait. I'm dying. He curled his big hands over her shoulders. Before I say anything, Laura, I want you to know I already called a lawyer. A what? A lawyer. He bent his dark head to rest his brow against hers. Narcotic theft is a serious offense. Laura's heart was pounding so hard that it felt as if it might crack a rib. But I've done nothing wrong. I know. And the police will figure that out soon. His grip tightened on her upper arms. Laura. The security code used to enter the building was yours. Laura's blood ran cold. But I never even wrote it down. And I didn't tell anyone my numbers. Someone got their hands on it nevertheless. Isaiah kissed her forehead. I have a copy of everyone's code in my files. So does Tucker. We both keep our file cabinets locked. But it's possible that one of us wasn't careful with our keys. Laura made tight fists on the sleeves of his shirt. What does this mean? Isaiah? You won't let them arrest me, right? You know I didn't do it. Of course I know you didn't do it, honey. But an offense involving controlled substances, especially in large amounts like this, is a felony. Class A or Class B. Hell, I don't know. I don't keep up on that kind of stuff. I only know it's out of my hands. The stuff was found in your trunk. For God's sake. It stinks of a setup, but how the hell did someone get your trunk open without keys? There's no evidence of forced entry. Laura could only shake her head. I'll get to the bottom of this. I swear it, he promised her. And I've already called the best damned attorney in town.
Zeke used him a while back.
He looks like a warmed-up corpse. but he's sharp as a tack. They won't keep you at the jail. I promise. Keep me? Laura's brain was short-circuiting. She could barely make sense of what he said.
Oh.
Isaiah. Don't let them arrest me. I was with you. I didn't have a car. You know I didn't do it. I know it. Laura. But they don't. I told them you were with me, and they asked if I stayed awake all night and could swear you never left the house. I told them you had no vehicle, and they asked if I was absolutely certain you didn't use mine. Why would I use yours and leave the drugs in mine? It makes no sense.
No.
It doesn't. And once the cops have a chance to sift through all of this, I'm sure they'll realize that. A police officer appeared behind Isaiah. He cleared his throat. MS. Townsend, he said politely. I'm afraid you'll have to come with me. Isaiah kissed her forehead again. Then he stepped aside. Laura flashed him a frantic look. Trust me, he said. And then the policeman pulled a pair of handcuffs from his belt. As he snapped them on Laura's wrists, he read her rights. Being arrested wasn't quite as frightening as Laura expected, nothing like what she saw on television anyway. The police officers were polite. They didn't shove her around or jerk her arms high behind her back to inflict pain. Except for being in handcuffs and being put in the back seat of the squad car behind a screen, she might have been taking a Sunday ride. Once at the police station, it got a little scarier. She was led to a desk and pressed down into a chair. The man asking questions was fond of using acronyms, and Laura understood only about half of what he said. Even worse, he asked essentially the same questions over and over, a clear sign to her that he believed none of her answers. In an hour, Laura was numb. In 2, she could barely say her own name.
What are you on? The man demanded.
Laura had no idea what he meant. I'm sorry? What are you taking? Laura realized that he thought she was under the influence of something and started to laugh. He didn't see the humor. The angrier he got, the funnier it seemed. Pretty soon she couldn't stop laughing. The attorney Isaiah had called arrived to save the day. He was skeletal and old, with a name that didn't stick in Laura's mind, but he seemed to know the ropes. He quickly explained a reason for Laura's halting speech, and the cop got over his huff. About an hour later, Laura was informed that she could leave. She was helped up from the chair. The cuffs were removed from her wrists, and the lawyer escorted her from the office. Isaiah was pacing back and forth just inside the front doors. When he saw Laura, he came rushing to meet her. She was too numb to do anything but lean against him when he put his arm around her. The two men carried on a conversation over the top of her head as they exited the building. Laura heard the words, but their meaning didn't penetrate. Bail, charges, felony, controlled substances. Her head hurt. She felt sick to her stomach. All she wanted was to crawl into bed, pull the covers over her head, and hear nothing but silence for a while. At the curb, Isaiah stopped to shake the attorney's hand. I appreciate your quick response. The attorney patted Laura's shoulder. Mr. Coulter's sister is married to Ryan Kendrick. Any friend of the Kendrick clan is a friend of mine. Not to worry.
S.
Townsend. We'll have this ironed out in no time. Laura let Isaiah lead her to his Hummer. She was glad when he grasped her at the waist and swung her up onto the seat. Her legs felt like limp noodles. A few minutes later, as he drove through town, he reached over to squeeze her hand. We've rearranged the schedule.
Honey,
Your shifts are covered indefinitely. Until this is resolved. You don't need to worry about anything. Laura thought of the kennel dogs. She would miss being with them every day. Am I still in trouble? She knew she should ask more detailed questions. Had he figured out how someone had gotten into her trunk without keys? Had he figured out how someone had obtained her security code? Did the police have any other suspects? Was she out on bail? And if so, what exactly did that mean? But her brain had reached overload. Is it likely that they'll take me back and put me in jail? I hope not. He glanced over at her. We've sent all our emergencies to another doctor, canceled all appointments, and closed the clinic for the day. He glanced at his watch and then at his side mirror. Tucker's meeting with me at my place in about an hour. We'll get to the bottom of this, Laura. You have my word on it. Laura trusted Isaiah Coulter more than she'd ever trusted anyone. But she also realized that he couldn't pull answers out of a hat. In short, she was still in serious trouble. And unless something happened to cast suspicion on someone else, there was every possibility that she could go to jail. Oddly, the prospect didn't completely terrify her. Maybe she couldn't talk very well under fire, but that didn't mean she was totally clueless about the law. A prosecutor had to prove guilt. When this case was reviewed, any lawyer worth his salt was bound to see that there were holes in it large enough to accommodate an 18-wheeler. She'd been with Isaiah. She'd had no car. She had no criminal record. The blood tests would show that she'd never used drugs. At the end of the day, Laura felt confident that she would prevail. She just prayed she wouldn't be forced to prevail from a jail cell. Once at the house, Laura allowed Isaiah to baby her. Physically, she was fine, but her damaged brain needed a rest. He pushed her down on the edge of her bed and removed her shoes. Then he drew back the covers so she might lie down. A few minutes later, he brought in the portable stereo, plugged in a Christmas CD, set it at a low, soothing volume, and served her a piping hot cup of herbal tea. Thank you, Isaiah. I'm sorry for going brain dead. I'll feel better in a bit. He leaned down to kiss her cheek. Hey. No apologies. Getting arrested is scary as hell. She gave him a questioning look. You've been arrested? Once in college. The charges didn't stick. As he fed the puppies, he gave her what she suspected was a slightly fictionalized account of the incident. I was with Tucker in a university bar, just standing there, minding my own business. He grinned and winked at her. There was this trellis thing that divided the room. Anyway, a couple of guys Tucker and I knew were pretty lit, and God only knows why, but they decided to rip the trellis apart. Laura took a sip of tea. You weren't involved? Hell no. He went to the cage for another puppy. As he sat back down on the foot of the bed, he added, neither was Tucker. Problem, when you're close to 6 feet, 5 inches tall. You stand out in a crowd. We were near the guys who did the dirty. One of us, I can't remember now if it was Tucker or me, tried to make them stop. From across the room, the bouncer and bartender thought we were the ones who did it. He finished with the last puppy. My one experience with getting stuffed and cuffed. Not something I'd like to repeat. Laura was starting to feel a little better and managed to smile. Me? Neither. You won't, he assured her. The doorbell rang just then. He straightened from the puppy cage. There's Tucker now. He leveled a finger at her. You rest. Understand? At least an hour. Let your brain defrag. Yes, sir. Laura had just drifted off to sleep when she heard voices lifted in anger. Her first thought was that the police had come for her. Isaiah was cursing. Over the soft Christmas music playing on the stereo, he sounded very upset. As much as Laura appreciated his loyal defense of her, she didn't want him to get in trouble with the law. She swung out of bed and padded barefoot from her room. To her surprise, no one was in the living area. Following the sound of voices, she moved hesitantly toward the kitchen. As she came around the rock fireplace that divided the living and formal dining rooms, she realized that it wasn't Isaiah talking so loudly, after all, but Tucker. She froze in her tracks. An instant later, she had first-hand knowledge that the old adage was true. Eavesdroppers never hear anything good about themselves. "Are you out of your mind, Isaiah?" Tucker demanded in a hushed yell, clearly pitched low so he wouldn't be overheard. "Surely you don't intend to actually marry the woman? Be smart. Have a fling. Wait for the newness to wear off. And then get the hell out. Tucker, for once would you just butt out? It's my life. What I choose to do with it is my business. Not when you're about to flush your future down the john. Laura is sweet. I'll be the first person to admit that. And there's no denying that she's pretty. But, for God's sake, Isaiah, use your head. She's also a brain-damaged misfit who can't pronounce three-syllable words or dole out dog food without messing up. She didn't mess up with the dog food. Would you listen to yourself? Tucker asked more calmly. I don't have it in for Laura. You know that. I like her very much. But she isn't the woman for you. Excuse me? But isn't that for me to decide? Laura pressed a hand to her waist, feeling as if she might be sick. Everything may seem hunky-dory now, Tucker retorted. But if you marry the lady, the day will come when you'll regret that you ever met her. She can't stimulate you intellectually, Isaiah. And she sure as hell isn't capable of being your helpmate at the clinic. Isaiah tried to interject something, but Tucker cut him off. Would you just hear me out? Isaiah muttered a sentence, but Laura didn't catch what he said. She had no problem hearing Tucker. If you marry her and are dumb enough to have kids, he rushed on, we'll help them with their reading and math. You? That's who. Laura can't even write a damned grocery list. You'll be bringing in all the bacon and cooking it as well. Laura is a wonderful cook. Damn it. You know that isn't what I mean. Married to someone like her, you'll constantly have to compensate for all her failings. We'll iron out the wrinkles, Isaiah said. Wrinkles? Isaiah, you've got a brilliant future as a vet. With the right woman at your side, the sky's the limit. Laura isn't that woman. When the attraction wears off, what will you talk to her about? You sure as hell won't be able to have an intellectual conversation with her. When there are public functions you have to attend, what are you going to do? Dress her up like a pretty little doll and tell her to smile and keep her mouth shut all evening? Laura winced. It's not like I'm climbing a corporate ladder, Isaiah countered. Yeah, you say that, and for right now it's true enough. But what if you decide later to enter the research field or want to teach? You want to get a taste of vicious politics, brother? Just visit any university or research center in the country. A beautiful, intelligent, accomplished, and entertaining wife will be a huge asset, and trust me, Laura will never cut the mustard. Laura felt as if her heart were breaking.
Oh, God.
As a child, she'd sung, "Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me." Not true. Words could inflict wounds that ran deeper than the flesh. The worst part was, she could refute nothing of what Tucker said. She was a brain-damaged misfit, a woman who'd been doomed to scrub toilets and walk dogs for a living until she met Isaiah. And the rest was true as well. Isaiah did have a brilliant future ahead of him, and he needed a smart, charming wife who could compliment him and help him accomplish all his goals. Laura remembered the night that he'd talked with her about the Chesapeake with autoimmune disease and how respectfully he'd spoken of his colleague who had devoted his career to research. Isaiah hadn't told her that he wanted to follow in that colleague's footsteps, but in retrospect, when she remembered the look in his eyes, she knew the longing had been there. She'd just failed to see it, maybe because she hadn't wanted to. Fearful that Isaiah or Tucker would turn and see her in the dining area, Laura retreated to her room and quietly closed the door. Dry-eyed, she sank onto the edge of the bed and stared blankly at the floor. Before her accident, she could have been the wife Isaiah needed. But in all honesty, she knew she wasn't capable of that now. She loved him, yes, and she wished with all her heart that she had more to offer him. But she didn't. Isaiah would marry her. Laura knew that. He was a kind,
Caring.
and wonderful man. And in his heart, he believed they could make a marriage work. But at what cost to him? She didn't want to be an anchor that held him back from pursuing his dreams. Sometimes a woman had to love a man enough to walk away. Isaiah refused to let Tucker piss him off. He knew his brother meant well. The way Tucker saw it, Isaiah would be making a disastrous mistake if he married Laura. Out of love. He was trying to make Isaiah see that. Okay, Isaiah said evenly. I've let you have your say. Now will you let me have mine? Tucker waved his hand and leaned his hips against the counter.
Sure.
Isaiah positioned himself across from his brother, his hips resting against the work island. I love Laura Townsend. That's your dick talking. Would you just shut up and listen? All my life, everybody's harped at me to stop and smell the goddamned roses. Don't take life so seriously, Isaiah. Get your nose out of that book, Isaiah. There's more to life than work, Isaiah. You need to find yourself a wife, Isaiah. Yada, yada, yada. Only me and my dick never ran into a woman we both wanted to stay with. Tucker tugged on his ear. Okay. I hear you. No, you don't hear me. You've never been in love. I may as well be talking Greek. He swung his hand toward the living room. That girl in there has changed my whole life. The sex is great. I don't deny it. But I only discovered that just recently, and as wonderful as the physical aspects are, that isn't what I love about her. It was never about that. What is it about then? It's about watching the snowflakes come down. Damn it. It's about sitting by the fire at night to read a novel to her instead of poring over a medical tome. It's about having someone who listens to me. You say Laura, and I can't have an intellectual conversation?
Wrong.
Her intelligence hasn't been affected by the aphasia. She's probably smarter than you are. And it goes without saying that her education is equal to yours. I don't give a shit if she talks to me using two-syllable words. It's what she's got to say that counts. Tucker nodded, his brow furrowing in a thoughtful frown. It's about me getting a puppy of my own, and having him greet me at the door each night as if I single-handedly hung the moon. It's about laughing until my sides hurt. It's about having a life. Tucker, a life apart from my work that really matters to me and makes me feel complete. It's about having someone here who makes coming home seem worthwhile. When that girl in there smiles, I feel like the sun just came out on a cloudy day. Tucker wandered over to the table and sank onto a chair.
Shit.
That's right.
Shit.
I thought you were coming over here to help me make sense of the mess at the clinic. Instead, you start in about my life choices. Well, hello? Like yours are so great. You're only 3 minutes older than me. I think I know my own mind. Isaiah gestured toward the living room. If she heard you, if you've made her cry, I'll take every single tear she sheds out of your goddamned hide. I'm sorry, Tucker said gruffly. I had no idea you loved her so much, or that she made you so happy. He rubbed a hand over his face. Maybe she's exactly what you need in a wife. After all.
Amen.
Isaiah gave his brother a burning look. Now, unless you want your future sister-in-law to serve time in the joint, you'd better put your mind to other concerns. Laura was with me last night, in my bed, in my arms. I slept, yes, but I know she never left my side. Someone at that clinic is trying to frame her. We need to find out who the hell it is, and how the hell they did it. An hour and a half later, Isaiah sat hunched over a list at the kitchen table. Possibilities. He and Tucker had racked their brains trying to come up with suspects, anyone at the clinic who might want to get rid of Laura, for whatever reason. So far, James was their most likely candidate. But Isaiah's gut told him to look elsewhere. According to Laura, the kid was harmless. He needed to trust her instincts. Isaiah was going over the list of employees again when the doorbell rang. He wasn't expecting anyone. He wondered if Tucker had come back. As he strode into the living room, Laura emerged from her bedroom. He'd thought she was asleep, so it was with no small surprise that he saw she was wearing her parka. "Going somewhere?" he asked with a laugh. "Yes," she said hollowly. "That's Graham. I called her to come get me." It was then that Isaiah noticed her satchel set just outside the bedroom door. His stomach took a dive. Her eyes. Never had he seen such pain. Tucker. Isaiah knew then that Laura had overheard their conversation.
Laura.
"Don't pay any mind to my brother."
He said his piece.
I set him straight. "It's all settled now." Avoiding his gaze, she moved past him to answer the door. Etta stood on the porch. She looked beautiful for a woman her age, smartly turned out in a brown suede jacket over a camel pantsuit, her silver hair swept into a pile of curls atop her head. She flashed Isaiah a sad look, and then she smiled at her granddaughter. "Hello, honey," she said as she gave Laura a hug. "I got here as fast as I could." Isaiah advanced on the women. "Etta, this is all a big misunderstanding." He gave Laura a meaningful look. "We just need to talk it out like two mature adults." Laura didn't take the bait. In fact, Isaiah got the awful feeling that she didn't even hear him. "Just let me get my things."
Graham.
"I'll only be a minute." True to her word, Laura returned seconds later with her purse strap over one shoulder, a bundle of clothes under one arm, and the satchel in her other hand. Before stepping out onto the porch with her grandmother, she turned to Isaiah. "I phoned Trish. She says she'll come get the puppies. In about 2 weeks, they'll be ready to go. And they don't have to be fed as often now. She can use the money that they'll bring in." Isaiah's mouth had gone as dry as dirt. She honestly meant to leave him. What about Frown Face? Hapless bounded up onto the porch, giving a happy bark. Laura didn't even look at the pup. "Things have changed. I can't keep Frown Face after all. I'm sure Trish will find him a good home." Laura. Isaiah followed her out onto the porch. He gave Etta a pleading look that sent the older woman hurrying down the steps to her car, which she'd left still running in the circular drive. "Please don't do this. Laura. I love you." She shrugged and attempted to smile. "It'll wear off."
No.
"Damn it. It won't wear off. Tucker is an idiot. Don't let what he said ruin things for us." A shimmer of brightness in her eyes told Isaiah that she was battling tears. He wanted to grab her up into his arms, but he had an awful feeling that she would fight him if he tried. If his father had taught him anything, it was never to use his strength against a woman. The only resolution to this problem was for them to sit down and talk. "It never would have worked," she said shakily. "I'm glad it's ending this way. We can still be friends. Neither of us is angry." It's a good time for me to go. And I'm supposed to just let you? I don't think so. It's my choice. She blinked away the sheen of tears and met his gaze with a directness that told him she meant it with all her heart. Don't call. Don't come around. It's over. And I don't have any say in it.
No.
She turned and hurried down the steps. As a teenager, Isaiah had gotten his heart broken a few times. Back then, he'd thought it was the end of his life. Now he realized he hadn't understood what real pain was. Tears sprang to his eyes. That made him furious. He would never go crawling after a woman. If she was willing to throw everything away over some misguided comments made by his brother, he'd be damned if he'd beg her to stay. Fine.
Then he yelled.
You want to go?
Go.
Just don't kid yourself. Sweetheart. I won't be sitting here twiddling my thumbs, waiting for you to get your head on straight. You're not the only woman on earth. She never looked back. She just tossed her stuff into her grandmother's car, climbed in, and slammed the door. The Chrysler crunched over frozen snow to the road. Isaiah stared with burning eyes at the taillights. When the white car had disappeared from sight, he sank numbly onto the steps. Hapless crawled halfway into his lap and whined, almost as if he sensed that something was horribly wrong. Isaiah grabbed Hapless up in his arms, buried his face in the puppy's fur, and wept like a baby. Chapter 15. Come to my place tonight, Etta coaxed as they pulled into town. Laura just wanted to go home, so she could cry her eyes out without an audience.
No.
Thanks,
Graham.
I need to be by myself for a while. Pooh. Etta passed the turnoff to Laura's apartment. You have no food there. I have stuff in the freezer. Laura couldn't imagine eating anything. I'll shop for milk and eggs in the morning. Yes. Perhaps you will. But for tonight you'll humor an old lady. I want to talk to you. Laura heard it coming. If you're hoping to convince me that this is a mistake, save your breath. When they reached the house, Etta pushed Laura down onto a chair at the kitchen table, made a pot of tea, and arranged cookies on a plate. You'll feel better with a little something in your stomach, she insisted. Laura dutifully nibbled on a cookie. Normally, she loved Graham's baked goods, but her taste buds felt anesthetized. Now, Etta said, cupping her dainty, rose-trimmed teacup in her gnarled hands. Talk to me. You were happy as a clam, and now you're devastated. There must be a reason. Laura's cell phone rang just then. She fished in her purse, found the apparatus, and gazed glumly at the balloon displayed in the window. Isaiah, Graham asked when Laura dropped the phone back into her purse without taking the call. I don't want to talk to him. Laura was afraid she might lose her resolve if she did. It's better this way. Quick and clean. Etta sighed and took a sip of tea. You're probably right. Men. In the end, they're all bastards. Laura couldn't quite believe her grandmother had said such a thing. Isaiah isn't a bastard. Etta lowered her cup onto the saucer. Well, she conceded, there are a few exceptions. My Jim was one. She gave Laura a sidelong look. And maybe your Isaiah is as well. If so, why are you leaving him? Laura recounted the conversation that she'd overheard between Isaiah and his brother. Tucker made some very good points, such as, Laura's throat went tight. I can't hobnob at classy dinners and fundraisers.
Graham.
Isaiah may want to teach someday or do research. He'll need to get grants for that. It's all a political game. And the best players get the goodies. You have to walk the walk and talk the talk. Etta nodded. I imagine so. But what's to say you can't? You're a lovely person. Laura. I can't speak very well. You're talking quite well right now. Slowly. I admit. With a little hesitation between each word. But it's barely noticeable. Laura recalled Rosie's candid question. Do you have a speech impediment? The people in Laura's family loved her. She was glad of that. And she appreciated it. But they overlooked a lot that other people couldn't or wouldn't. I don't want to hold Isaiah back. Laura met her grandmother's gaze. Tell me I won't, Graham. Tell me that I can hold my own with the wives of professors at big, important colleges where politics are the name of the game. You tell me that, and I'll call Isaiah right now and tell him I've made a mistake. Etta sat there for a long moment, staring at Laura. Then her roomy eyes filled with tears, and she shook her head. It was all the answer Laura needed. Laura called her parents. Her father answered. Fighting to keep her voice steady, Laura said, Hi,
Daddy.
Lori? How's my little girl? Laura smiled through tears, glad to hear her father's deep voice. I've been better.
Oh.
That doesn't sound good. Something go haywire with the job. As briefly as possible, Laura told her father about all that had happened. Mike Townsend was silent for a beat when Laura stopped talking. If he loves you, Laura, none of that university and research business will matter a damn to him. It mattered to Laura, and she feared that someday it might matter a great deal to Isaiah as well. That isn't really why I called. I'm in a spot of trouble. Like I said. Can you send me some money to pay for a lawyer? I'll pay you back. I just can't right now. How much do you need? Mike asked. Laura sighed. I don't know. A couple of thousand will do for a start. I'll wire it tomorrow. Laura squeezed her eyes closed. When this mess is cleared up, I'd like to move down there.
Daddy.
To Florida? You mean? There should be lots of housework, she said with a tremulous laugh. All those retired women wanting to go to potlucks and parties. There is that, her father agreed. And lots of dogs to walk as well. I'm tired of all this snow, Laura lied. Down there I'll be able to soak up some rays. Maybe I'll even try swimming again. Laura didn't tell her father that there was another very good reason for her move to Florida. It was almost 4,000 miles from Isaiah Coulter. She couldn't bear the thought of running into him in town. Just seeing him from a distance would break her heart. Better that she make a clean break and never look back. You know we'd love to have you with us. Sweetheart. Laura thought of all the brain supplements her mother would force upon her and almost cringed. She loved her parents. But a little distance as a buffer zone had been awfully nice. Isaiah barely slept that night. Even though Trish had come to get the puppies, he woke up every 3 hours. On the dot. And then just lay there, listening to the awful silence. He tried to phone Laura several times before coming to bed. She wasn't taking his calls. The following morning, he was gritty-eyed and exhausted when he got to the clinic at 6. Susan had already opened, which was normal on a weekday. Isaiah grunted a greeting to her as he passed through the kennels. When he entered the surgery, he was surprised to see Belinda. "You're here bright and early," he said as he slung his coat over a hook and swept off his new Stetson. "I thought I'd come in and make sure everything was okay to roll," she said. "Robberies don't happen every day. After all." Isaiah stepped to the sink to scrub his hands. Then he checked his appointment roster. The world hadn't stopped turning. He had 3 surgeries scheduled for late morning, an afternoon that was booked back-to-back with appointments, and another 2 surgeries in the late afternoon. He went to check on the guide dog. The shepherd looked perky and happy to see him. "Hey, buddy." Isaiah crouched down to examine the dog's gums. "Looking good," he said, trying to be his usual cheerful self, but somehow he couldn't quite muster a smile. He missed Laura so much. It had been only a little over 12 hours since he'd seen her, but he felt as if it had been a year. "You'll be getting your walking papers soon." The shepherd whined and nudged Isaiah's hand for petting. Isaiah obliged for a moment and then pushed to his feet. No matter what happened in his personal life, he still had a job to do. First thing in the morning, he always made rounds to check on his patients. He wouldn't neglect his responsibilities simply because things weren't going well for him privately. These animals were counting on him. "What's the news on Laura?" Belinda asked. "No news at all yet." Belinda leaned her shoulder against the cages, standing so close that the back of Isaiah's wrist grazed her breast as he reached in to examine a cat that had been declawed and neutered 2 days earlier. "This guy should have gone home yesterday," Isaiah observed. Belinda grabbed his wrist and drew it back to her chest.
Yum.
That felt good. Isaiah had been taken by surprise a few times, but her behavior totally sideswiped him. As he closed the cage, he tried to withdraw his arm. Belinda toppled against him if he'd pulled her toward him. Her breasts smashed against his chest. She gyrated her hips seductively against his pelvis. He stared stupidly into her brown eyes and wondered what the hell he'd done to bring this on. "Laura's not here." "I am," she said huskily. "Chances are she'll go to jail. Drug offense." She clucked her tongue. "Serious business that. A felony, isn't it? If you plan to marry her, you may have a very long wait." She pushed her hips against him again. "A man has needs. I'd love to take care of yours." Isaiah's body wasn't connected to his brain. When she rubbed against him, things happened. It wasn't about desire. It wasn't about emotion. Heck, he woke up with a hard-on when he needed to take a leak. "Belinda." You talk too much," she whispered. Before Isaiah guessed what she meant to do, she locked her arms around his neck. The next instant her tongue was in his mouth. He tried to set her away from him. She clung like a leech. He finally managed to wrench his face to one side. "This isn't happening," he ground out. She rubbed her breasts against him. "You want me. I can feel it. You're hard as a rock and throbbing for me." He was semi-hard. An anatomical reaction to uninvited stimulus.
No.
"Belinda." "I'm sorry." He pried her arms loose and firmly set her away from him. "You're a pretty lady." But she was wearing a tight zip-up sweater.
She grabbed the tab.
With a downward tug, she bared her breasts. She wore no bra. Toying with her nipples to make them hard, she smiled. "Imagine your mouth on them, Isaiah. Imagine burying yourself in me. I'm already hot and wet. We could do it on a table or on the boxes in one of the storage rooms." He couldn't believe this was happening. Cover yourself. Susan could walk in. Do you think she's never seen two people getting it on? She rolled her eyes. Maybe not. She's built like a block. Isaiah moved away. Zip up. I'm not interested. Silence. He stepped over to the counter. His hands were shaking as he flipped through the patient charts to update his notes. He couldn't make sense of the entries. You son of a bitch, she cried. You're a limp-dicked excuse for a man. Throbbing for her 1 second and limp the next. That was interesting. Isaiah tossed down the pen and turned to face her. Red-faced and trembling with rage, she jutted her chin at him. I love you, she cried, the impassioned declaration making her naked breasts jiggle. I'm the one who's right for you. Why can't you see that? Instead you ignore me and pant after that stupid, moronic kennel keeper. Isaiah's mind went cold with realization.
Oh.
My God, he whispered. It was you. Belinda strode angrily across the room, doubled her fist and swung. Isaiah caught both her wrists just before she planted her knuckles on his mouth. It was you all along, he said, still incredulous. You imagined we might get together. When Laura came along, you got jealous and started trying to get rid of her. Belinda drew her head back and spat in his face. Isaiah blinked. Never in all his life had he been so tempted to hit a woman. But that wasn't the Coulter way, and he wasn't about to compromise his standards for the likes of her. You stole the drugs and planted them in Laura's car, he accused. Somehow you got your hands on her security code. All you cared about was getting her out of here. Prove it, asshole. She wrenched her wrists free and whirled to leave the room, bare breasts swinging. Isaiah was right on her heels. Not so fast. Sweet cheeks. You've got some questions to answer and a small matter with the police to settle. Fuck you. Isaiah followed her up the hall. He was tempted to grab her arm, but if he did that, she'd undoubtedly start swinging. She was a sturdy woman. Being a man, he was at a disadvantage because he couldn't fight back. He figured he could probably subdue her, but in the doing he might hurt her. Better to let the cops handle her.
They reached the lobby. Val,
the only office employee who came in early, was standing over the fax machine. She whirled around when Belinda skirted the counter and entered the workstation. Belinda promptly burst into tears, which took Isaiah totally by surprise. Help me, she shrieked, and ducked behind Val as if for protection.
Oh.
God.
Val.
Don't let him near me. He tried to R-rate me. We were in the surgery. And all of a sudden, he jumped at me. Look. Just look. His fly is still bulging. Isaiah almost clamped a hand over his crotch.
Oh. Shit.
It would be his word against hers. Who the hell would ever believe him? Val gave Isaiah a long look. Then she ran her gaze over Belinda's denuded breasts. Bullshit, the office manager said. I've been here since this place opened. A lot of good-looking babes have come and gone. Honey. None of them ever had a problem. It happened. Belinda cried. In your dreams. Maybe. Belinda made a bestial sound low in her throat, and the next instant the fax machine went crashing to the floor. Hey. Isaiah yelled when the crazed woman headed for the office files. "Stop it. Belinda. What the hell are you doing? That's vital information on hundreds of animals." When he grabbed her arm to stop her from tearing folders from the shelf and throwing them to the floor, she whirled and attacked with fists, fingernails,
Teeth.
Isaiah didn't want to smack her. But,
Oh.
man, he was tempted. "Belinda. Stop it," he cried. She just kept swinging. He took a right hook to the eye, a left to his nose. The blows didn't really hurt, but Isaiah crossed his arms over his head and doubled over at the waist to protect his face anyway. The woman had gone clear over the edge. Isaiah had never seen anyone lose it so completely.
Val.
"Call the cops." Instead of racing for the phone, Val stepped in close and said, "Belinda?" When Belinda stopped pounding on Isaiah long enough to glance over her shoulder, the wiry office manager smiled sweetly. And then she swung, nailing Belinda squarely in the face with a knotted fist. The tech dropped to her knees like a bag of wet cement. "My nose. My nose," Belinda cried. Val stood at the ready to hit her again. "He can't fight back, you vicious little tramp. But I'm more than willing. You want to go a round or two with me, honey? Please. Make my day." Belinda scrambled to get away. Isaiah was already diving for the phone when the tech gained her feet and dashed from the building. Val started after her. Isaiah caught the office manager's arm. "Let her go," he said. "The police can deal with her." Val sighed and dusted her hands on her slacks. "What a pity. I was just getting warmed up." An hour later, Isaiah sat in his office with a grandfatherly police officer who'd asked him dozens of questions and been taking copious notes. Isaiah liked the fellow. He had gray hair, a ruddy complexion, and intelligent blue eyes. This isn't a mere fixation, Isaiah encapsulated, but a sick obsession. "I never encouraged Belinda. She just somehow got it into her head that we had a future together." "It happens," Officer Keenan said. "People think it's always men. How wrong they are." He closed his tablet and put the pen in his pocket. "Your theories on the drug theft make sense to me. If you and Ms. Townsend forgot to lock her car the afternoon before last when you were trying to deal with the puppies, it would have been easy enough for Ms. Baxter to get inside the car, pull the trunk lever on the dash, stash the drugs, and then lock all the doors. As for Ms. Townsend's security code, if you or your brother is in the habit of leaving your clinic keys in a coat pocket or desk drawer, anyone could have grabbed them and gone through your files. Is Laura in the clear?" Then, Keenan smiled. "I sense you're fond of the lady." Isaiah nodded. "You could say that." The officer pushed to his feet. "She's not entirely off the hook, but I'm leaning very strongly in that direction. Let me run a background check on MS.
Baxter.
Men and women who become obsessive about members of the opposite sex usually have a history of such behavior. How long do you think that will take? With the information you've given me, I may be able to come up with something by tomorrow. The background check itself will take much longer. You're going to call the college she attended? And all the employers she listed on her job application." Keenan settled his build hat on his head. "Next time around, you might be wise to check out all the references yourself before you hire someone. Dr. Coulter. These days, you just never know about people." Isaiah couldn't argue the point. He'd been short-handed when Belinda had applied for a job. She'd been well qualified. He'd bypassed all the preliminaries and hired her on the spot. I'll be more careful from now on, I guarantee that. After Officer Keenan left, Isaiah tried once again to call Laura. The phone rang and rang. Finally, her recorded message clicked on. Hearing her voice, so halting and sweet, almost brought tears to his eyes. He wished she would at least talk to him. Evidently, she was screening her calls, and when a balloon came up in the window, she knew not to answer. He thought about going to her apartment, but a quick glance at his watch had him springing to his feet instead. He had surgery in 10 minutes. Love would have to wait. At about 4:30 that afternoon, Isaiah had just finished spaying a young lab when Val popped into the surgery. "Officer Keenan is on the phone," she said. Isaiah angled his bent arms backward to relieve a kink between his shoulder blades. "I'm done here. I'll take it in my office." He glanced at Susan, who'd been filling in all afternoon for Belinda. "Can you take it from here for me?" The stout blonde nodded. Isaiah tugged off the surgical gloves, dropped them into a receptacle, and peeled off his lab coat, tossing it into a laundry basket as he pushed out the door. Keenan got right to the point when Isaiah picked up the phone.
"Bingo," he said.
"Belinda Baxter has a nasty history." Tugging a stethoscope from around his neck and tossing it on his desk, Isaiah said, "After what I saw this morning, I'm not surprised." "What's the scoop?" University of Colorado, 1993.
Yes.
Baxter accused a male athlete of date rape. At the preliminary hearing, her version of the story was contradicted by several credible eyewitnesses, both male and female. They claimed she had a crush on the guy and retaliated when he told her he wasn't interested. Shit. The following year, she fancied herself in love with a professor. When he spurned her advances, she grew furious and accused him of coercing her into giving him sex in exchange for passing grades. Again, her story didn't hold together. "I can't believe this," Isaiah said wearily. "In short," Keenan went on, "the lady has a screw loose. We're trying to locate her for questioning. Unfortunately, she seems to have vacated her apartment. We think she's left town." Isaiah hoped she'd left and would never come back. If he never saw Belinda again, it would be too soon. Does this mean Laura is no longer a suspect? Going on what little I've already learned, I'm convinced that Ms. Townsend was set up. I'll call her the moment we hang up and give her the news. If it's not against procedure, can you postpone that call?" Isaiah asked. "I'd like to deliver the news to her myself, if that's all right." Keenan laughed. "I'll give you a couple of hours." "I appreciate it," Isaiah said. "And Officer Keenan? Thank you for all you've done." "Just doing my job, son." Because Laura's Mazda was impounded, her grandmother had driven her to a grocery store, and Laura was restocking her refrigerator with perishables when a knock came on her door. She froze with a jug of milk in her hand. Since early morning, she'd been expecting Isaiah to show up. How like him to wait until he was finished at the clinic for the day. The thought made Laura's heart hurt. Some women might be offended when they played second fiddle to a bunch of dogs and cats. But she wasn't one of them. One of the first things she'd come to love about Isaiah was his devotion to the animals in his care. Laura shoved the milk in the refrigerator and headed for the front door. She couldn't avoid him forever. He'd called at least 10 times. Knowing Isaiah, he wasn't likely to stop until she talked to him. She felt stronger today, less likely to fold under pressure. No matter how many times he said he loved her, she would stick to her guns, not because this was easy for her to do, but because her decision to end the relationship would be better for him in the long run. Before opening the door, she took one last breath for courage. She was surprised to see Belinda standing on the landing. Laura was about to say hello and invite the technician in when she noticed the wild look in Belinda's eyes and the dried blood under her nose. A heartbeat later, she saw the butcher knife clutched in the technician's hand. Laura reacted quickly, throwing her weight against the door to slam it closed. But Belinda was faster and had the advantage of greater weight. Laura was thrown off balance as Belinda shoved her way inside. Before Laura could regain her footing, the brunette was upon her. During rehab, Laura had studied Tai Chi to help her stay calm, improve her equilibrium, and strengthen the right side of her body, which had been weakened. One particular technique called push hands had taught her how to defend herself non-aggressively, using her weight and balance to overset an opponent. When Belinda stabbed downward with the butcher knife, that push hands training saved Laura's life. She caught Belinda's wrist, shifted her weight, and threw the other woman off her feet. Belinda hit the floor. Laura tried to run outside to scream for help, but to her horror, Belinda sprang upright, lunged into her path, and came at her again.
Bitch.
Belinda snarled. He won't think you're pretty when I get done with you. Laura bent her knees and bounced on her toes, doing a macabre dance with the knife blade in Belinda's hand, darting to one side, leaping backward, sometimes evading a lethal stab by mere inches. Don't do this, she managed to push out. Please don't. Belinda only laughed crazily and came at Laura again. Laura jerked away, but this time she wasn't quite fast enough. Belinda grunted and stabbed downward viciously. Laura met the swing with a hard upward shove that knocked the other woman's aim off. Before Belinda could regroup and stab at her again, Laura propelled herself forward, hitting the tech in the midriff with her shoulder. Belinda whooshed in startled dismay, staggering backward and losing her balance. The backward stumble carried her out the open doorway. Laura didn't wait to see where or how the woman landed. She threw herself against the door to slam it closed, shoved the deadbolt home, and then raced for her purse to get her cell phone. For a horrible moment, she couldn't remember the symbol Graham had programmed in for the police. Panicked, expecting Belinda to break through one of the windows at any moment, she scrolled down with frenzied urgency. Balloon, horse, cake, cat, dog.
Oh, God.
And then she saw it. Star, to represent a badge. Hands shaking so violently that she could barely control her fingers. She punched the little green phone on the console to place the call. Isaiah brought his Hummer to a fishtailing halt when he saw the police cars nosed into the curb in front of Laura's garage apartment. Lights were flashing. Uniformed men were racing back and forth across the yard. For a terrible moment, he thought the crumpled form of a woman lying on the snow was Laura. Holy Mother! Isaiah left the Hummer in the middle of the street. Laura? He leaped over the curb and the snow-covered median to land on the icy sidewalk. He was still running when he saw that the woman had dark hair. He slowed his pace, his gaze fixed incredulously on her limp body. Belinda? He looked up and saw the broken railing. What happened? He asked a police officer in a heavy blue bomber jacket and a hat with lined ear flaps. Is the lady who lives here all right? She's fine. I think she's upstairs. Isaiah took the steps 3 at a time. When he reached the landing, he saw Laura standing in the open doorway, speaking to a police officer. She looked a little shaken up, but fine otherwise, except that she shivered from the cold. An ambulance is on the way, the policeman was saying. I didn't mean to hurt her. Laura glanced past the policeman and saw Isaiah standing there. Her eyes told him everything he needed to know. "Isaiah," she cried. He pushed past the cop to pull her into his arms. What the hell happened? Laura clung to his neck. She was shaking so violently that the tremors ran clear through him. Haltingly, she recounted the incident. The cop filled in the blanks. Isaiah glanced over the edge of the landing. All he could see of Belinda now was her dark hair spread over the snow, because she'd been covered with a blanket. He knew it was bad of him, but he felt that she deserved whatever she got. "Is she dead?" he asked the policeman.
No.
"Neck injury. We think. The paramedics are on their way." Isaiah tightened his arm around Laura's waist and led her back into the apartment. All his rehearsed speeches would have to wait. An hour later, Laura was curled up at one end of the love seat, sipping a second cup of tea. Isaiah sat across from her on an easy chair. Belinda had long since been transported to the hospital by ambulance, and only a few minutes ago the police had called to report that her injuries were minimal. The snow had cushioned her fall. She'd only been knocked out. As soon as the doctors released her, she would be taken to the police station and booked on a number of charges, not the least of which was attempted murder. Laura had had time to sort it all out now. Her hands were no longer shaking. Her thoughts had cleared. It was time for Isaiah to leave. But he sat on her chair as if he'd put down roots. Looking so handsome it made her ache. Laura knew she should tell him to go. Only it was much harder to do than she'd ever thought it would be. "I'm fine now, Isaiah." He smiled slightly and nodded. "That's good." Laura set her teacup aside and unfolded her legs to sit forward on the cushion. "I'd like you to go now." "Don't lie to me, Laura. You're lousy at it." He sat forward, too, which made her want to retreat. "You love me. I'm the guy you were waiting for. Remember? You're 31 years old, and you'd never slept with another man. That's pretty telling, in and of itself. How can you expect me to walk away from that?" Laura passed a hand over her eyes. She would do this, she told herself. For him. She would say the words that would drive him from her life forever. "It was about time I had sex. Don't you think?" She pushed to her feet. For an awful instant she felt a little dizzy. But her head soon cleared. She went into the kitchen to resume putting away her groceries. "I have things to do. Isaiah. It's over. Both of us need to move on." "You're absolutely right." He stood up and sauntered slowly toward her. "We need to move on together. The Christmas party is tonight." "I won't go without you." "And what about Christmas Eve and Christmas Day? Without you to share it with, none of it will have meaning for me." Laura's chest felt as if a vice were tightening around it. "Go away. Please. I don't want you here. I can't do that. I love you, Laura." She chanced a glance at him. Bad mistake. He was so beautiful, tall and dark, his hair tousled from the wind. He wore a green shirt with a button-down collar. The sleeves were rolled back to reveal his tanned, corded forearms. His Western belt buckle flashed at his lean waist, a preface to his long, powerfully muscled legs and a masculine stance to make any woman's heart skip beats. "I know you overheard Tucker's tirade yesterday," he said softly. "But you obviously didn't listen long enough to hear what I had to say. I love you so much, Laura. I honestly don't think I can face life without you." Tucker left the house understanding that, glad to know that you'd soon be his sister-in-law. Laura shook her head. He was right at the start. You need someone smart and charming and accomplished. Someone who can help you realize your potential. If you go into research, you'll need a wife who can charm people into giving you grants. She lost her grip on the eggs. The styrofoam carton hit the floor with a loud report. Laura knew without looking that she'd just broken every shell, and she closed her eyes in frustration. When she bent to collect the container, egg yolks and whites streamed to the floor, forming slimy puddles. I'm none of those things anymore. Forget research. I'm interested in that end of veterinary medicine. I won't deny it. But what really vitalizes me, what makes it all worthwhile, is actually working with the animals and making them well. I'd never be happy in a lab, and I'll never want to teach at a university for precisely the same reason. Laura's heart surged with hope. As for my potential, I'm perfectly capable of realizing that by myself, without the help of a wife. That isn't to say I'd turn down some help. Only it would have to come from the right woman, someone who loves animals as much as I do, someone who can still smile while she's getting her hands dirty. Someone who'll understand when I come home worried about a patient, and will worry about that patient with me. Laura gulped and struggled to breathe, blindly smearing the broken eggs around on the floor with paper towels. Finally, she gave up on it and tossed the slimy wad in the trash. Sooner or later, I'm afraid I'd ruin your life. What life? You're the woman I just described. Laura. You love those damn puppies so much. I'm afraid you'll want to keep all 13. And I love you so much. I'll let you. That brought her head around. Remember me? The guy who never remembered to eat? You keep me centered. He took a step toward her. Do you have any idea how long I went without reading a novel or watching a movie before you came along? Years. Then you need to change that. I'm trying, but I need your help. The sincerity in his voice had her searching his eyes. With you, he went on, I notice things I'd never notice otherwise. How the air smells after it snows, and that no two snowflakes are alike, and how sweet the breath of a puppy is. Tears sparkled in his eyes. Do you really want me to revert to my old habits? I'll forget to eat. My socks will never match. I'll go to work with a fabric softener sheet stuck to the back of my collar and wear a purple polka dot tie with a red striped shirt to receive the Vet of the Year award. Tears sprang to Laura's eyes.
2.
Even as a smile touched her lips. It would happen. She knew. Isaiah was nothing if not preoccupied and distracted. Isaiah glimpsed the slight smile that touched her mouth. That was all he needed to see. He was across the kitchen and gathering her into his arms before she could protest. I love you. I need you in my life. What must I say? What must I do to make you realize that? Laura leaned her head back to search his dark face. And, in that moment, she needed no more convincing. She saw his love for her in his eyes. You said you'd marry me, he said fiercely. I'm holding you to it. I want you to have my babies. I want to grow old with you. You talk about my potential and my realizing my dreams? What's it about if all I do is work and never enjoy the everyday business of just being alive?
Oh.
Isaiah, she said shakily. I love you. Too. I know you do, he whispered. And then he kissed her. A sweet, tentative kiss that soon turned deep and hungry. Laura was incapable of resisting the delicious draw of his mouth. She curled her arms around his neck and went up on her tiptoes, accepting what she should have known all along, that she belonged exactly where she was in his arms. Epilogue. January 8th, 2005. The cork shot from the bottle, and French champagne spewed like a geyser, drenching the sleeve of Jake's dark suit jacket. He laughed and reached across Isaiah's dining room table to fill the crystal flutes of the bride and groom. Laura and Isaiah intertwined their arms, gazed deeply into each other's eyes, and took their first sip of champagne together as husband and wife. Laura was almost giddy with happiness. Everything in her world was exactly right. After her accident, she believed that her life had been destroyed. Now, lost in her husband's shimmering blue eyes, she realized that she'd had to lose her life in order to find it. And perhaps in a much different way, he had as well. Over the last couple of weeks, they had both come to understand so many things. Namely, that happiness wasn't about success or money or a brilliant future. It was about right now.
Today.
And how well they lived each moment. Bearing that in mind, they had chosen not to waste any of their moments together and had planned a quick wedding at a small church with only the people they loved present to witness their vows. Because Laura's parents were retired and living on a fixed income, she had handled all the details herself, making her own dress, doing her own flower arrangements, and simply phoning everyone to invite them. Natalie, Zeke's wife, had provided the music and, best of all, had composed a song especially for Isaiah and Laura that they would cherish all their lives. The wedding feast had been potluck, with everyone bringing dishes, so there had been plenty of food, served family style, with very little fuss. "Toast!" Hank yelled. Laura's father raised his glass and turned toward her and Isaiah. Laura expected him to say the usual sappy stuff about losing his little girl and gaining a son. Instead, he winked at her and said, "To the bride and groom, may they live happily in peaceful harmony until death do they part. If by chance, however, all doesn't go well, I have one important request, Laura. If you ever come running home to your mother, don't bring all 14 dogs." As if on cue, Hapless came bounding into the room and gave a happy bark. All 13 Rottweiler puppies wobbled in behind him. Everyone in the room burst out laughing. Laura had no intention of keeping all the dogs, of course, only Frown Face, but she was still glad to have puppies darting every which way at her wedding reception. Frown Face latched onto her father's pant leg, gave a gleeful growl, and braced his stout little legs to tug with all his might. Why not begin the first day of their life together the way they meant to continue, with animals playing a major role? "Who let them loose?" Isaiah asked. Jake's son, Garrett, skidded to a stop on the hardwood floor, glanced guiltily at his mother, Molly, and said, "Sly did it." Isaiah chuckled and hooked an arm around Laura's waist.
"Now.
There's a chip off the old Coulter block. Blame it on the other guy." Molly and Carly began trying to catch the puppies. Bethany followed behind in her wheelchair, ready to hold the furry little captives on her lap while her sisters-in-law captured the rest. Tucker and Ryan went to lend their assistance. Now you know why they held the reception at their house, Mom. Tucker glanced back over his shoulder to wink at Mary. Leaky puppies and your carpet wouldn't go well together. You can thank your lucky stars. Mary glanced over at Laura's grandmother, Etta, and smiled. Mary was indeed thanking her lucky stars, but for an entirely different reason than Tucker thought. Seeing the happiness in Laura's and Isaiah's eyes when they looked at each other was enough to warm any mother's heart, especially when she knew it had been partly her matchmaking scheme that had gotten them together. Isaiah was relaxed. Laura fairly glowed. They were perfect for each other. But then, hadn't Mary known that all along? Smiling with smug satisfaction, Mary returned her gaze to Tucker. It occurred to her in that moment that he was her only son who still wasn't married. She sighed. He always had been her most difficult child, doing just the opposite of what she wanted or expected him to. Mary frowned slightly. Tucker's cavalier attitude toward women would make it tricky to find him a wife, but she felt equal to the challenge. He needed a young lady with plenty of spunk. That would be an absolute must. Someone as beautiful as he was handsome, with enough steel in her backbone to go toe-to-toe with him and give back as good as she got. Luckily, Mary just happened to know a young lady with 4 older brothers who might be a perfect match for her willful, stubborn son.
Ah.
Yes, she thought as she sipped champagne. There might be some very interesting possibilities there.